I'm cultivating immortality with the science of mortals. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 851, Ascension to the Spirit World. Although this scene was strange, it was not difficult to understand. It was just that the power of heaven and earth was closing these spatial cracks, while the power of the spirit bead was preventing them. The two were in conflict. In this repeated process, the spirit bead itself would merge into the heaven and earth, and the boundary bead would be refined. After a while, the spider web-like spatial cracks were completely closed, and the spirit bead on the altar became a barely visible shadow. Suddenly, Luo Hong felt that he had a deep connection with the heaven and earth around the entire spirit island, and even vaguely sensed traces of the way of heaven. Perhaps, the use of this boundary bead is far more than just locating the interface. This thought flashed through Luo Hong's mind. Afterwards, Luo Hong used one of his souls to refine a soul fire and offered it to the boundary bead. It was seen that, as soon as this soul fire came out, it attracted the surrounding heaven and earth aura, making the entire peak shrouded in 5-colored spiritual light, as if a treasure had been born. The soul fire of the natal spirit is deeply connected to the immortal cultivators. In the future, whether Luo Hong advances in the spirit world or gets hurt, the soul fire will react. My husband, what preparations do you need to make in the remaining 10 years? Is there anything I can help with? At this time, Yu Ruox's face was no longer sad, and she was actively thinking about Luo Hong. My husband has already made all the necessary preparations. Why don't we travel in the human world for the next 10 years? I wonder if you are willing to accompany me? Collecting the secret treasures, refining the magic weapon to defeat the enemy, and refining the essence of the true spirit, these things have been accomplished. In the next 10 years, Luo Hong wants to relax for the first time in a long time. After all, once he ascends to the spirit world, he will have to be cautious and act on thin ice. Since my husband is interested in this, how can I not accompany him? Yu Ruoxi smiled and agreed immediately. Haha, that's great. Then let's go to Yu country first. Maybe we can meet some old friends of ours. With a flash of his figure, Luo Hong came to Yu Ruox's side, hugged her willow waist, and turned into light to escape down the mountain. Although Luo Hong was not practicing in seclusion this time, the past 10 years have passed very quickly. The legends and stories he and Yu Ruoxi left in various places in Cheyenne are still in front of us, and the agreed date has arrived. On this day, in the falling Demon Valley, in the cloud and fog formation, Luo Hong flew in the air with his hands behind his back, staring at the space node, quietly waiting for Zhangzi and the others to arrive. Husband, it's almost noon, but there is no sign of the two Taoist friends. Will they be delayed by something? Yu Ruoxi, who was becoming more and more charming, suddenly frowned and asked. No, my husband has contacted senior brother Zhang with the worldly talisman more than a month ago. Since he said he can arrive before noon today, there will be no mistake. Luo Hong responded calmly without any worry. In fact, Yu Ruoxi also knew that the two divine transformation cultivators were unlikely to encounter any special circumstances that would delay their journey, but today was the day of Luo Hong's ascension, and she couldn't help but feel a little nervous. After looking at the space node in front of her, a trace of worry flashed across her face, and she said in a worried voice, it would be great if this space node could be stabilized. I have the ascension path arranged by my husband for me, but what about Jia and Zua? Is there no way to take them to ascension together? Don't worry too much, senior sister. As the saying goes, the master leads the way, but the practice is up to the individual. Jia and the others will eventually go their own way. You and I can't support them forever. Don't be soft-hearted. No matter what you try, a piece of Feexen stone can only lock the breath of one person. Only the spirit beasts and magic weapons related to it can ascend together. There is no room for fraud. To ascend with the help of Feexen stone, you must abide by the rules of Feexen stone. If you are smuggling directly, you can bring a group of people in the cave magic weapon. As long as you don't encounter a space storm, everything will be fine. But if they met, they would basically be dead. After all, the cultivators in the early stage of transformation were lucky to protect themselves, so they didn't care about the others in the cave magic weapon. Because of this, Luo Hong had let Yang Ming recognize him as his master, otherwise he couldn't take her to ascend to the spirit world together. As he spoke, Xiang Zili and Bei Yang's aura suddenly appeared in his spiritual sense. Not long after, the two's escape lights stopped in front of Luo Hong, revealing their figures. "Brother Luo, are we not late?" Xiang Zili smiled and bowed. "No, and it doesn't matter, even if we are late for a moment. After all, we don't have to look at the face of the space node to ascend." Luo Hong smiled and returned the greeting, turned his head, and looked at Bei Yangtao on the side and said, "Brother Bei, have you dealt with the affairs of the sect? Tai sect has been standing in Dajin for a long time." Bei went back, mainly to make arrangements for Kyra. "Now there is nothing to worry about." Bei Yangtao shook his head with a relaxed look. "Brother Luo, don't you have two disciples? Why don't they come to see you off?" Xiang Zili looked around and asked, "Why make such a fuss? I didn't even notify Brother Han. It's best for us to leave quietly." Luo Hong didn't want to engage in any such nationalism. After all, this place would be of great use in the future and should not be exposed to others. "Since everyone is here, let's get started. Sister, please sacrifice the water and fire bagua plate and activate the Feexen stone." After saying that, Luo Hong flew and landed on a Feexen stone. Seeing this, Xiang Zili and the other two also hurriedly landed on two nearby Feexen stones, waiting for the ban to be activated with solemn expressions. Over the years, Yu Ruoxi had already refined the water and fire bagua plate. After sacrificing this treasure, she immediately tapped with her jade hands to mobilize the heaven and earth energy in it, and made it sink into the three Feexen stones respectively. About half an hour later, the Feexen stones under the feet of the three people made a buzzing sound at the same time, and then a 5-colored light column several feet thick descended from their heads. But in just a moment, the three 5-colored light columns retracted into the space node, and the figures of Luo Hong and the other two disappeared. The next moment, cracks appeared in the front and back of the three Feexen stones, and the heaven and earth vitality in them instantly dissipated, obviously unusable. Yu Ruoxi then put away the water and fire bagua plate, hesitated for a moment, and then activated all the restrictions of the outer formation, ascended and stepped onto the teleportation formation. With a flash of white light, she instantly returned from the falling demon valley to the cave residence of the overseas spiritual island, and then she escaped outside the cave residence and looked directly at the top of the peak. It was seen that the 5-colored spiritual light that could originally illuminate half of the sky had become much weaker, and now it could only cover the top of the peak, but there was no sign of decline. Seeing this, Yu Ruoxi was relieved immediately. Then, she focused her eyes and went into the quiet room to take out the elixir left by Luo Hong and swallowed it, and then practiced. In the Shinyuan city of the spirit realm, in a pavilion near the Feeling Tay, a black-dressed beautiful woman with revealing clothes and a graceful figure was sitting lazily at a table with her chin supported by one hand. Opposite her, an old Taoist in green was concentrating on drawing talismans. From time to time, some immortal cultivators would come in and out of the houses on both sides, each of them in a hurry, looking quite busy. Judging from their cultivation, most of them were cultivators in the middle and late stages of the nascent soul. Even so, these nascent soul cultivators did not dare to look at the beautiful woman in black, because the other party's cultivation was higher and had reached the middle stage of the spiritualization. "Well, it's too boring to be on duty at this Feeling Day. I also said that there is a chance to meet the same clan from the lower world so that I can marry them. But after several years, there is not even a single movement. It's really disappointing." The beautiful woman in black hummed and talked to herself while playing with the teacup in her hand. As soon as the voice fell, there was a bang from the old Taoist in green. It turned out that the old Taoist failed to make a talisman, and the remaining talisman exploded on the spot. Fortunately, he had already set up a ban, and a light film suddenly appeared, limiting the power of the spiritual explosion within a few feet, and did not cause any damage. But in this way, the old Taoist in green was a little embarrassed. "Haha, Zhuang Kangzi, how many times have you exploded the talisman? I think if this goes on, you can't keep your two beards." Seeing the appearance of the human race's incarnation opposite, the beautiful woman in black couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. The charm she exuded during her talk and laughter attracted the passing Union cultivators to look confused. HMPH. Fellow Daoist Myohu, just take care of your own injuries from practicing, and don't worry about me. I didn't come here to get a job. What else do you want? Although Zhu Kangzi didn't fail to make the talisman, because of the other party, he was in a bad mood at the moment, and the other party was a demon, so he was not polite at the moment. Hey, I don't know how the elders have investigated. There are fewer and fewer ascended monks now. If this continues, I'm afraid that Shinyuan City will have to rely on local monks like us to support it in the future. You humans are fine. Anyway, most of you will die before the next war, but we demons with long lifespans will be miserable. The beautiful woman in black curled her lips and sighed softly. Hearing the words lifespan and die, Zhu Kangzi, who had been quite powerful, twitched his face twice, snorted coldly, and cleaned up the mess. Because Shinyuan City is located at the only entrance of the ancient super formation, whenever there is an alien invasion of the human and demon races, the battle in this city must be the most intense. In the tribe wars that lasted from 100,000 years to 70,000 to 80,000 years, at least 60% to 70% of the cultivators in Shinyuan City would be lost. However, because Feeling Tay is located here, and because of the dust extinguishing pill, most of the people who live in the city are ascended cultivators. Although the local immortal cultivation forces in the spiritual world have people in this city, once they sense the signs of a war, they will withdraw their people back to the 3 realms and 7 places. However, in the past 10,000 years, the number of first generation ascended cultivators introduced by Feeling Tay has been decreasing. Although it has not been serious enough to affect the operation of Shinyuan City, anyone with a discerning eye can see that a large number of local cultivators will definitely be needed to fill this gap in the future. Therefore, in recent years, the cultivators of the human and demon races who have sensed a sense of crisis have all practiced frantically, hoping to advance to the refining void before the next war, so that they can slightly control their own destiny. It was because the beautiful woman in black was eager for success that she became obsessed with it, so that she can no longer control her own magical powers freely. Although she successfully stimulated Zhu Kangzi with her lifespan, the black-clothed beauty did not rejoice for too long. Her status in the Skyfox clan was neither high nor low, and she would most likely be used to fill a hole. Although it had only been 30,000 years since the last clan war, she still had tens of thousands of years to practice, but she was not confident that her qualifications could advance to the refining void stage. The only way now is to go to the wilderness, to adventure after recovering from my injuries. But if I go alone, it would be like seeking death. I must bring along a few powerful beings of the same level. It would be great if I could meet a few first generation ascended monks while guarding the Feeling Terrace. Whether it's a human or a demon, it's much easier to fool than the local monks. The black-clothed beauty thought to herself. Perhaps the spiritual world heard the black-clothed beauty's prayer, and the next moment, a violent fluctuation of the heaven and earth's vitality came from the direction of the Feeling Terrace. Here they come. Someone is ascending. As soon as he sensed the movement outside, Zhu Kangzi dropped what he was doing and stood up with an excited look on his face. The reason why he chose this job on the Feeling Tay, which was neither profitable nor boring, was because he was attracted by the spiritual objects in the hands of the first generation of ascending monks. The monks in the lower realms, who could ascend, must have the cultivation of the spirit transformation, and before ascending, they must have been very powerful in the lower realms, and they must have had a lot of good things in their hands. He had exchanged the talismans he refined for high-value spiritual objects several times, and he could be said to have fully tasted the sweetness. Then, Zhu Kangzi and the beautiful woman in black escaped from the attic together, looking at the Feexen stone on the Feeling Tay that was madly absorbing the vitality of the surrounding heaven and earth. Junior brother Huang, which lower realm does that Feexen stone correspond to? Why is this movement so much bigger than the ones I have seen before? Zhu Kangzi called a late Yuanying cultivator who had been working on the Feeling Tay for many years, and said with a slightly surprised look, "Senior, this is the Feexen stone corresponding to the human world. The louder the noise, the more people will ascend at once. This nephew Huang already knew all the feats and stones by heart, and he responded directly without looking up the classics. Hasn't the one in the human world been abandoned for tens of thousands of years? How could someone suddenly ascend? There won't be any accidents, right? The beautiful woman in black was surprised when she heard this. It's not common for the lower world to be completely disconnected from the spirit world, and she hasn't just been drinking tea and sitting around these days. About 10 years ago, this Feekson stone suddenly got in touch with the human world again. The previous pavilion master knew about this. Senior Miro, don't worry. But nephew Huang looked calm. He had expected that after the strange phenomenon 10 years ago, there would be cultivators from the human world ascending. As he spoke, 3 5-colored light pillars shot up from the Feekson stone and poured directly into the void, causing bursts of roars. After dozens of breaths, the 3 beams of light suddenly retracted, revealing 3 figures, 2 old and 1 young. From the moment the Feekson stone restriction was activated, Luo Hong felt that he had turned into a flash of lightning, being pulled to a certain place at an extremely fast speed. All he could see was the colorful vitality of heaven and earth, and his consciousness was locked in his body, completely losing his sense of time. After an unknown amount of time, he felt like he was in the universe again, and the 5-colored spiritual light in front of him suddenly dissipated, and he had arrived in an unfamiliar place. After instantly coming to his senses, Luo Hong immediately looked up at the sky, only to see 3 suns and 4 moons hanging high in the sky, and his heart suddenly relaxed. Spirit World, Luo is here. Chapter 852, Spiritual Realm Talisman. Congratulations to the 3 Taoist friends for ascending to the spirit world. I'm Zuan Kangzi. I wonder who your master was in the human world? The sect Zuan Kangzi came from had descendants of cultivators who ascended to the human world. If he could use the master to strengthen the relationship at this time, it would be very beneficial for his subsequent transactions. Is this the spirit world? Such a rich spiritual energy. Is it like this everywhere in the spirit world? Zhang Zili said excitedly. Although Luo Hong had explained it to him again and again, after the actual experience, he still felt that this ascension was too smooth to be real. Haha, that's not the case. Shinyuan City is located on a rare spiritual land in the spirit world. The concentration of spiritual energy is much higher than other places. Because of this, it can supply the consumption of feeling tea. It was not the first time that Zuan Kangzi was on duty at Feeling Tea, nor was it the first time to welcome ascended cultivators. He was not surprised by Zhang Zili's reaction and smiled. It was indeed Shinyuan City. Everything was in the plan of fellow Taoist Luo. Bei Yuntao and Zhang Zili looked at each other, and the same thought flashed through their minds. The 3 Taoist friends have come from afar, and I believe you have many questions in your mind. Please sit in the pavilion for a while, so that fellow Taoist Zuan Kangzi and I can show our hospitality as hosts. The beautiful woman in black looked around, and then stopped her gaze on Zhang Zili, who had the highest cultivation level, and snorted at the old man. Luo Hong and the other 2 had just arrived, and the other party was the guide of Feeling Tea, so they would not refuse the invitation. They saluted and responded, "Then I will trouble you 2 Taoist friends." Then, the 5 of them fled to the attic where Zuan Kangzi and the others had just stayed. Along the way, all kinds of restrictions and magic tools that they had never seen before made the 3 people's eyes dazzled. They felt unfamiliar with the world of cultivation after a long time, and they were even more excited. As soon as they entered the attic, Luo Hong saw the traces left by Zuan Kangzi's previous failure to make a talisman, and her eyes could not help but flicker. After everyone sat down, Zuan Kangzi asked the previous question again. As for the master-disciple relationship, it was the reason why Luo Hong brought Bei Yuntao to ascend together, so naturally he would not avoid it, and simply took the opportunity to introduce each other. I'm Luo Hong, a cultivator from Huangfeng Valley in the human world. I'm Zhang Zili, and I belong to a later rising sect, so let's not talk about it. I'm Bei Yuntao, a cultivator from Tai sect. I wonder if Taoist Zuan Kangzi has heard of it? When Luo Hong and Zhang Zili introduced themselves, Zuan Kangzi and the beautiful woman in black just smiled and listened, but when they arrived at Bei Yuntao, their faces changed at the same time. Then, Zhuan Kangzi said with a surprised look on his face, Daoist base sect has been passed down for a long time, and there is also a Taoist tradition in this generation. According to the records of our sect's classics, there should be a Taoist tradition in the spirit world, but the human world and the spirit world have been separated for many years, so I'm not sure. Bei Yunzhao was relieved when he saw the reactions of Zhuan Kangzi and the others, but he still spoke calmly. That's right. Fellow Daoist base sect is also very famous in this session. The contemporary ancestor of the sect, Wan King Zenren, is the only person in our human race who is below the three emperors. Zhuan Kangzi couldn't help but speak with a little more intimacy, as both of them belong to the same Taoist sect. The Zhengxuan sect where he came from has a good relationship with the Tai sect. Perhaps seeing the doubt in Bei Yunzhao's eyes, the black-clothed beautiful woman took the initiative to say, you three are new to the spirit world, so you should not know what kind of people the three emperors are. The so-called three emperors are the three most powerful combined beings in your human race, so being below them is already quite powerful. The power of the Tai sect is not small. According to the rules of Feeling Tay, we will contact the Tai sect on behalf of fellow Daoist Bay later. This is also what I wish for. Thank you, fellow Daoist. Bei Yunzhao bowed to the two black-clothed beautiful women. Haha, this is for the two of us, so you don't need to thank me. Zhuan Kangzi waved his hand and chuckled, then flipped his palm and took out a jade bottle and said, you three can slowly learn about the other situations, but I have to tell you about this dust extinguishing pill right away. Ascending monks have a strong aura of the other world on their bodies. They will be targeted by the heavenly Dao when they cross the spiritual world, attracting terrible to color thunder tribulations. So they must take a dust extinguishing pill every once in a while to suppress and wash away the aura of the other world. Otherwise, once the thunder tribulation comes, you will most likely die. There are 3 dust extinguishing pills in this bottle, which can be used by you 3 for a year. If you want to get them in the future, you must serve in Shinyuan City. Remember. As he said this, Zhuan Kangzi's mind moved, and he threw the jade bottle to Bei Yunzhao. Obviously, compared with his cultivation, he valued Bei Yunzhao's background more, and regarded him as the leader among the 3. It is exactly the same as what Daoist Luo said. It seems that we need to contact Tai sect as soon as possible, otherwise it will be unsettling to have this handle in someone's hands. Hearing this, Bei Yunzhao no longer doubted what Luo Hong had said before. Normal ascended monks do not have any background, and with the relationship of the dust extinguishing pill, it is not uncommon for them to be forced to perform missions that are risking their lives. Moreover, there is no shortage of such missions in Shinyuan City. May I ask Daoist, is there any choice of positions in this city? Although Zhang knew that they were going to do the work of guarding, he couldn't help but want to fight for 1 or 2 of Zhuan Kangzi's leisurely positions on duty at Feeling Tay. So, he immediately bowed to the beautiful woman in black who had been staring at him, and asked for advice. The 3 of you are all first generation ascended monks. You can come to the spirit world from the lower world. You must have extraordinary talents. Your magical powers are much stronger than those of local monks. So generally speaking, you serve as the city guards. However, if you have a good understanding of formations, alchemy and other miscellaneous studies, you can also try places like Shianyu Pavilion and Baoden Hall. But if I may be frank, the chances of you 3 staying there are not great. Even Daoist Zhuan Kangzi has studied the way of talismans for more than 1,000 years, but he has not been able to stay in Shinyuan City by doing so. The beautiful woman in black smiled sweetly. Bei Yunzhao's profound background was not important to her, a demon cultivator, so she was most concerned about Zhang, who had the highest cultivation level among the 3. At this moment, she was secretly thinking about how to get him to go on an adventure with her in the wilderness. Zhang did not give up after hearing this. He had been stranded in the human world for so many years, not just playing house with low-level monks. He had a lot of knowledge about the way of talismans and the way of alchemy. Therefore, before trying it, he did not think he was not good enough. Bei Yunzhao was also moved. His attainments in formations were not weak, so he might not necessarily have to be a guard. Only Luo Hong was still drinking tea with an unpredictable look on his face, and he seemed to have no such idea at all. Zhu and Kangzi saw the expressions of the three people. Although the words of the beautiful woman in black sounded harsh, it was a good opportunity for him at the moment. It seems that fellow Daoist Bei and fellow Daoist Xiang don't quite believe what fellow Daoist Mao said. I happen to have a few newly refined high-level spiritual talismans on hand. Why don't you take them and have a look? As he said that, Zhu and Kangzi stretched out his hand to his waist and took out 3 talismans with gold background and silver patterns. When Xiangzi and Bei Yunzhao first saw these talismans that were very similar to the ancient spiritual talismans, they were secretly dissatisfied and thought they were underestimated. But when the spiritual talismans were in hand, the two of them couldn't help but reveal a solemn look. They were surprised to find that they couldn't understand the spiritual talisman in their hands at all, but they faintly sensed that it was affecting the surrounding heaven and earth vitality, and a faint sense of threat came from their spiritual perception. The next moment, the two of them looked at each other and saw a little bit of frustration in each other's eyes. Zhu and Kangzi couldn't help but show a little bit of complacency on his face, but when he looked at Luo Hong, he didn't see the look he wanted. Could it be that this fellow Taoist in the human world knows nothing about the way of talismans, so he can't see the wonders of my spiritual talisman? While guessing, Zhu and Kangzi nodded secretly in his heart. Little did he know that Luo Hong not only saw through the spiritual talisman in his hand at a glance, but also found several places that could be improved. It's just as I expected. The way of talismans in the spiritual world all come from the piece of Jink Jade book in the hands of Han Lao Mo. This kind of spiritual talisman has no secrets for me. Senior brother Xiang and the others think it's mysterious, but it's just that the runes of these spiritual talismans have added silver runes that can attract the vitality of heaven and earth so that they feel unfamiliar. But I have the silver talisman cannon in my hand. Within 3 days, I can reproduce and improve this talisman. Thinking of this, Luo Hong shook his wrist and returned the spiritual talisman. Zhu and Kangzi was stunned after receiving it. He had never seen an ascended monk who let go of his talisman so easily. Even those Daoists who were not familiar with the way of talismans would take the opportunity to comprehend something, but this Daoist Luo actually looked a little disdainful. Frowning, Zhu and Kangzi didn't say much. After all, he was good at making talismans. Even if he had the cultivation of the middle stage of the spiritual transformation, he would probably not be Luo Hong's opponent. I originally wanted to send these 3 talismans to the auction. If you two Daoists are interested, I can trade them directly to you. Seeing that the plan was almost ready, Zhu and Kangzi immediately proposed a trade. To be honest, Xiangzi and Bei Yunzhao were really tempted when they heard it. After all, after seeing this talisman, they had clearly realized that the mysteries of the spiritual world were far beyond their imagination. With their abilities, they must have only one way to go, which was to become gods. In this way, this high-level talisman would be extremely useful. However, the two of them also saw Luo Hong returning the talisman without any reluctance. This made them hesitate, and they all looked at Luo Hong. This scene also surprised Zhu and Kangzi and the beautiful woman in black. In their opinion, Luo Hong was the one with the least presence among the 3. His cultivation was not the strongest, he had no background, and he looked ordinary, but how did he suddenly become the backbone of the 3? In fact, Luo Hong was not that important at the moment, but his previous performance left Xiangzi and Bei Yunzhao with the impression that he knew a lot about the spirit world, so they wanted to see his opinion when there was something. My goodness, can I make some noise just by drinking tea? When he first arrived in the spirit world, Luo Hong didn't want to be in the limelight, so he deliberately reduced his presence. But now, he unexpectedly attracted everyone's attention, which made him secretly complain. In this situation, Luo Hong obviously could not play deaf and dumb any longer, so he put down his teacup and said, "We are from the lower realm, and we don't know what realm the talismans in the spiritual world are at. I would like to ask Brother Zhu and Kangzi to teach me something." Hearing this, Xiangzi and Bei Yunzhao's eyes lit up. As long as they understood the realm of talismans, it would not be difficult to judge the value of talismans. Well, there are 3 levels in the realm of talismans. The first is the realm of spiritual talismans. All talismans that mobilize the spiritual energy of heaven and earth belong to this realm. The second is the realm of treasure talismans. Talismans below this realm can mobilize the vitality of heaven and earth. Their power is unpredictable and comparable to spiritual treasures, hence the name. As for the third, it is the legendary realm of mysterious talismans. It is said that it has touched the level of true immortals. I don't know much about it. After a brief account, Zhuang Kangzi straightened his back, smiled complacently at the three people and said, I'm not talented. My talisman realm is just stuck before the treasure talisman realm. Therefore, although I can only refine higher level spiritual talismans, their power is stronger than that of the same level spiritual talismans. The three of you don't have to worry about losing money when trading with me. The probability of ascended monks advancing to the realm of refining emptiness is much higher than that of local gods like them. Zhuang Kangzi will naturally not offend them. He just wants to take the opportunity to exchange for some rare spiritual materials, not to pass off inferior ones as good ones. If we translate the spirit talisman, treasure talisman and mysterious talisman, it should be no law, some law, complete law. These three different levels are the same as the three realms of formation mentioned by Fairy Yin. Just as Luo Hong nodded secretly, Zhang Zili said, Dao Yao, at this level, can't gain a foothold in Shinyuan City with the way of talismans. Doesn't that mean the threshold for talisman makers set by Shinyuan City is the treasure talisman realm? Dao Yao Zhang, don't think that the treasure talisman realm is just a threshold and underestimate it. Most talisman makers with higher cultivation than this poor Taoist are stuck in this realm. Moreover, the further you go in the three realms, the greater the gap between each level. Among 10,000 low-level treasure talisman makers, not necessarily one can break through to the middle level. As far as I know, there is not even a high-level treasure talisman maker in Shinyuan City. If such a person appears in the future, no matter how good his cultivation is, he will surely be able to obtain the same status as those combined elders. Zhuang Kangzi said with a longing look on his face. Then, as if he felt that he had lost face in front of Luo Hong, he thought for a moment, took out a different talisman from the storage bracelet and said, Dao Yao Luo, the three high-level talismans just now are not bad, but this one is the talisman that I have kept in my bottom box. Please appreciate it. This old Taoist, does he have to sell me a talisman today before he will give up? Exclamation mark. Luo Hong was speechless for a while and could only patiently take the talisman. However, this look made him exclaim in surprise. Dao Yao Zhuang Kangzi, how can this be only a broken talisman? You took this talisman out for trading. Do you want me to complete it myself? Luo Hong thought to himself, what a guy. Just when he was about to keep a low profile, he was bullied to the point of being fooled with a broken talisman. Dao Yao Lu, be careful with your words. If you can complete this talisman, I will give it to you directly, no problem. Zhuang Kangzi's face sank when he heard this, and his voice became several points colder. This? Bei Yuntao and Zhang Zili immediately looked embarrassed. However, the beautiful woman in black raised her eyebrows, folded her hands in front of her chest, and showed an interested look. Chapter 853, Treasure Talisman and Question of Heaven. Luo Hong was even more angry after hearing this. He put the broken talisman in his hand heavily on the table, and then grabbed a Mosujin Heo pen with his right hand. With a thought, a can of prepared golden dragon blood flew from the Wanbao bag to the table. Even in the spiritual world, the law of the jungle is emphasized. If the ability is not properly displayed, it will only bring more trouble than exposing the ability. Therefore, Luo Hong immediately planned to compete with Zhuang Kangzi and complete this broken talisman. Of course, he dared to say this because he was 70% to 80% sure. The half-broken talisman that Zhuang Kangzi took out looked quite familiar to Luo Hong. The silver rune in it was not only recorded in the silver talisman ceremony, but also quite similar to the runes on the most powerful stone puppets in the Kunwu Mountain Demon Ceiling Tower. It can be basically determined that the two are from the same lineage, so the method of drawing the missing part of the broken talisman was quickly deduced by Luo Hong. Zhuang Kangzi was dumbfounded when he saw Luo Hong take out the talisman pen and talisman ink without saying anything, and was about to complete the remaining talisman. No, I haven't told you how to make this talisman yet. Why are you doing it now? You don't look like you don't know the way of talismans. Why are you so reckless? Although Zhu Kangzi was angry that Luo Hong looked down on the talisman he had worked so hard to make, he didn't deliberately embarrass Luo Hong and asked him to complete it without showing the refining method. But Luo Hong's move of writing right away really made him confused. Seeing this, the beautiful woman in black on the side also lost her expression of watching the fun and her face became solemn. However, Luo Hong had no intention of caring about the changes in the expressions of the two people at this moment. He had already devoted himself to completing the remaining talisman. This talisman was originally of the gold element, and the blood of the Golden Dragon King was just right as ink. As the tip of the pen moved, silver runes were added to the original remaining talisman, making it gradually reveal its full appearance. But at this moment, Luo Hong suddenly felt awkward and couldn't help but feel that the talisman he had completed only had its form, but not its spirit, which made him really unhappy. Little did he know that Zhu Kangzi was quietly relieved on the side. Although it was amazing enough to complete a broken talisman in a short time just by deduction, the other party finally didn't take the last step, so his old face could be saved. This fellow Luo Daoist is not very conspicuous, but he is actually a high-level spiritual talisman master. It's no wonder that he doesn't think highly of the 3 spiritual talismans I used before. But if he can just complete the form of this talisman so simply, then I have to give him some pointers. The reason why this Zhanglashi talisman was broken, but not destroyed, was that Zhu Kangzi had touched the spirit of this talisman. Although he could also complete the form later, he didn't keep the inspiration of that moment. Even if he completed it, it would be just a dog's tail. He simply kept it half broken, and took it out from time to show off to the talisman masters of the same level. After all, once he gets the spirit of this talisman, he will be considered an advanced treasure talisman master. Haha, Zhu Kangzi, you are showing off your skills this time. At this moment, the voice of the beautiful woman in black suddenly sounded in Zhu Kangzi's soul. Hearing this, Zhu Kangzi couldn't help but frown slightly. He was about to reprimand the other party with the sentence, "Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand," but when he glanced at the nearly completed talisman under Luo Hong's pen, he was shocked. I saw that the charm he left on this talisman had completely disappeared and replaced by a unique charm that he had seen many times but had not been able to master so far. How comfortable. As expected, this kind of power talisman must be matched with the law of power. However, the perception of the law cannot be exposed too much. This time I will use 3/10 of my strength. It is estimated that it will be enough to deal with it. Luo Hong put away the talisman pen with an unsatisfied look and looked up, but saw Zhu Kangzi's expression as if he had seen a ghost. Good guy, just completing a high-level spiritual talisman. Is it necessary to react so strongly? Wait, something seems wrong. How can a high-level spiritual talisman make me want to use the law? Could it be that brother Luo is really a hidden talent? His talisman cultivation has reached the treasure talisman realm. In consideration of today's introduction, you should be cheaper when people ask you to make talismans in the future. The beautiful woman in black was not a talisman maker. Although she was surprised at the moment, she was not shocked. After all, she had heard a lot about ascended monks showing cross-level skills. Today was just the first time she saw it. Originally, she spoke at this time just to build a relationship with a future treasure talisman master, but after she inadvertently revealed her seductive look, she immediately let her magical powers go out of control, and a purple light flashed in her eyes. Seductive technique? Exclamation mark. Luo Hong immediately felt something and thought to himself why these two people were coming for him. Wouldn't the 2 old men next to him be better? Although the other party's cultivation was 1 level higher than his, in terms of spiritual awareness, they were still far behind. I saw a silver light flash in his eyes, and the black-clothed beautiful woman was struck by lightning, and her body trembled violently. It was undoubtedly the backlash of the charm technique. Fortunately, Luo Hong only taught her a lesson, and did not kill her, so she was not injured. This person. What a powerful Yuanshan cultivation. Humph, deliberately hiding your abilities is in line with the behavior of an ascended cultivator, but you have been caught by your sister. The black-clothed beautiful woman smiled instead of being angry, licked her red lips, and teased Luo Hong seductively. This goblin should be from the Sky Fox clan. She probably wants to absorb my essence. Stay away from her. Luo Hong's heart trembled, and he quickly looked away. Although the fox girl is good, it would be a big loss to sacrifice the great Dao for this. What? Treasure talisman realm? Could it be that the one that fellow Daoist Luo completed is not a spiritual talisman, but a treasure talisman? Bei Yunzhao said with a little surprise. In the human world, he had never heard of Luo Hong's achievements in the art of talismans. How come he could surpass the talisman masters in the spirit world? This talisman is called the Green Armor Warrior Talisman. Although it is the easiest to refine among the low-level treasure talismans, it can also enter the treasure talisman hall of Xianyuan City and become a formal talisman master. I have studied for many years, and I only refined a residual talisman once by chance. I didn't expect that fellow Daoist Luo was so proficient in the art of talismans that he could refine a treasure talisman from my residual talisman. I really admire it. After Zuan Kanzi sighed with regret, he bowed to Luo Hong with a face full of shame and said, I'm willing to accept the loss of the bet, and this treasure talisman will be given to fellow Daoist Luo. Dao I are polite. Luo didn't see the specialness of this talisman before, so I misunderstood it. Please forgive me. After thinking carefully, Luo Hong understood Zuan Kanzi's reaction from beginning to end. While secretly thinking that it was careless, he bowed in return. It's okay. It's getting late now. The three of you should go to Feeling Palace to rest for a night. A senior from the city will meet you later. Zuan Kanzi was no longer interested in continuing the transaction, so he followed the procedure. Luo Hong and the other two had just arrived, so they followed the arrangements. Then they were led out of the attic by Yuan and Cultivator in the pavilion. Along the way, the three of them saw countless huge palaces, most of which had closed doors. Silver tadpole prohibitions appeared on the walls, doors and windows, and the divine consciousness could not penetrate at all. Some of them had their doors wide open, allowing people to clearly see the high platforms and golden boats. From time to time, they would also meet the monks patrolling in the city. These monks wore armor of different colors, most of which were black armor, corresponding to Yuan cultivators, and those wearing green armor were the same as them. Afterwards, a monk wearing golden armor flashed from the sky, and his aura was very terrifying. It was the Liangsu cultivator whose lifespan was theoretically infinite. After another 2 hours, the Yuan cultivator who led the way finally stopped in front of a huge palace that was 1,000 feet high. On the door of the palace, that was more than 30 feet high, there was a plaque with the words Feeling Palace written on it. 3 seniors, this is Feeling Palace. Later, you can choose an empty room on the first floor of the palace with your respective restriction tokens. However, since the 3 seniors have not officially joined Xianyuan City, the restrictions on the tokens do not have much authority. It is best for the 3 of you not to move around casually, so as not to accidentally touch the restrictions and cause trouble. After saying that, the Yuan cultivator who led the way bowed and said goodbye, and returned to Feeling to report. Xianyuan City's restrictions are very powerful. Luo Hong and the other two have more or less explored some of them along the way. Of course, they will not ask for trouble at the moment, and honestly choose 3 adjacent houses on the first floor. Not long after sitting in the house, Luo Hong heard 2 sets of footsteps coming from outside the door. He was not surprised at all, and opened the restrictions on the door with a thought. As expected, it was Zhang and Bei Yunzhao who couldn't stay any longer, and came to have a meeting with him. Brother Luo, I didn't expect your Elm of the Way of Talismans to be so high. Now you don't have to serve as a city guard, and can go on an adventure. Zhang said without hiding his envy. Brother Zhang, you are too kind. I'm just good at refining the Hercules talisman. I'm not a treasure talisman master. Luo Hong shook his head and smiled bitterly. He knew his own business. Although refining the Hercules talisman was not difficult for him, it would not be so easy to replace it with other low-level treasure talismans. If you want to exchange the Way of Talismans for the dust extinguishing pill, you must stay in Xianyuan City for 300 years. And Han Lao will ascend to the spirit world in 400 years. By then, the Chaos 10,000 Spirits list will sense the existence of the Zuanshan soul-slaying sword, and the area of the human and demon races will be completely in chaos. Therefore, Luo Hong must leave Xianyuan City as soon as possible, otherwise he will inevitably be involved in this storm. From what fellow Daoist Luo said, you are not going to take up a post at the treasure talisman hall. Baiyang Hao said in surprise. The speed of exchanging the talisman for the dust extinguishing pill is too slow. Although it is dangerous to serve as a Kingming guard, there are more opportunities to make meritorious deeds. Moreover, with fellow Daoist Bei here, we may be able to receive less dangerous tasks. In this way, it will only take about 100 years for us to obtain enough dust extinguishing pills and eliminate this major worry. Luo Hong could not reveal the matter of the Zuanshan soul-slaying sword, so he could only act anxious at the moment. Junior brother Luo is right. If the matter of the dust extinguishing pill is not resolved, our lives will be in the hands of others. Such hidden dangers must be eliminated as soon as possible. Otherwise, if something really happens, I'm afraid that fellow Daoist Bei's little relationship with the Tai sect of the spirit realm will not be able to protect us. Zhang nodded in agreement. However, according to Zuan Kang's introduction, the Kingming guards usually lead a group of black armored guards as captains to carry out missions. It may be difficult for the three of us to get together. Baiyang Hao didn't want to lose a companion, so he didn't dwell on it too much and changed the subject. This matter depends on the relationship of fellow Daoist Bei. The areas that need to be patrolled by the Kingming guards are very large, and several teams need to act separately to ensure that no aliens can sneak in. As long as the three of us are assigned to the same area, the danger will naturally be greatly reduced by helping each other. Moreover, the degree of danger in different areas is also different. Fellow Daoist Bei must pay more attention when the time comes. Luo Hong had planned all this when he was in the human world. After Zuan Kangzi popularized some common sense to them, he was finally able to say it logically. Well, junior brother Luo has thought it through. Fellow Daoist Bei, please take care of it. Zhang Zili looked at Baiyang Hao with a serious look. Of course, Bei will do his best. Baiyang Hao agreed without hesitation. Although he was conceited that he had some means, he could feel more at ease if he had reliable teammates around. After that, the three chatted for a few more words, and Baiyang Hao and Zhang Zili left one after another, so Luo Hong was able to relax. Sitting on the bed, after practicing two great Zaoshan exercises with his mind, Luo Hong's mind moved, and a jade plate on his waist lit up with spiritual light. Then, a beam of light flew out from it, and it took the shape of Yingming. Fellow Daoist Luo, I didn't expect you to ascend so quickly. The spiritual energy in the spiritual world is really rich. I can finally stop suppressing myself all the time. As soon as Yingming appeared, he moved his hands and feet happily, and the aura he exuded rose steadily, and soon surpassed the middle and late stages of the transformation of the spirit. Fortunately, the houses in the Feeling Palace all have powerful restrictions, and even if Yingming releases his own aura with all his strength, it cannot be transmitted to the outside at all. Luo Hong had anticipated Yingming's true cultivation. After all, the cultivation of a spiritual puppet has a lot to do with the spiritual materials used in its refining. With Wenshan Zenran's wealth, it would not be difficult to create a puppet in the late stage of the spiritualization realm if he had put in some effort. Fellow Daoist Yingming, is the senior's soul awake now? Since it has ascended to the spiritual world, I need to sense the location of the senior's main body as soon as possible so that I can decide on the next course of action. Since the day he learned of Wenshan's soul, his condition has been getting worse and worse. Until today, nearly 300 years later, he has been sleeping longer than he is awake. When fellow Daoist Luo just ascended, the master's soul was sensed by a secret method. The aura of the master's main body is far to the east. Even if we fly at full speed, it will take more than 3 years to arrive. Yingming said excitedly. East? More than 3 years of flying? Isn't that deep into the wilderness? Luo Hong was also shocked when he first heard the news. He didn't expect to get news from Wenshan Zenran just after ascending, but then he frowned. The other party's location was really too difficult to reach. The so-called wilderness refers to the mountains and forests that are not occupied by any tribes in the spiritual world. Not only is it extremely vast, but it is also full of dangers. Ferocious beasts at the level of Liangsu often appear. Without the cultivation of the late stage of Huishan, or a map explored by predecessors, most people who step into it will never return. Chapter 854, Spiritual Land and Opportunity. Don't worry, fellow Daoist Luo. The Master's soul has completely fallen asleep after performing the induction secret technique. There is no possibility of waking up within 100 years. Without the help of the Master's soul, we can't find the source of the Master's original breath with a rough location. Therefore, fellow Daoist Luo can first practice in this city to the middle stage of the transformation of the spirit. By then, with fellow Daoist Luo's magical powers and my support, he can barely walk in the wilderness. However, even if it is still asleep, the Master's soul can't hold on for too long. Fellow Daoist Luo must go there within 300 years. Noticing that Luo Hong's face was different, Ming immediately explained. 300 years. It happened to be stuck during my first minor heavenly tribulation. It's really a headache. Luo Hong was silent and didn't answer. Due to the existence of the minor heavenly tribulation, he couldn't wait until the last minute to do this. Otherwise, if he was forced to survive the tribulation in the wilderness, he would be in trouble. If he wanted to leave enough time, his preparations could not be too sufficient. It was too risky for him and Ming to walk in the wilderness alone. He had to bring 2 companions who could not run as fast as him. Well, Luo knows about this matter, and he will definitely settle it within the time limit. Daoist fellow Ming, if possible, it is better not to show up in the future. After all. After pondering for a while, Luo Hong said with a determined mind. I know. Hiding a hand. The Master used to do this often. Otherwise how could I be so ugly? Ming waved his hand and complained a little. Haha, Daoist fellow Ming, you just need to be wronged for a while. In the future, Luo will definitely change your clothes and make sure you look like a real person. Luo Hong still cherished this helper in the late stage of the transformation of the spirit and immediately promised to win him over. It's settled. I'll go back to the Jade Mansion first. I don't know what your incarnation is doing. If I wasn't watching, he would have blown up the Jade Mansion long ago. I can't be out for too long. Before he finished speaking, Ming turned into a beam of light again and flew into a jade pendant on Luo Hong's waist. Seeing this, Luo Hong didn't say much. He put his hands on his knees, closed his eyes and meditated. A day in the spirit world is 3 or 4 times longer than that in the human world. This night is almost equivalent to 2 days in the human world. But for higher level cultivators, 2 days are like a snap of the fingers. When the sky was just getting light outside, Luo Hong, who was meditating and practicing, had his eyelids trembling twice. He felt something in his heart and stood up, took out the forbidden token, and cast a spell at the door. Then the door opened, and a middle-aged cultivator wearing a dark blue Taoist robe with a red vertical line between his eyebrows was standing not far from his door. The next moment, 2 more door opening sounds were heard, and Zhang Zili and Bei Yunzhao walked out one after another. No breath can be detected. This person is a cultivator of the Void Refining sect. Luo Hong's mind flashed, and he stepped out of the room calmly. Are you the ascended cultivator of the Tai sect in the human world? Why don't you practice the authentic Taishang Wukingju of our sect? After glancing at the 3 people, the middle-aged cultivator stopped his gaze on Bei Yunzhao and asked in a stiff and cold voice. Senior, the spiritual energy in the human world is thin, and I didn't inherit the Taishang Wukingju in my early years. After I have achieved success in my cultivation, it is impossible to change my cultivation method. Bei Yunzhao is the founder of his lineage. The Tai sect's fire cultivation method he practiced in his early years is quite conflicting with the Taishang Wukingju, so he can only entrust this regret to future generations. Well, the connection between the human world and the spirit world has been cut off for many years. It is not easy for you to ascend. Meng should not ask too much of you. But if you don't practice the supreme merciless art, you will not be able to comprehend the subsequent wonderful methods of our sect. Before you advance to the refining void stage, our sect can only accept you as an outer disciple. Are you willing? The middle-aged cultivator shook his head and said expressionlessly. Obviously, Zhu and Kangzi contacted the Tai sect of the spirit world after the 3 people left. This middle-aged cultivator is the refining void disciple of Tai sect. Juniors don't want to change sects, so they want to enter Tai sect again. However, the 3 juniors will serve as the Kingming guards in the city. May I ask what we need to pay attention to? It was a good result to be able to get a backer just after arriving in the spirit world. Baiyun's Hao didn't dare to ask too much and asked about the Kingming guards indirectly. This is the rule of Shinyuan City. Although our sect has some power, we cannot directly defy it. If you want to get the dust extinguishing pill, you can only serve as the Kingming guard for a few hundred years, but you don't need to worry too much. It's not your turn to go to a dangerous area like the Fury Swamp. Take this token and present it when you receive the Kingming armor. The Taoist friend in charge of assigning tasks will understand. The middle-aged cultivator came with a mission and did not beat around the bush with Baiyun's Hao. He immediately threw out a token with 3 large silver characters Tai Sect engraved on it. Then, he reached out and took off a golden token from his waist. With a push of his magic power, he asked it to shoot out 3 golden beams of light, which directly sank into the 3 people's forbidden tokens. Meng has granted you the right to walk freely in most areas of Feeling Hall. Later, go to the Yuke Pavilion on the 2nd floor to choose a cave, and then report to the Yilling Hall within a month. All the precautions are in this jade slip. You can circulate it and take a look. Don't violate the prohibition of Shinyuan City, otherwise even our sect can't protect you. After explaining this last sentence, the middle-aged cultivator, who had no expression throughout the whole process, flew away without hesitation. After Luo Hong and the other 2 had been gone for an incense stick, they spontaneously released the soundproof cover and started to communicate. I didn't expect Tai Sect to act so quickly. They sent a cultivator of refining emptiness here. Fellow Daoist Bei should not have to worry about the future. Zhang Zili said enviously. It's just an outer disciple. The sect is willing to take care of him. Most of them are interested in Bei's identity as a first-generation ascended cultivator. The probability of advancing to the refining emptiness in the future is greater. Baiyun's Hao shook his head and smiled bitterly. For today's care, he will definitely pay something in the future. At least, he couldn't refuse the mission from Tai Sect. We can talk about the future later. Our most urgent task now is to obtain a piece of spiritual land to build a cave, so that we can have a foothold in Shinyuan City. Luo Hong knew that Zhang Zili and the others were still a little confused, so he took the initiative to propose. Well, what Luo Jr. brother said makes sense. Then we will go to the Yuke Pavilion first. Zhang Zili nodded slightly. After that, the 3 of them first passed the jade slip around, and then went to the 2nd floor of Feeling Hall. As soon as they entered the 2nd floor, the 3 found that it was much more lively than the 1st floor. It was like a giant market. There was an endless stream of cultivators coming and going, and most of them were wearing yellow and black armor. That is, cultivators in the Jinden and Yuanying stages. According to the Jade Slip, Feeling Hall is a special hall for ascended cultivators. No wonder most of the cultivators who come and go are guards. Of course, among these ascended monks, there are only a handful of first-generation ascended monks like Luo Hong and his group. Most of them are descendants of the first-generation ascended monks, and have been practicing in Shinyuan City since childhood. The contact point given by the Black Phoenix Demon King's soul is in this Feeling Palace. I think she had expected me to come here at that time. I will go and see it, after choosing the spiritual place. Thinking of this, Luo Hong and Zhang Zili came to the door of Yuke Pavilion together. After taking a look at this 3-story attic, the 3 of them stepped into it in no particular order, and then saw a hall that was dozens of feet long and wide. There were more than a dozen black armored monks surrounding a huge screen in the center. In front of the screen, stood an old man who had transformed into a god with a smile on his face. After all, unless it is the first time to select a spiritual land, you have to make a considerable offering every time you participate in the competition, so you need to be rational. Hearing this, some of the black armored monks showed hesitation on their faces. It was obvious that they had heard the news and were heading for Yuksha Mountain. Luo Hong glanced at the screen and found that most of the numbers on the mountains and rivers were above 3, which meant that at least they had to face competition from the other 2 people. This spiritual land might not be so easy to get. Speaking of spiritual land, there is a place in Kyanglei Mountain that is related to a piece of Jink Jade book that records the secret art of refining weapons and the 100 meridians refining treasures art, which cannot be missed. But the spiritual energy in that spiritual land is very thin, which is not suitable for my way of cultivation. I can't simply occupy that piece of spiritual energy and then search slowly, otherwise it will delay my breakthrough to the middle stage of the spiritualization and affect the subsequent plans. Just as Luo Hong's thoughts turned, a bright-eyed girl had already greeted them. Is this the first time for the 3 seniors to come to Yuke Pavilion? The first floor is for receiving Yuanying seniors. The spiritual world suitable for Huashan seniors can only be selected on the second floor. Seeing that a mere female cultivator of foundation building actually saw through their cultivation, Zhang and the others could not help but be surprised. Seniors, don't be surprised. Although my cultivation is low, I have the spiritual pressure plate equipped in the pavilion, which can tell the cultivation of the 3 seniors. If you want to choose a spiritual place immediately, please follow me upstairs. The bright-eyed female cultivator smiled sweetly and extended her hand to lead them. Luo Hong and the other 2 would not refuse. Soon they followed the bright-eyed female cultivator to the second floor of Yuke Tower. Although the area here is smaller than the first floor, the environment is more elegant. There is also a screen, but the purple-robed man sitting cross-legged in front of the screen is actually a virtual cultivator. Seeing that there was a void refining cultivator sitting here, Luo Hong and the other 2 couldn't help but become reserved. They immediately followed the example of the other 2 people on the second floor, chose a chair to sit down, and carefully studied the spiritual land on the screen. After a moment, the bright-eyed girl spoke again respectfully. Since the 3 seniors are coming to Yuke Pavilion for the first time, why don't I introduce the differences between these spiritual veins to facilitate the selection of the 3 seniors? Well, tell me in detail. Bei Yunzhao instructed very skillfully. Yes. This screen contains 3 spiritual veins near Xianyuan City. Among them, Killer Mountain in the middle has the most spiritual energy. It is also the place with the most caves of the predecessors of the god transformation, and it produces several special spiritual medicines. In recent years, 2 predecessors of the god transformation in this spiritual vein did not survive the heavenly tribulation and unfortunately fell to their deaths, and another one died of exhaustion. Therefore, 3 spiritual lands were vacated, which became the most fiercely contested place this time. Another spiritual vein called Xianyuan Mountain is a little worse. The spiritual energy cannot be compared with Killer Mountain, but it can also meet the cultivation needs of the predecessors of the god transformation. As for the last Qianglei Mountain, it was originally a spiritual land for the cultivation of Yuanying cultivators, and it was not long ago that it was assigned to the predecessors of the god transformation for use. Although the range of the spiritual veins obtained here is extremely large, the spiritual energy is really poor, which will slow down the cultivation speed of the predecessors of the god transformation, but no one fights for it. The bright-eyed female cultivator was very familiar with the information about the spiritual veins, and immediately introduced them like a treasure. Well, you are very responsible. You can take this bottle of medicine. Bei Yunzhao nodded repeatedly, and threw out a jade bottle. Thank you for the medicine, senior. I won't bother you anymore. The bright-eyed female cultivator held the jade bottle in her hand, bowed and retreated with a happy face. Soon, many beautiful female cultivators who were also maids gathered around enviously, and whispered to each other. Haha, there are 3 spiritual lands vacant in Killer Mountain. It's a coincidence. Fellow Daoist Bei, junior brother Luo, I wonder if you 2 would like to compete for one. Zhang said a little bit. Although Zhang obtained the normal lifespan of a spirit transforming cultivator of 3000 years, after ascending to the spirit world, he still had a tight schedule to advance to the refining realm in the remaining 1000 years. As for the spiritual land used for cultivation, he certainly wanted the best. This may be God's will. Since brother Zhang is willing to compete, then Bei will definitely accompany him. It's just right to weigh the weight of fellow spiritualists in the spiritual world, so that it will be convenient for future actions. Bei Yunzhao and Zhang had the same problem, so they naturally would not refuse at the moment. In this case, Luo Hong must not be timid. After all, tigers will not be with rabbits. If he wants to support these 2 people in the future, he must take some actions. Luo has no problem. But among the 3 spiritual lands, Luo wants the one on the easternmost side. I hope brother Bei and brother Zhang will give it up. The spiritual land on the easternmost side is closest to Qianglei Mountain. Luo Hong is obviously planning for the Golden Palace Jade Book. The spiritual land on the eastern side has the worst spiritual energy among the three. How can Bei feel embarrassed when brother Luo gives it up like this? Bei Yunzhao showed a look of surprise on his face and asked the reason in a tactful way. It's not that I'm giving it up, but the spiritual land on the easternmost side is the largest, which is convenient for Luo to set up the formation. Luo Hong smiled and shook his head and explained. Chapter 855, The Battle for Spiritual Land. Haha, Bei forgot that fellow Daoist Luo is particularly good at formations, and it seems that he has already made some arrangements for his spiritual land. Bei thinks that these three spiritual lands are all good, and he doesn't want any in particular. What do you think, fellow Daoist Ziyang? Although Bei Yunzhao felt that Luo Hong was hiding something, he was not stupid enough to continue asking in depth. So he shifted his gaze and asked, I'm interested in the spiritual, or produced in the spiritual land in the south, so let's choose that one. Ziyang Zili looked at the green screen and touched his chin. After that, the three of them looked at each other, then stood up together and went towards the purple-robed man. Holding his own forbidden token in his hand, Bei Yunzhao took the initiative to take the lead, bowed and said, Senior, we have already chosen the spiritual land, please register it. Use the forbidden token yourself, and tap lightly on the spiritual land. The purple-robed man glanced at the forbidden tokens in the hands of the three people, and couldn't see what secret technique he used, so he confirmed the identities of the three people, and gave a light order. Luo Hong and the other two bowed slightly upon hearing this, and then each of them lightly tapped on the spiritual land they had chosen. Suddenly, the numbers on the three spiritual lands in Kilung Mountain became 4, 6, 6, which was particularly conspicuous compared to the other spiritual lands with only 2 or 3. Seeing this, the other spiritual cultivators on the second floor could not help but frown. Some of them were hesitating whether to compete for the spiritual land in Kilung Mountain, and some had already chosen a spiritual land and stayed here to observe their competitors so that they could make corresponding preparations before the fight. At this moment, seeing that these three spiritual cultivators in the early stage of spiritual transformation had chosen the spiritual land in Kilung Mountain together, they could not help but cast surprised and scrutinizing eyes. It seems that among the incarnation cultivators on the second floor, there is someone who has a close relationship with the purple-robed man. Seeing this, he snorted coldly and said, these three fellow Taoists are all first-generation ascended cultivators. If you don't want to wait another 100 years, you should deal with Jiao seriously. Luo Hong and the other two were dissatisfied when their identities were directly revealed, but they naturally couldn't get angry at this moment. They just cursed in their hearts. May I ask, Senior, when will the battle for the spiritual land begin, and what should we pay attention to? Bei Yunzhao asked again on behalf of the three. He acted like this, of course, not because of his temperament, but the result of the three of them discussing it. After all, they will rely on Tai sect for support in the future. It is undoubtedly the most appropriate for Bei Yunzhao to be the leader in front of outsiders. The battle will be held at Guanwu Pavilion on the second floor of Feeling Hall at noon 3 days later. If you are late by 1 hour on that day, you will be disqualified. There are almost no restrictions during the battle. As long as you do not leave the restricted area, any means can be used. No matter how many people compete for the same spiritual land, they will fight 2 by 2, and the final winner will get the spiritual land. In addition, although there will be fellow Liangsu to supervise the battle for the spiritual land, he will never make a move. Therefore, if you feel that you are defeated, it is better to admit defeat as soon as possible. There have been cases of transformation cultivators falling because of this in the past. The purple-robed man said without any emotion. Thank you, Senior. After Luo Hong and the other two thanked him at the same time, they turned around and went down to the second floor. In the following half a day, more transformation cultivators went up to the second floor one after another, but when they saw that the spiritual land of Kilung Mountain was so fiercely contested, they couldn't help but shake their heads and chose the spiritual land of the other two spiritual veins. There were only 2 divine transformation cultivators, 1 man and 1 woman, who stayed from the day the pavilion opened to the day it closed. After everyone else left, the female cultivator in the early stage of divine transformation suddenly stood up and complained to the purple-robed man in a very familiar manner. It's really a bad year. I asked my third brother to tell my fortune before I came here, and the hexagram for good luck showed that there were 3 first generation ascended cultivators. It seems that he told it the wrong way. Your third brother learned the art of divination when he had some free time, so it's not surprising that he got this result. You've been sitting there for so long. Have you decided which spiritual land you've chosen? Apart from the 3 first generation ascended cultivators, there aren't any tricky people this time. The purple robed man's attitude towards the woman in yellow was completely different from that of others. At this moment, he actually showed a gentle smile on his face. Uncle, I know my own abilities. If I really fight against those 3 Daoists, who have gone through so much trouble to ascend from the lower realm, I'm afraid I won't be able to survive even 10 rounds, and will have to admit defeat. Therefore, I have to listen to Daoist Zyro's opinion on this matter. After all, my niece is counting on him for this battle for the spiritual land. The yellow-clothed girl smiled flatteringly while looking at the handsome man beside her. Judging from his cultivation, he is already at the peak of the middle stage of the spiritualization realm, and is only 1 step away from advancing to the late stage of the spiritualization realm. Senior Gyro. This handsome man seemed to be a rather taciturn person. Even if he was mentioned, he only simply greeted the purple-robed man. Young friend Zyro's cultivation is much higher than those 3 people, and he has the spiritual treasure passed down by brother Liu in his hand. He has a chance of winning against any of the 3 people. But for the sake of convenience, it's better to pick Luo Hong. The purple-robed man did not show any dissatisfaction with the silence of the male cultivator surnamed Zyro, but instead suggested without the airs of a cultivator of the void refining realm. But upon hearing this, the male cultivator surnamed Zyro frowned, as if he had some different opinions. Zyro, do you have other plans? The purple-robed man immediately noticed the sharpness of the spiritual sense of the cultivators of the void refining sect and asked, that Luo Hong makes me feel a little uncomfortable. Can we change to another spiritual place? Anyway, the one he picked is not the best. The explanation given by the male cultivator surnamed Zyro was a little difficult to understand, but the spiritual sense of the cultivators was mysterious, so his statement was quite normal. Haha, Zyro, you are indeed brother Liu's disciple. You can see the extraordinariness of Luo Hong. Gyro originally planned to give you this treasure later, but now I can only do it in advance. The purple-robed man laughed when he heard this, flipped his palm, and took out a painted face mask, covering the heart. Uncle, why do you suddenly want to lend this treasure to Zyro Daoil? I took the initiative to lend it to you before, and you didn't even give me a chance. The woman in yellow asked in surprise. HMPH. You borrowed the treasure for fun the last time, so Gyro will not let you have your way. But this time it is about the spiritual land where you practice, which is a serious matter among serious matters, so it is very different. After scolding the yellow-clothed woman, the purple-robed man relaxed his tone and continued that Luo Hong is the most hidden person among the 3. His spiritual consciousness realm is far beyond his own cultivation. He must have painstakingly practiced a profound Yuanshan technique. If you don't know it in advance, even a cultivator in the middle stage of the transformation of the spirit will easily lose to him. The first generation of ascended cultivators is indeed worthy of their reputation. Ah, so powerful? Then why did we choose the spiritual land he chose? The yellow-clothed woman was shocked at first, and then asked in confusion. P.S. I have relatives staying at home today. I thought everyone would find activities after lunch. I didn't expect my aunt to bring a bag of magic, and I didn't expect them to be so energetic and play 2 games in a row. It's too lively, there are only so many today. Forgive me. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 856 Black Flame Tower. Stupid. Luo Hong is powerful, but are the other 2 just ordinary people? Compared with the 2 unknown beings, Luo Hong, who has exposed his trump card, is much easier to deal with. After all, he is just powerful in spiritual awareness, and there is no need to be afraid of him, as long as he wears a mask to cover his heart. The purple-robed man immediately scolded. The yellow-clothed woman did not dare to speak, with a little grievance on her face, and a little dissatisfied in her heart. In her opinion, the reason why the purple-robed man chose Luo Hong was the number of people competing for the spiritual land. For the cultivators of the void refining realm, although there are many flexible rules in Shinyuan City, they cannot be violated openly, otherwise they will be reported to the Elders Council, and will inevitably be killed as a warning to the monkeys. The purple-robed man can influence the order of the battle for the spiritual land through his own connections, but he cannot let the yellow-clothed woman sit back and enjoy the fruits of her labor. She must also participate in the battle. According to the rules of 2-on-2 battles, in a battle with a large number of people, the obstacles that the Zio monk can help her clear are limited. If she wants to obtain the spiritual land, she must defeat 1 or 2 people in person. For example, if she chooses to compete for Luo Hong's spiritual land, the number of people participating in the competition will immediately become 6, so she must survive the first round, and then the purple-robed man will arrange for her to have a bye among the remaining 3. Finally, after the Zio monk solves the last competitor, he will deliberately lose to her, so that the ownership of the spiritual land can be obtained. If she chooses the 2 spiritual lands of Xiangzi and Baiantao, the number of people competing will be 8, and there will be 4 people left in the second round. The purple-robed man must bribe 2 spiritual masters, which is undoubtedly a lot of work. After all, the spiritual masters who dare to compete for the Killer Mountain spiritual land are more or less powerful. Even if he is a virtual cultivator, he cannot easily squeeze the other party in Shinyuan City. He must show the other party benefits that will tempt him. Although the cultivator surnamed Zio had heard of the great reputation of the heart-covering mask in resisting divine consciousness and supernatural powers, his brows still did not relax after receiving the treasure, as if he was not worried about Luo Hong's extraordinary Yuanshan realm. However, he also knew the reason that the yellow-clothed female cultivator thought of, and knew that he could not make the purple-robed man change his mind, so he didn't say anything at the moment. Then, under the purple-robed man's command, the yellow-clothed female cultivator used the forbidden token to register on the screen. Compared with the bustling second floor, the third floor of Feeling Hall seemed much quieter, and most of the cultivators who came and went covered their faces, each of them pretending to be 1,000 miles away. This is because the third floor is full of auction houses or shops established by major forces in the spiritual world, and it is also the place where good things can be found in Feeling Hall. And killing people for treasures is not new in any world of immortal cultivation, and the cultivators who come here naturally have to pay attention to not showing off their wealth. Luo Hong was walking on the street at this time, also wearing an iron mask. After leaving Yuke Pavilion, the 3 of them dispersed and went about their own business. In order to establish a trading channel with the Demon Clan as soon as possible, Luo Hong immediately went to the Black Phoenix Clan's contact point in Feeling Palace. Black Flame Tower, this is it. In front of a building that looked like a tower, Luo Hong looked up at the plaque on the door and said to himself. However, before he entered the door, he stopped his steps with a sense of something in his heart, and then took off the forbidden token from his waist and sensed it carefully. Strange. How come there are suddenly 2 more contenders in the end? Could it be that the spiritual land I chose also hides some treasure? It turned out that Luo Hong had sensed the variables of the battle for the spiritual land 3 days later, which led to his strange reaction just now. At this time, he secretly complained. Although he had doubts in his heart, Luo Hong had no way to investigate at the moment. After a moment of silence, he could only put the matter aside for the time being, and stepped into the Black Flame Tower. Just after passing through the restriction at the door, a female cultivator with a few green feathers on her cheeks came to meet him. Luo Hong scanned with her spiritual sense and found that the other party was an avian demon cultivator in the early stage of transformation. Is this human elder here to participate in the auction? These few days are the auction held once 100 years in our building. If you have other things to do, please come back another day. The green feather demon cultivator bowed slightly and said neither servilely nor arrogantly. I wonder how many days your building's auction will last? Luo Hong asked calmly. There are only 2 days left, and the finale has not been auctioned yet. If you want to participate, you only need to pay a high-level spirit stone. The green feather demon cultivator explained with a little enthusiasm, as if he really wanted to pull Luo Hong into the venue. Here, take me in. If it's 2 days, then he won't miss the battle for the spirit land 3 days later. Naturally, Luo Hong would not refuse to take the opportunity to see the auction of the spirit world, and immediately threw out a high-level spirit stone. Yes, senior, please follow me. The Kingayu female cultivator's face flashed with joy. She put away the spirit stone and led Luo Hong. Afterwards, Luo Hong followed her into a dark passage. His spiritual sense was bounced back by the prohibition in the passage. As soon as he checked, he immediately felt a chill in his heart and did not make any unnecessary movements. Soon after turning into a small road on the right, the Kingayu demon cultivator stopped in front of a tightly closed door, reached out and took out a jade pendant from his storage bag and said, "Senior, the slight blocking pendant, combined with the formation of this building, can prevent the cultivators of the void refining sect from detecting your breath. Please accept it. Yes, your building is thoughtful. Since it can conceal the perception of the cultivators of the void refining sect, it is indeed safe to auction. Maybe this time there will be some unexpected gains." Luo Hong thought so. After wearing the light blocking pendant on his waist, the Kingayu demon cultivator sacrificed the token, cast a spell towards the door, and then respectfully opened the door. Behind the door, it was still dark, and the auction venue could not be seen, and the divine sense could not detect anything. Luo Hong thought that he had the secret technique of splitting the soul of the Black Phoenix Demon King in his hand, so he was not afraid of any traps, and walked into the door. The next moment, a space wave came, and instantly moved Luo Hong to a house. It turned out that there was a teleportation array in the door. The house was only 3 or 4 feet long and wide, with walls on 3 sides, and one side was empty. There was nothing extra in the house, except a jade table, a bamboo chair, and a black array plate. Through the missing wall, Luo Hong could clearly see other similar houses. They were all flying in the air, and there were hundreds of them. Below these flying stone houses was a huge hall of 1,000 feet, with more than 1,000 cultivators sitting around, most of whom were demons, and human cultivators were rarely seen. There was a clear boundary between the 2 sides, and it looked very clear. Judging from the partial appearance of those demon cultivators, they should all be in the transformation stage. Suddenly, Luo Hong realized that the green stone houses in the air were prepared for the divine transformation cultivators, and it was self-evident what realm the beings sitting in the completely different red stone houses above were in. In the center of the hall was the auction table, and at this moment, a female cultivator of the Black Phoenix clan in the middle stage of the divine transformation was introducing an auction item. An auction held by the Black Phoenix clan can attract hundreds of divine transformation cultivators and cultivators of the refining void above 10 fingers. This spiritual world is really full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The number of high-level cultivators is something that cultivators in the human world dare not even think about. Seeing this scene, Luo Hong couldn't help but sigh. The progress of the auction and the Black Flame Tower was not affected by Luo Hong's arrival. After selling an auction item at hand, the female cultivator of the Black Phoenix clan cast a spell on the ground under her feet, and a magic weapon in the shape of an incense burner emerged. My fellow Taoists, this auction item has a great origin. It is a spiritual treasure made by Master Kai in imitation of the Mitian furnace on the Chaos 10,000 spirits list. I believe you all know how powerful it is, so I won't go into details here. The starting price of the Mixin furnace is 3 million spiritual stones, and each bid must not be less than 300,000 spiritual stones. The auction was in its last 2 days, and it actually had little to do with the Yuanian cultivators in the hall. The transaction price of each auction item was more than 5 million spiritual stones, which was not a fortune that a Yuanian cultivator could have. At this time, the Shenhua cultivators in the Phetian stone house seemed to be excited when they heard the names of Master Kai and Mitian furnace. They shouted one after another, causing the bidding price of the Mixin furnace to soar rapidly and soon doubled. Luo Hong was sitting on a bamboo chair at this time, quietly watching the lively scene. Not only did he not have the slightest intention of bidding, but his thoughts flew elsewhere. The so-called Chaos 10,000 Spirits list is a strange object born from the heavenly way of the spirit world. As long as a race occupies a certain area in the spirit world, a piece of strange stone will fall from the sky. On this strange stone, the Chaos 10,000 Spirits list is printed. The list records the top 100 Tangshan Lingbao in the spirit world, as well as all Zuanshan Lingbao. If there is a slight change, the ranking will be updated immediately. Just looking at the Tangshan Lingbao on the list, there are only 100 pieces in such a large spirit world that can be on the list, and you can know how valuable it is. No wonder it attracts many cultivators with a little fame. With such a good advertisement, it seems that the way of refining equipment should be the most promising among the miscellaneous studies in the spirit world, and it is worth studying. Good wine is afraid of being hidden in a remote alley, but as long as it is on the Chaos 10,000 Spirits list, it can't be concealed. After this, Luo Hong wanted to get the Golden Palace Jade Book at Kyanglei Mountain even more. Just as he was thinking, the mixing furnace was bought by a cultivator in the Greenstone, housed at the price of 8 million spirit stones. However, due to the restrictions of the stone house, no one could see the face of this spirit cultivator, let alone sense his breath. After the mixing furnace, the female cultivators of the Black Phoenix clan successively took out several elixirs suitable for the middle stage of the spirit cultivator, among which there was even a bottle of extremely precious real toad spirit liquid, which did not cool the atmosphere of the venue. However, Luo Hong was not tempted by these spiritual medicines. Pills have never been a necessity for him. Instead of spending a lot of spirit stones on buying pills, it is better to use them as funds to develop the second generation of the 5 Evils Gathering Spirit Array. After the spirit stage, the cultivation of the immortal cultivators will revolve around the vitality of heaven and earth. The original 5 Evils Gathering Spirit Array can only act on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, so it is naturally no longer applicable. Although he has not made any bids, Luo Hong has not gained nothing so far. At least he has roughly understood the prices of goods in the spirit world. The price of spiritual objects suitable for the early stage of the spiritualization is mostly below 1 million spiritual stones. Ordinary goods are estimated to be only 500,000 or 600,000 spiritual stones, equivalent to 50 or 60 high-level spiritual stones. Luo Hong has no pressure to spend on this kind of spiritual objects. At the middle stage of the spiritualization, the value of spiritual objects will soar several times to about 3 million. The same is true for the late stage of the spiritualization. Don't think about getting a good thing without 8 million spiritual stones. Once you reach the level of the void refining, no matter what spiritual object it is worth more than 10 million spiritual stones. Even if you have been mining for nearly 100 years, you have to grit your teeth to get it. As the auction items were sold one by one, the Black Flame Tower auction had unknowingly come to an end. The female cultivator of the Black Phoenix clan suddenly looked serious and said to the cultivators, "Next, the finale of this auction is the main cultivation method left by a senior in the late stage of the fusion." Hearing this, the cultivators in the venue couldn't help but stir up a commotion. The cultivators in the late stage of the fusion are second only to the Mahayana cultivators, and they are all famous figures. Even if you get the other party's skills, it is unlikely that you can cultivate to the other party's realm, but this does not weaken the value of this skill at all, and it is completely worthy of the finale of this auction. Luo Hong was also very interested when he heard this, and he couldn't help but sit up a little, with an expectant look on his face. In his opinion, cultivating immortals is undoubtedly walking on 2 legs. One is to condense the energy of magic power, which is the case with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the vitality of heaven and earth. The other is to reconcile energy and turn it into a means of self-use, that is, the skills. Although Luo Hong has not yet formally studied the former, with the results of previous research on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, it is believed that it is not difficult to figure out the vitality of heaven and earth that is closely related to it. The latter is more difficult to do. After all, the spiritual world is different from the human world. The spiritual energy here is abundant, and any skills can be practiced, so the value of the skills is much greater than that of the human world. Luo Hong wants to deduce the Great 5-element Tang Shengju and the Wuliang Zhenhe Gong, which cannot do without a large number of high-level skills to provide data support. Originally, he had secretly planned to start with a practice at the level of refining emptiness. Now he was expected to obtain a practice at the late stage of fusion. It would be best to have a bird's eye view. As long as it's an orthodox 5-element practice, I have to fight for it. Luo Hong thought to himself. In other words, the Taoist who obtains this jade slip may very well cultivate the original version of the Great Circulation Extinction Divine Needle, and its value is self-evident. Therefore, the starting price is 12 million spirit stones, and each increase in price must not be less than 1 million. Chapter 857 Undercurrent. The Yin-Yang Transformation Technique? How could it be this technique? Logically, this technique should have appeared 400 years later. After learning the origin of the technique, Luo Hong was shocked. This yin-yang transformation technique is related to a conspiracy that the True Spirit family has laid out since ancient times. When it first appeared in the original time and space, the Yi family, the True Spirit family, that inherited the blood of the heavenly phoenix, and the family with the strongest blood in the contemporary era, fell into the trap. If it weren't for the intervention of the old demon Han, the Long family, who was behind this conspiracy, could have successfully seized a portion of the heavenly phoenix blood and merged it with the blood of the true dragon inherited by his Long family to create a peerless genius. Fellow Daoist Zaro, I don't know to what extent the technique in your jade slip is incomplete. If we don't know this, it will be difficult for us to offer a price. Just after the female cultivator of the Black Phoenix clan finished her introduction, a hoarse voice came from a greenstone house. To be honest, the techniques in the jade slips are very incomplete. Except for the techniques before the nascent soul stage, which are complete. The techniques for the subsequent stages of the spiritualization, refining void, and combination stages are almost incomplete. However, the techniques for practicing the Great Circulation Extinction Needle are complete. By comprehending the techniques of the previous stages, one can also comprehend the true wonder of this magical power. Therefore, this item is very suitable for fellow Taoists who do not want to change their techniques and only want to cultivate a stunning magical power. It depends on who has such courage. Although the female cultivator of the Black Phoenix clan did not directly display the techniques, she spoke so confidently, with clear pros and cons. In addition, the Black Flame Tower's past reputation can convince people. The most important thing is that the Great Circulation Extinction Needle is indeed famous enough that, as soon as she finished speaking, a refining void cultivator in the Redstone House offered a bid, 15 million. Although there were refining void cultivators who made a move, the spiritualization cultivators did not have to worry too much here. At that moment, 3 bids were heard from the Greenstone House in succession. 16 million. 18 million. 20 million. The bidding outside was lively, but Luo Hong was still hesitant, stroking his chin. The senior who created the yin-yang transformation technique called himself Five Spirits True Lord. Just by hearing this name, we know that he is proficient in the way of the 5 element. The skills he created must be the kind that Luo Hong needs to learn from the most. There is no doubt that this skill is very tempting to Luo Hong. As for the Great Zhaoshan Extinction Needle, he doesn't think much of it. After all, whether it is the power of heaven and earth or the great 5-element magnetic light, Luo Hong is confident that he will not lose to the other party. However, for now, the Long family is really a behemoth, and it is too dangerous to get involved in the conspiracy of this True Spirit family. If the Peacock True Blood is exposed again, he will either be captured by some True Spirit family to be a son-in-law, or simply be drained of blood and die miserably. We must not be lucky. The appearance of the yin-yang transformation technique in the Black Flame Tower must be related to the Long family. Although the Black Flame Tower is backed by the Black Phoenix clan, the auctions held in this tower are still not as many as the super large auctions held in Shinyuan City. The Long family deliberately chose this kind of auction, which is neither big nor small, and they are probably deliberately laying bait to lure their target to Shinyuan City. Therefore, they deliberately downplayed the yin-yang transformation technique itself, and instead highlighted the Great Circulation Extinction Divine Needle, taking advantage of the mentality of picking up leaks. In this way, it doesn't matter who bid for this jade slip. What matters is that this jade slip appeared in Shinyuan City. To be more precise, it is the owner of this jade slip who appeared in Shinyuan City. After a careful analysis, Luo Hong finally decided to take action. After all, the matter of the technique should not be delayed for too long. Otherwise, even if he has reached the level of cultivation, he will not be able to advance to the middle stage of the spiritualization. Thinking of this, Luo Hong's eyes suddenly focused, and after changing his voice with his magic power, he immediately made a bid. 30 million spirit stones. 30 million spirit stones. The Taoist friend number 68 bid 30 million spirit stones. He raised the price by 5 million spirit stones at once. It seems that this Taoist friend is determined to win. The voice of the female cultivator of the Black Phoenix clan suddenly rose 3 degrees, leading the atmosphere. Humph. 32 million. The next moment, a cold snort came from the redstone house above, and Luo Hong competed head-on with him. However, Luo Hong was not surprised by this, because the necessary condition for advancing to the refining void was to have all 5 elements. The other party had the basic conditions for practicing the Great Zaoshan Extinction Needle, so it was natural for him to be willing to bid 35 million. Luo Hong would never easily change the matter that had been decided, and immediately raised the price sharply. The void refining cultivator was obviously very angry at Luo Hong's act of disobeying his superiors. Although he was a little furious at the moment, he at least took his status into consideration and did not curse or question anything. After the high price of 35 million, no one in the venue bid anymore. The Black Phoenix clan female cultivator waited for a few breaths and directly announced that the finale item was sold. Then, just like before, a demon cultivator from the Black Flame Tower came to the Bluestone house where Luo Hong was and made an on-the-spot transaction. I don't know if it was a coincidence or a rule, but the person who came was the Kingayu demon cultivator who brought him into the venue. Senior, the item is here. Do you want to check it? No need, this is a spirit stone. Luo Hong took the exquisite jade box containing the jade slip in his hand and threw out a storage bag. The Kingayu demon cultivator didn't dare to be as generous as Luo Hong. Even if she sold herself, she couldn't afford the 35 million spirit stones, so she counted them carefully. Since Luo Hong had prepared only high-level spirit stones in her storage bag, 35 million was only 3,500 pieces, so Kingayu Yaoxiu counted them very quickly. After only 3 breaths, she looked up in surprise and said, Senior, there are 3 more high-level spirit stones. The consciousness of a spirit transforming cultivator is so powerful that he would naturally not be unable to count them. Kingayu Yaoxiu knew without asking that the other party did it on purpose. And this was exactly what she was surprised and puzzled about. This is a reward for you. Zuo has a mine at home. There is not much else, but the spirit stones are endless. Luo Hong said in a very prodigal way. When the cultivators in the meeting heard this, their expressions changed one after another. Although most of them were envious and jealous, many of them shrank their pupils and showed a look of fear. Compared with the human world, the spirit world is not short of top quality spirit stone mines, but it is also not short of high level cultivators. Therefore, it is impossible for a cultivator of the divine transformation realm to occupy a high quality spiritual stone mine in the spiritual world. All spiritual stone mines above the highest quality are in the hands of cultivators of the combined body or forces with cultivators of the combined body in charge. Luo Hong bluntly said that his family had a mine, which was tantamount to saying that there was a cultivator of the combined body behind him. Although this could not completely dispel the covetous hearts of others, it could also deter most of the guys who had evil intentions. After all, high quality spiritual stones could not be fake. Thank you, Senior. The Kingayu demon cultivator was overjoyed when he heard this. After thanking him, he fled back to the center of the hall and handed the storage bag to the female cultivator of the Black Phoenix clan. At this point, the auction of the Black Flame Tower was officially over. As soon as the female cultivator of the Black Phoenix clan announced it, the forbidden spiritual light lit up under the cultivators, and Luo Hong immediately sensed a chaotic space fluctuation. Is this a small-scale random teleportation? The teleportation array has been opened. All you Daoists need to do is take off your light shielding pendant, and you will randomly appear in a house on the first floor of Feeling Hall. Before the female cultivator of the Black Phoenix clan finished speaking, a cultivator who had previously participated in the auction of the Black Flame building took off the light shielding pendant on his waist, and then a flash of spiritual light appeared under his feet, and his figure disappeared without a trace. Afterwards, the spiritual light of the teleportation in the hall kept flashing, and soon the hall was empty. The female cultivator of the Black Phoenix clan couldn't help but feel relieved when she saw this. She had been hosting the auctions continuously for the past few days, and her mind had been exhausted. But before she stepped down from the high platform, she suddenly stopped, looked back and said in the air, "Dao, do you have anything else to do?" It turned out that Luo Hong was playing with the light shielding pendant in her hand at the moment, and did not teleport away. "Zuo has something to do, and wants to see the owner of your building. I wonder if you can introduce me?" Luo Hong asked bluntly. "My name is Luo Hong, and I'm the owner of the Black Flame Tower." When she introduced herself, Luo Hong, who was wearing a black dress, took a step forward and instantly moved to the greenstone house where Luo Hong was. Then she said, "What do you want to see me for, fellow Daoist Zuo? Please speak frankly." While asking, Luo Hong used her spiritual sense to detect Luo Hong. The heart-blocking pendant naturally would not affect her, the owner of the Black Flame Tower, but with her late-stage transformation of the spirit, she still could not clearly sense Luo Hong's cultivation, which made her look more solemn. "Zuo, the owner of the Black Flame Tower, take a look at this." Although the owner of the Black Flame Tower was an unexpected acquaintance, Luo Hong did not show it. She curled the corners of her mouth under the mask and suddenly opened her right palm. Suddenly, a mini black phoenix flew out, circled around, and then exploded with a bang. The light spots fell, and formed a complicated symbol in the palm of Luo Hong's hand. Seeing this, Luo Hong's eyes widened, and she looked at Luo Hong in shock and said, "You are the newly sent Black Phoenix envoy. A human. Is there any problem? Zuo should not be the first human Black Phoenix envoy, right?" Luo Hong had asked about the general situation of the Black Phoenix envoy when he was in the human world, otherwise he would not have run to the Black Flame Tower so confidently. That being said, for a human cultivator like Brother Zuo who comes from a noble family, would the elders in your family be willing to let you marry into their family? Luo Hong stared at Luo Hong with a strange look. Although the other party did not say it too clearly, Luo Hong knew, as soon as he heard it, that those human Black Phoenix envoys must have a special relationship with the demon cultivators of the Black Phoenix clan, which is why they can be exceptions. This was something he had not known before. Fellow Daoist Zuo, there is no need to worry about this matter. Since Zuo has shown the secret symbol, according to the rules, you should take Zuo into the inner building. Luo Hong knew that he could not explain it clearly, so he simply did not explain it. Anyway, most of the things done by the Black Phoenix envoys were not allowed to be seen in the light, and there was a rule that they could not spy on each other. Brother Zuo even knows about the inner building, so it's true. Just pretend I didn't say that. Please follow me. Speaking of the rules of the Black Phoenix envoy, Luo Hong's face immediately became serious, and he bowed his hands and apologized slightly. Seeing the other party turn around and lead the way, Luo Hong couldn't help but nod secretly, thinking that the Black Phoenix Demon King was still quite reliable. Just as Luo Hong followed Luo Hong into the inner building and prepared to officially obtain the identity of the Black Phoenix envoy, in a room on the first floor of the Feeling Palace, a kind-looking old man in a white robe was respectfully bowing to a rather majestic middle-aged man. "Get up, how is the matter going?" The middle-aged man spoke slowly, with a majestic tone. Reporting to the master, the old servant has completed the task and successfully auctioned the jade slip through the Black Flame building, and the price is quite high. I believe that it won't be long before the news spreads. The old man in the white robe bowed slightly and replied carefully. If this scene was seen by the immortal cultivators in Shinyuan City, they would certainly exclaim, because this old man in white robes was actually the famous weapon refiner in the city, Master Kai. To be treated so respectfully by this person, one can imagine that his cultivation must be terrifyingly high. Well, now the bait is thrown out. Whether it can attract fish to bite the hook depends on Donja's own chance. By the way, who is the cultivator who bid for the jade slip? If he is related to the Yi family, this matter can be more certain. The middle-aged man nodded slightly, without any emotion. The restrictions of the Black Flame Tower are quite powerful. The old servant cannot find out the identity of that person. I only know that the other party is a cultivator of the divine transformation, and he spent 3,500 high-level spirit stones at once. I think he is also a member of a big family, but from the sound, it should be a man, not a member of the Yi family. The Yi family Shi and Feng true blood can only be inherited by women, so the high-level cultivators in the family are all women. After the old man in white robe speculated, he slightly raised his head and glanced at the middle-aged man, and then said, "Does the head of the family want to retrieve the great circulation extinction needle? Such a terrifying magical power should not fall into the hands of other big families." Haha, the great circulation extinction needle is indeed powerful, but it is not so easy to really practice it. The 5 element are only the most basic conditions for this magical power. If you can't transform your own 5 element at will, forced practice will only result in a weird result, and there is no power at all. The reason why the 5 spirits true lord in ancient times was able to cultivate it was because he had an extremely rare dharma body that others could not copy. Otherwise, our long family would not have guarded this magical power in vain, and there has been no second 5 spirits true lord until now. There is no need to investigate that incarnation cultivator, so as not to leave too many traces, which will alert the little girl of the Yi family. The middle-aged man said with great confidence, looking like he had a complete plan, and had planned everything out. "All is up to the patriarch." The old man in white robe responded immediately. "There are many huge palaces in Shinyuan City, but the largest one is undoubtedly the Yiling Palace in the East City. This palace is responsible for all matters related to alien races, and Shinyuan City is a fortress built to resist alien races, so it is natural that this palace is the largest. Similarly, this is also the huge palace with the most ascended monks, except for Feeling Palace. All the monks coming in and out are wearing various armors. At this moment, outside a secluded house on the top floor of the Yiling Palace, the monk surnamed Zhao was kneeling in front of the door, as if he wanted to meet someone. "Zufeng, you shouldn't be here at this time. If you can't explain the reason, you know the punishment method of this seat." A gentle male voice came through the door. Chapter 858 Black Phoenix Secret. "My lord, if my actions had not encountered a difficult situation that I could not overcome, I would not have dared to ask to see you." The cultivator named Zhao, no, it should be the male cultivator named Zufeng, had a flash of fear in his eyes and hurriedly explained. "Difficulties? Your mission in Shinyuan City has ended. From now on, you will only have a long-term mission to enter the heartland of the human race. What difficulties can you encounter? Did you reveal your identity?" The voice from the door suddenly turned cold, and a strong murderous intent instantly enveloped Zufeng. "No. My identity has never been exposed. It's just that I want to complete my future tasks, and it would be best if I could blend into a certain immortal cultivation force. For this reason, I'm preparing to seize the spiritual land of Shinyuan City for a female cultivator of the human race with a strong background." The original plan was going very smoothly, but 2 days ago, when I was accompanying the female cultivator to choose a spiritual land in Yuk Hall, I met a first-generation ascended cultivator named Luo Hong. The aura of this person was very strange, which made my subordinates inexplicably frightened, and I felt a sense of danger in my spiritual sense. Unfortunately, the elders of the female cultivator had already decided to let my subordinates compete for the spiritual land selected by this person, and I really couldn't refuse at the time, so I had to come to see you, sir, in order to find a way out of the situation. If Zufeng hadn't been stuck at the critical point of the mission, he would definitely stay as far away from Luo Hong as possible. However, things didn't go as he wished, so he could only bite the bullet and break the rules to come and see the person in the house. "Zufeng, I remember that you didn't seem to have cultivated any inductive magical power. Could it be that the man's cultivation was extremely high, close to the realm of refining emptiness? That's why you are so afraid?" Hearing that Zufeng came to see him for a mission, the man in the room's tone suddenly slowed down a lot and asked suspiciously, "The strange thing is here. Although the man's consciousness is very strong, his cultivation is only at the initial stage of transformation, and there is still a short distance from the peak of the initial stage. Moreover, I haven't cultivated inductive magical power. Even if the man has some amazing magical power or powerful spiritual treasure, I shouldn't be able to detect it. Thinking carefully, the feeling of fear is quite similar to that of a big yaksha I have seen before, and I can't figure out the reason. Zhu Feng knelt on the ground, frowning and said, since he is a first generation ascended monk, it is unlikely that he will be possessed by a big yaksha. So it seems that this ascended monk named Luo Hong probably has some kind of spiritual body that is very restraining to you. After analyzing this sentence, the person in the room suddenly fell silent. After a long while, he continued, the first generation ascended monks have a greater probability of advancing to the refining realm. Since Luo Hong has such a special body, he cannot be allowed to grow up. You will take some risks this time and kill him in the battle for the spiritual land so that I don't have to make arrangements in the future. As soon as the voice fell, the door of the room suddenly opened and a flash of lightning shot out and landed in Zhu Feng's palm. This is it. Thank you for the treasure, my lord. I will definitely live up to your trust. After seeing the object in his hand, Zhu Feng was surprised and then happy. He lost his fear of Luo Hong and thanked him loudly. Go ahead. This is also considered as a mission you have completed. I will record your achievements. As the voice sounded, the door closed quickly again, and then the spiritual light of the transmission lit up. It turned out that this place was not connected to the rest of the palace, but a secret place that could only be entered and exited through the transmission array. At this time, Luo Hong did not know that someone had planned to kill him. After following Luo Hong into the inner building of the Black Flame building, he got a set of black robes, a mask with numbers and a Black Phoenix order. Although the Black Phoenix envoys were performing secret missions most of the time, they would sometimes gather together or be responsible for certain special tasks as leaders. At this time, they needed to wear robes and masks. The Black Phoenix order was undoubtedly a symbol of status, and it could not be shown to others at ordinary times. Of course, Luo Hong did not care about these things. After all, he did not pay a drop of cold marrow to come to the spirit world to work for the Black Phoenix clan. Since Zuo has now officially become a Black Phoenix envoy, can I check the Black Phoenix list? Luo Hong asked immediately, after putting away the things. Of course, this is the benefit we have gained through our life and death. Fellow Daoist Zuo only needs to use this secret technique on the Black Wind Order, and you can check the Black Phoenix list at any time. Luo Hong smiled charmingly, and while speaking, she sent out a divine thought, handing over a simple secret technique to Luo Hong. Luo Hong was naturally not polite, and nodded to Luo Hong to show his gratitude, and then used the secret technique to activate the Black Phoenix order. The next moment, a lot of information appeared in his soul, which was exactly the Black Phoenix list he expected. The so-called Black Phoenix list is the internal list of the Black Phoenix envoy, which lists the contributions of each Black Phoenix envoy, and is used as an internal incentive. These contributions are settled in the form of contribution points, and the benefit that Luo Hong mentioned is that the Black Phoenix envoy can use these contribution points to exchange for many things that are hard to find in the outside world, including elixirs, spiritual objects, and even some forbidden items. Everything. With the strength of the Black Phoenix clan, basically all the products of the Demon clan are in the catalog, but those particularly rare and strictly prohibited things can only be seen by the Black Phoenix using a large number of contribution points to open the authority. But for Luo Hong at present, the exchange catalog of the beginners was enough. With just a rough glance, he found many spiritual materials he needed, even the True Toad liquid and the Black Flame pill. The former is a magical elixir that can be used by the mid-stage spiritualization cultivators to improve their cultivation, and the latter is a specialty of the Black Phoenix clan that can increase the chance of advancing to the void refining stage. The things on the exchange catalog made Luo Hong quite excited, while secretly thinking that the deal with the Black Phoenix Demon King Soul Division was a good deal. He checked the way to obtain contribution points. The most important method is naturally to perform various tasks, but this is obviously too time consuming and troublesome, and it is quite dangerous. Therefore, Luo Hong looked at another way to get around without thinking too much. Corresponding to the exchange catalog, there is also a bounty catalog in the Black Phoenix Order, most of which are asking people to find some spiritual materials or spiritual medicines, and the reward for the bounty is contribution points. But obviously, in the case of the exchange catalog, the spiritual materials and spiritual medicines that appear in this bounty catalog must be extremely rare. It's okay to try your luck occasionally, but it's undoubtedly a fool's dream to rely on this to get a lot of contribution points. However, although they specialize in different fields, Luo Hong and Han Lao Mo are both wholesalers, so he immediately looked at the unlimited purchase bounties. 10,000 years of red flame Ganoderma, 10,000 years of upper yang grass, 10,000 years of phoenix blood fruit. These are all Han Lao Mo's fields. As for me, got it. Golden crow divine iron, earth element stone heart. You also need 10,000 years of black jade. Why is that? The Black Phoenix clan's natal black flame is the most yang and fierce domineering magical power, while the 10,000 years of black jade is a spiritual material with cold and yin attributes. The two are obviously in conflict, which makes Luo Hong wonder what the Black Phoenix clan uses for buying a large number of 10,000 years of black jade. However, a palm-sized piece of 10,000 years of black jade can only be exchanged for 1 contribution point, and the unit price is really not enough. It seems that the Black Phoenix clan not only has a demand for the 10,000 years black jade, but also a particularly large amount, and the role is also very important. Otherwise this situation would not have occurred. After all, the 10,000 years black jade is not a particularly difficult spiritual material in the spiritual world, but the output is extremely slow. Using the spiritual ascension method, it is not difficult for Luo Hong to obtain the 10,000 years black jade. Although the name of this spiritual object contains the word 10,000 years, it does not actually require time to nurture. Ordinary black jade can be used, as long as the spiritual level reaches a certain level. However, what he just speculated made him hesitate. Because if this 10,000 years black jade really has an important role for the Black Phoenix clan, then he will take out a large number of this thing in exchange for contribution points in the future, which will inevitably attract the attention of the Black Phoenix clan's high level officials. This is not what Luo Hong wants to see. Although Luo Hong can also raise the spirit of the Golden Crow Divine Iron and the Earth Element Stone, their raw materials are much more difficult to find than black jade. Fortunately, this is Shianian City. Although it is difficult to find, it will not make Luo Hong cook without rice, but the output will be affected. For a moment, Luo Hong was at a loss as to what to choose. He immediately put down the token and bowed to Xiao Hong, saying, "Master Xiao, when I was checking the bounty list just now, I found that the nobles seemed to be in great need of Golden Crow Divine Iron and 10,000 year black jade. I wonder what the reason is? Could you please tell me? It's not inconvenient. The matters of these two spiritual materials are well known to all the members of our clan who have reached the level of divine transformation or above." Xiao Hong responded casually, and then seemed to have guessed something. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he said, "Fellow Daoist Zuo, do you have 10,000 year black jade? I'm willing to pay double the contribution points to exchange with you." Luo Hong smiled bitterly, and thought to himself that he was right. Xiao Hong's reaction explained everything. "Master Xiao, Zuo does have some 10,000 year old black jade. As long as you can help me solve my doubts, exchanging them is not a problem." It seems that fellow Daoist Zuo really wants to make friends with me. If you hesitate for a moment, I will exchange them, even if the price is 3 times higher. Xiao Hong glanced at Luo Hong with a moving look in her eyes, and then explained, "Fellow Daoist Zuo also knows that, whether it is the human race or the demon race, in order to advance to the refining of the void, all 5 elements must be complete. As for my Black Phoenix clan, the other 3 elements are easy to say, but the water element that conflicts with the fire element is the most troublesome. Under the yin and yang avenue of heaven and earth, our clan has the convenience of the natal true fire, but it is also inevitably constrained on the road of cultivation. However, our clan can occupy a place in the 3 realms and 7 places, so we have found a solution, that is, to use a large amount of 10,000 year old black jade as a nest, cooperate with the formation created by the ancestors of our clan, temporarily suppress the natal true fire, and then take the opportunity to integrate it into the water element. Therefore, this 10,000 year old black jade can be said to be a must-have for our clan to advance to the refining of the void. Although the clan will prepare some 10,000 years black jade for the clan members who are about to advance, there is still a small part that we have to find a way to get ourselves. As for the golden crow divine iron, it is the icing on the cake. All the clan members above the divine transformation stage can swallow this spiritual material to sharpen their claws and fangs, and at the same time, increase the power of their own true fire by a small amount. Good guy, a must-have item for advancing to the refining void stage. Now I don't have to choose. The output is less, so is less. It's not that I can't wait. With a change of mind, Luo Hong cancelled the plan to upgrade the 10,000 years black jade in batches. I see. Then I wonder how many 10,000 years black jade Master Zyro still needs. I just started preparing not long ago, and I still need more than 1,000 pieces of the normal half-foot square 10,000 years black jade. I know Brother Zuo has good intentions. Even if it's less than this number, I still owe Brother Zuo a favor today. Luo Hong knew that she needed a lot, so she didn't expect to solve the problem at once. However, Luo Hong chuckled at this moment, stretched out his hand, and grabbed his waist. With a flash of rosy light, some of the 10,000 year black jade in the treasure bag was moved to a storage bag. Master Zyro, don't underestimate Zuo. Here are 1,200 pieces of 10,000 year black jade. Take them all to exchange for contribution points with Master Zyro. So many? Luo Hong's face changed immediately after hearing this. She grabbed the storage bag and probed into her spiritual sense. After a few breaths, she showed ecstasy on her face. Okay. Fellow Daoist Zuo, I really owe you a big favor this time. If you have any trouble in the future, just come to me. As the owner of the Black Flame Tower, Luo Hong is not an ordinary Black Phoenix envoy. In a sense, she is still Luo Hong's boss, so she is not afraid that the favor she promised will be difficult to end. Master Zyro, you are too polite. I have something important to do, so I will not stay here for long. Goodbye. With the Black Phoenix order in hand, Luo Hong can freely enter and exit the Black Flame Tower. After bowing, she suddenly disappeared from the spot. Seeing Luo Hong leave, Luo Hong, who was originally smiling brightly, suddenly became cold and even faintly revealed a murderous aura. She looked at the storage bag in her hand and fell into deep thought. After a few breaths, a series of footsteps suddenly came from behind her, but she was not surprised at all, and she did not even turn her head. It was seen that the owners of the footsteps were two women wearing Black Phoenix envoy costumes and dark gold masks on their faces. Obviously, they were the Black Phoenix envoys who lived in the Black Flame Tower. Master, the origin of that person is so strange. Will there be any problem if we let him go so easily? The woman on the left asked worriedly, and at the same time, her eyes could not help but glance at the storage bag in Luo Hong's hand. The Black Phoenix envoy is responsible for handling the secret affairs of the Black Phoenix clan. The first thing to ensure is loyalty to the Black Phoenix clan. A guy like Luo Hong with a suspicious origin is a huge hidden danger and should be released only after it is clarified. Not only is his origin strange, but the secret symbol he gave is also different from the normal one in two places. Luo Hong said with a cold face, collecting the storage bag. Isn't that a fake? Op, you. Hearing this, the woman on the right reacted greatly. Don't be nervous, there is no problem with the secret symbol itself. The two differences are just conveying two messages. One of them is to let us not entrust the important affairs of the clan to this person, which is enough to prove that this person is not loyal to the clan. Luo Hong turned around slowly and said, as expected, this guy can't be trusted at first glance. The woman on the left clenched her fists and said, what about the second one? Another Black Phoenix envoy asked hurriedly. The ancestor's personal order. Do not disobey. Luo Hong replied with an extremely solemn expression. What? This? The two Black Phoenix envoys exclaimed at the same time. P.S. It's a little late today. Sorry, it will be back to normal tomorrow. Chapter 859 The battle begins. The demon clan has always respected strength, and the demon king of a clan must be the one with the highest cultivation and the strongest magical power in the clan. Therefore, the status of the Black Phoenix Demon King in the hearts of Luo Hong and others is absolutely transcendent. But now this Demon King personally inserted someone in, but made it clear that the other party cannot be trusted. Such a move is really puzzling. This matter is too strange. Should we report it to the higher-ups? The secret organization of the Black Phoenix clan is naturally led by a demon cultivator, and such an important place as Shinyuan City is no exception. Don't be impatient. Since this matter is related to the ancestor, you must not act recklessly. Otherwise, if the ancestor's plan is ruined, we will die. After stopping him with a slightly reprimanding sentence, Luo Hong couldn't help but ponder, and thought for a long time before saying, well, don't spread this matter first. I will ask the ancestor in person, and then make a decision. During this period, try not to let this person carry out the mission. Do you understand? As a refining seed in the clan, Luo Hong still has some status. Although she wants to see the Black Phoenix Demon King, she can't see him immediately, but the other party will not ignore her completely. It's just that it's hard to say when. After all, the combined Great Demon will be in seclusion for thousands of years. When to see it depends purely on luck. The two Black Phoenix envoys immediately looked at each other, knowing that they couldn't afford the consequences of recklessness, and they bowed their hands, and replied at the same time, yes, the owner of the building. After teleporting out of the Black Flame building, Luo Hong carefully wandered around the third floor for a while. After confirming that no one was following, she removed her disguise, and returned to the temporary residence on the first floor. At this time, there was only half a day left before the battle for the spiritual land. This time was not enough to make any preparations. Luo Hong simply fell asleep, and took good care of his tense mind after ascending. The next morning, Luo Hong pushed open the door and flew out. About 2 hours later, he stood outside a circular pavilion. On the door plaque were 3 black characters Guanwu Pavilion, which exuded a strong aura of killing. After a few glances, Luo Hong walked into the building with the forbidden token in hand. He soon met the giant and cultivator who was receiving him, and was taken to a very simply decorated room. Although the room was large, it was rarely decorated. In addition to a few chairs, there were only a few calligraphy and paintings hanging on the wall. As soon as he came in, Luo Hong encountered several undisguised explorations of his divine senses, which made him frown, and glance at the people in the room. At this time, 4 people were already sitting in the room, and their eyes were all focused on him. A yellow-clothed woman who looked to be in her 20s, in the early stage of the spiritual transformation, with a weak breath and a not-so-stable foundation. Is she here to train? An old man with white eyebrows and eagle eyes, in the middle stage of the spiritual transformation, with a strong breath, looks like a real person. A young man in a white robe, expressionless, but with a murderous look in his eyes, as if he wanted to bite anyone he saw, was also in the middle stage of the spiritual transformation. The last person was a middle-aged fat man, wearing a loose Confucian shirt, with a smile on his face, and seemed to be easy to talk to. It seems that these are the people who are competing with me for the spiritual land. While thinking, Luo Hong picked a wooden chair and sat down, quietly waiting for the arrival of noon. Although there are 5 people in this room now, it is not as lively as when there is no one, and you can still hear a pin drop. After several hours, a scarred man wearing golden armor suddenly pushed the door open. He glanced at the people in the room and frowned slightly, saying, "Why is there one less person? Has this person given up the fight? Please wait a moment, senior. Brother Zhao will be here soon, and will not be late." The yellow-clothed woman looked anxious, and immediately stood up and saluted. The scarred man was impatient when he first heard this, but after seeing who was speaking, his face suddenly changed color, and he said slowly, "The time has not yet arrived. It's okay for Ban to wait for a while, but if this fellow Daoist Zio is really late, then Ban can only cancel his qualification." Luo Hong saw the change in the scarred man's attitude. He immediately realized that the yellow-clothed woman with the weakest cultivation was a relative, and he was afraid that the cultivator surnamed Zio who had not arrived yet was the one who needed the most attention. About a cup of tea later, a spiritual light suddenly flashed into the room from the door, revealing the figure of the cultivator surnamed Zio. "Senior, I'm not late, am I?" As soon as the monk surnamed Zio stood still, he respectfully saluted the scarred man. "HMPH. You are here in time. In a few breaths, I will ask you to wait for another 100 years." The monks in Shinyuan City only have one chance to compete for the spiritual land every 100 years. The scarred monk's words were undoubtedly expressing dissatisfaction. Senior, please forgive me. I'm busy refining magic weapons. I didn't mean to keep you waiting for a long time. The monk surnamed Zio apologized quickly. He knew that he was a little late just now. Whether he could participate in the competition depended on the other party's words. Forget it. What you do has nothing to do with me. Since everyone is here, follow me. The scarred monk said, and shot a blue pillar of magic power towards a wall in the room. As soon as a pillar of light sank into the wall, it caused ripples, and then there were waves of space fluctuations. Soon, a hole about 10 feet high appeared on the wall, through which a landscape could be seen. It turned out that this wall was the entrance to a hidden secret realm. Under the cover of the prohibition, Luo Hong had not noticed it at all. Then, the scarred monk took the lead and escaped into it. Seeing this, Luo Hong and others followed without hesitation. After entering the secret realm, Luo Hong looked around and saw traces of fighting everywhere. It was obvious that it had been used as a place for fighting more than once or twice. The scope of the battle for the spiritual land is this entire secret realm. Fight 2 by 2. Now I will draw lots for you to decide your opponents in the first round. The scarred monk was undoubtedly impatient. Without any nonsense, he reached into a leather bag. When he took it out, he had 2 more green crystal beads in his hand. Without casting a spell, the 2 green crystal beads flew to the prohibition tokens of the young man in white robe and the monk surnamed Zio. Obviously, they were the ones fighting in the first round of the first battle. Then, the scarred monk grabbed twice in a row and determined the opponents of Luo Hong and the woman in yellow. This white-browed old man has advanced to the middle stage of the spiritualization for a long time. I'm afraid he has many tricks. There will be at least one more battle after the first round. Don't fight him for a long time. With a change of mind, Luo Hong has already decided on his own tactics. Okay, since we all know our opponents, let's start the first battle quickly. Everyone else, step back. The scarred monk urged, waving his hand to drive them away. The relationship between this monk, surnamed Zio, and the woman in yellow is very suspicious. He is in the first round, which is a good opportunity for me to observe him. Thinking of this, Luo Hong flashed his escape light and retreated more than 10 miles with everyone else. Although this distance will still be affected by the aftermath, everyone is a spiritualization monk, so they will not be afraid of it. After just a moment, the white-robed young man and the monk surnamed Zio who stayed in place suddenly burst out their respective mana auras and conducted the first wave of tests. The result of the test was particularly obvious. The cultivation level of the monk surnamed Zio was higher than that of the white-robed young man. It was already the peak state of the middle stage of the spiritualization. However, cultivation does not completely represent strength. The young man in white robe immediately stretched out his hands with a solemn expression, grabbing a long knife with bright red color from the air with both hands. At the same time, the spirit beast bag on his waist opened wide, and a large group of flying insects emerged from it, densely surrounding him, forming a cloud of insects that completely obscured his figure. Greatly accomplished golden spirits. There are so many. The old man with white eyebrows obviously recognized the spirit insects of the young man in white robe, and he couldn't help but frowned and exclaimed, "Haha, I didn't expect that this Taoist fellow has a low cultivation level, but his hidden means are very powerful. The shells of these highly accomplished golden spirits are extremely hard, and it is extremely difficult to kill them with magic weapons. They also have the spirit devouring magical power. Ordinary magical powers and spells can't hurt them at all. They are quite difficult to deal with." The fat man in Confucian robe smiled and shook his head. Jinlingzi is also a spiritual insect ranked in the top 100 on the list of strange insects in the world. Luo Hong knows exactly what magical powers it has. He knows that if this insect is fully developed, and there are many of them, it will be a headache for the divine transformation cultivators to deal with it. At this moment, he looked at the yellow-clothed woman calmly and saw that there was no worry on her face, and he immediately knew what to do. Want to rely on spiritual insects to win? Humph, then you have found the wrong person. The cultivator surnamed Zio's eyes turned cold, and while speaking, He flipped his right palm and offered a golden Dharma wheel, and then opened his mouth and spit out a green flag with overwhelming spiritual energy. The next moment, he saw that he threw the Dharma wheel on his right palm violently to block the two blood lights shooting from the opposite side, and then he waved the green flag in front of him vigorously, which immediately stirred up the spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth, and an endless gust of wind appeared. Very good, it really fell into the trap. Seeing this scene in the eyes of the young man in white robes, he was not surprised but happy. It turned out that he had summoned a large number of golden spirits as a cover in order to make the opponent focus on dealing with his spirit insects and ignore the magic weapon he had sacrificed. After all, the battle for the spirit land was not a real life and death battle, and the golden spirits were not immortal, so there was no need to waste precious spirit insects here. So, he simply used the trick against the opponent and made a feint to the east and attacked in the west. With a curl of his lips, the young man in white robes immediately made hand gestures with both hands, causing the two blood knives that flew out to instantly surge in aura and suddenly closed in the middle and turned into a blood python with fangs popping out and went straight to bite the monk surnamed Zyro. Spiritual treasure? You are trying to be clever. The monk surnamed Zyro immediately realized that something was wrong. After a cold snort, the golden wheel that was only the size of a palm instantly expanded to a diameter of several feet, emitting a dazzling golden light, like the scorching sun. Haha, it's useless. Although the grade of my spiritual treasure is not high, it is not something that your magic weapon can resist. The young man in white robes saw the cultivator surnamed Zyro urging the golden wheel frantically and thought that the other party was trying to save his life, so he couldn't help laughing triumphantly. Of course, he was not naive enough to think that he could win with one blow. He was already rapidly calculating the subsequent offensive in his mind and secretly said that he must not let the opponent have a chance to breathe. According to the power formula, the difference between the use of spiritual treasures and magic weapons by cultivators with similar realms is huge. Therefore, the young man in white robes' early celebration can be understood, but the power data detected by Luo Hong at this moment made him frown. Almost equal? How is this possible? Is there a third factor? When the thought flashed through his mind, the blood-fanged giant python had collided with the golden sun, and the spiritual wave stirred up the spiritual energy of the heaven and earth in a radius of dozens of miles into chaos. The huge impact swept across the surrounding hills, causing landslides immediately. The aftermath of the all-out attack by the divine transformation cultivator had the power to change the terrain and spiritual environment of the area. It's blocked. The golden wheel magic weapon actually blocked it. The white-browed old man shouted in surprise. After a round of collision, the golden sun suddenly dimmed a lot, and its aura was greatly reduced, but it also successfully blocked the impact of the blood-toothed python, preventing it from attacking the monk named Zyro behind. Seeing this scene, the white-robed green eyes were full of astonishment, but he was not an ordinary person. He came to his senses in an instant, secretly said that it was not good, and quickly changed the magic formula in his hand. Suddenly, the golden spirits surrounding him screamed together and pounced on his body like golden light spots. At the same time, the white-robed young man's eyes were suddenly full of bloodshot, and two black evil spirits floated out from the corners of his eyes, and his body suddenly swelled up. In just a breath, he turned into a giant with a golden armor and a black face, standing 30 to 40 feet tall. What made him so defensive, even willing to use his best magical power, was naturally the terrifying wind spiritual power gathered above his head, which was the magical power of the treasure that the monk surnamed Zyro had been urging from the beginning to now. In the sky, a green wind vortex with a diameter of more than 10 miles was howling fiercely. The next moment after the young man in white robes used his magical power, a green dragon claw over 100 feet long stretched out from the center of the wind vortex and pressed directly towards the golden armored giant. After the young man in white robes used this magical power that was similar to the evil spirit filling his body, his mind was obviously affected a little. Seeing this, he roared wildly, not only trying to get away, but also punching the green dragon claw directly. The monk surnamed Zyro immediately pressed down the big flag in his hand, and the green dragon claw immediately fell 3 points faster. Although the golden armored giant was tall, compared with the green dragon claw, it was undoubtedly a grain of light. However, in the eyes of the white-browed old man and others who were watching, his chances of winning were actually quite high. After all, Jinling's soul-devouring ability was not in vain, and using magic to deal with the white-robed youth at this time would be a big loss. As long as he was not defeated by a single blow, he would definitely be able to gain an advantage through the Jinling's armor. Rising and falling, the golden armored giant soon met the green dragon claw in the air. There was a loud bang and a wave of air swept out violently, which immediately caused disaster to the surrounding mountains for dozens of miles. And the huge green dragon claw slowly stopped after falling more than 10 feet. The golden armored giant transformed by the white-robed youth actually dragged the huge monster on his head unbelievably. Although he was bleeding from his mouth and nose at the moment, the balance of victory and defeat should be tilted towards him. Chapter 860 Thunderous Means. After holding up the green dragon claw, the giant's golden armor immediately flickered like breathing, and every time it flickered, its aura would rise. There is no doubt that this is Jinling's using his soul-devouring ability to devour the spiritual power of the green dragon claw and use it for himself. However, the monk surnamed Zhao was not panicked at all when he saw this. Instead, he curled his lips and waved the big flag in his hand again. Suddenly, the photos of the green dragon claw suddenly closed in the middle, and some green wind threads condensed out immediately, cutting towards the golden armor giant like a kite line. The golden armor giant did not dare to be careless. While urging the armor to devour the spiritual power of the green dragon claw, he urged the secret technique to condense a layer of dark gold spiritual cover mixed with gold spiritual power and evil spirit around his body. The next moment, those green wind threads fell gently, and then, in the horrified eyes of the golden armor giant, they cut through the protective spiritual cover he had condensed like tofu, and cut on the golden armor. There were many wailing sounds at the same time, and more than 10 cuts appeared on the golden armor. Fortunately, the great Jinlingzi was not in vain, so the white-robed young man's body was not injured. King Ming Divine Wind. Daoist friend, I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Although his body was not injured, the white-robed young man's heart was bleeding at this time. The previous round of wind threads killed hundreds of his Jinlingzi. Seeing that the second round of wind threads was 3 or 4 times more than the first round, he was not willing to take it again, and shouted hurriedly. Hearing that the other party admitted defeat, the cultivator surnamed Zio's eyes first flashed with hatred, and he did not stop his magical powers immediately, but then he thought of something, suppressed his thoughts, and waved the big flag in his hand to make the wind threads and dragon claws disperse together. Thank you for showing mercy, fellow Daoist. I admit defeat. Seeing that the green wind threads did not come up, the young man in white robe was relieved. After all, the rules of the battle were that once one side admitted defeat, the other side would immediately stop. However, many powerful magical practitioners could not control themselves, so it was normal for them to lose control. Generally, as long as no one was killed, the cultivator who presided over the battle would not interfere, let alone punish. Therefore, the cultivator surnamed Zhao stopped in time, which could be said to have spared the young man in white robes Jinlingzi, which made him feel more favorable. Fellow Daoist Bay, there is no need to be modest. If you were willing to give up the spirit insect, I would also find it difficult to win. Putting away the golden dharma wheel and the green flag, the cultivator surnamed Zhao politely bowed. The young man in white robe had already released his magical powers and returned to his normal body shape. Hearing this, he just smiled and didn't say much. It was not appropriate for him to refuse or accept the face given by others. Okay, leave as soon as possible after the winner is decided. Don't waste time. The scarred monk didn't have time to watch people making friends here, so he waved his hand and asked the two to quickly give up the venue. More than 10 miles away, the white-browed old man's face was quite solemn, and he said in a deep voice, the flag can cast the King Ming Divine Wind, which must have something to do with the King Lang Divine Sea flag on the Chaos 10,000 Spirits list. How could such a spiritual treasure be in the hands of a mere divine transformation cultivator? In the spiritual world, not every divine transformation cultivator can have a spiritual treasure. Only those who are in the middle stage or above can refine or afford spiritual treasures. Most of the powerful spiritual treasures are in the hands of the void refining cultivators, especially those related to the Chaos 10,000 Spirits list. As for the spiritual treasures on the list of the human and demon races, they are all in the hands of the famous combined masters. Therefore, the green flag offered by the Zio monk can be said to be a treasure beyond the divine transformation level, which made the white-browed old man very afraid and thought hard about countermeasures. But the old man with white eyebrows didn't care about the opponent he was about to face. In his opinion, Luo Hong and the woman in yellow were both here to gain experience, and the huge difference in their cultivation was enough for him to easily defeat the other party. Humph. You want to get your hands on the spiritual land of Killing Mountain without the cultivation of the middle stage of the spiritualization realm. You really don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. When flying with Luo Hong to the place of the duel, the old man with white eyebrows couldn't help but have this thought in his mind. Seeing the two stop flying, the scarred monk said in a cold voice, according to the rules, you all know the rules of the battle, so I won't go into details. Just remember not to cause any deaths, otherwise I will be in trouble again. Don't worry senior, I will definitely show mercy, but it would be best if this Taoist friend can take the initiative to admit defeat. The white-browed old man bowed respectfully to the scarred monk, and then turned to Luo Hong and said, Dao Albei and his friends just fought, and you should have some understanding of the magical powers of us mid-stage spiritual cultivators. You know, the later the realm of cultivation, the greater the gap between each level. Dao wants to practice, but has found the wrong place. It's better to let you and me have an easy time. The white-browed old man actually persuaded Luo Hong to surrender before the battle. He did this not to humiliate Luo Hong, but to consider his second round of fighting. If he could save some mana, he would naturally have a slight chance of winning. Your crap may not be too much. The sooner you start, the sooner you can relax. Luo Hong smiled coldly and said calmly, it seems that your crap will not shed tears until you see the coffin, so let me teach you a lesson. The old man with white eyebrows looked cold when he heard this and said unhappily, have you finished talking? Let's start after you finish talking. The scarred monk has been working in Guangwu Pavilion for a long time. He has heard too much trash talk before the fight. He was not interested at all and announced casually. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man with white eyebrows opened and closed his palms in front of his chest, offering a disc-shaped treasure. The runes on the treasure were dense and the aura was quite strong. It was actually a powerful spiritual treasure. As soon as the battle started, he offered the spiritual treasure to fight the enemy, obviously intending to win the battle quickly. It takes some time to activate the spiritual treasure. The old man with white eyebrows is also very experienced. He did not give Luo Hong any chance to take advantage of it. Many higher level spiritual talismans flew out of the storage bag on his waist. After forming a special formation in the air, countless fire crows about feet long flew towards Luo Hong. Facing this powerful attack from the front and back, Luo Hong still looked relaxed. He raised his right palm, and a 100-foot-long Huangquan ghost hand appeared above the head of the old man with white eyebrows. Before the old man with white eyebrows could respond, he snorted coldly, and the demon face in the palm of the Huangquan ghost hand roared a scream. The scream was not loud, but once it entered the ears of the old man with white eyebrows, it was like thunder, which made him so painful that his face twisted immediately. His hands trembled, and he almost dropped the disc on his chest. Taking this opportunity, the Huangquan ghost hand pressed down brazenly and instantly smashed the protective spiritual shield of the old man with white eyebrows and smashed it on his body. At the same time, countless fire crows had already swooped down in front of Luo Hong, but he just frowned slightly, and the power of heaven and earth wrapped him up. No matter how many fire crows there were, they could only slide away from all directions and could not touch Luo Hong at all. He was not seriously injured by a palm strike. It seems that he really has something to rely on, which makes him so confident. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, Luo Hong found that the old man with white eyebrows was no longer under the hands of Huangquan ghost. He didn't know what escape technique he used to escape the suppression of the ghost hand. Otherwise, when this palm strike fell to the ground, even a spirit transforming monster would be turned into a meat pie. In fact, Luo Hong had already held back. Otherwise, once his huge power exploded, how could the body of a spirit transforming cultivator withstand it? The old man with white eyebrows had no chance to use the escape technique at all. After escaping the disaster, the old man with white eyebrows did not show up again, but used a secret technique to hide. This is understandable. After all, Luo Hong not only slapped him, but also forcibly interrupted him from activating his spiritual treasure. At the moment, the mana in his body was still in a mess, so he had to avoid the sharp edge first. But Luo Hong didn't want to waste this time. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, he found the opponent's trace, and then took a step forward, and his figure suddenly disappeared. Where did he go? Where did he go? In a seemingly empty space, the white-browed old man was wearing a silver robe that shone with a faint spiritual light, looking around in shock and anger. The spiritual sense swept around, but failed to detect any trace of Luo Hong. However, the next moment, a cold voice came from behind him. Kill. Not good. The white-browed old man subconsciously wanted to dodge and escape, but he immediately found that the space around him was extremely solidified, and there was a huge force that imprisoned his figure. Before he could figure out what kind of magical power he was hit by, a strong sense of crisis struck his heart. Stop. I admit defeat. In the face of the great terror between life and death, the old man with white eyebrows did not hesitate at all, and chose to admit defeat. In just a moment, a sharp breath slid across his scalp, only breaking his hair crown without hurting him at all. However, once the hair crown was broken, the old man with white eyebrows was naturally disheveled, revealing an extremely embarrassed look. Dao, thank you for letting me. After putting away the Shenfeng shadowless sword, Luo Hong bowed slightly to the old man with white eyebrows, without humiliating him too much. Dao, your soul cultivation is amazing, but I was too short-sighted to see it. I didn't deserve to lose this battle. The fight just now was only between lightning and flint. The old man with white eyebrows was stunned when he came up. Now, after a brief review, he realized where he lost. Thinking of what he said before the battle, he couldn't help but feel a burning pain in his cheeks. He had no face to stay in the secret realm anymore, and he left directly with the escape light. Old Fei was defeated so easily. How strong is the soul realm of this fellow Daoist Luo? The young man in white robe seemed to be familiar with the old man with white eyebrows. Seeing this result, he was shocked and muttered to himself. To make old Fei lose his mind for a few breaths, I'm afraid this person's soul realm is equivalent to that of a cultivator at the peak of the late stage of the transformation of the spirit. Fortunately, the fat man in Confucian robes who had been smiling before also showed a solemn look at this time, and even almost let it slip. Although the woman in yellow was frightened by Luo Hong's thundering means, she did not lose her composure at this time. Humph. No matter how powerful your soul is, as long as Brother Zhao has my uncle's spiritual treasure to protect him, it is in vain. This spiritual land must be mine. The analysis of the purple-robed man that day worked, giving the woman in yellow great confidence. Haha, you are indeed a first-generation ascending monk. Your methods are very different from those of the spirit world. You don't focus on improving your mana level, but cultivate your soul. The scarred monk looked at Luo Hong with a strange look, and said without comment, this is also a helpless move for the junior. If I could improve my cultivation in the lower world, why would I pursue this last path of the soul? Although Luo Hong defeated the white-browed old man with great force, he was still humble in front of the Liangsu monk, without any disrespect. It is indeed not difficult to obtain a piece of spiritual land with your strength, but your luck is not very good this time. If there is a chance, Bang may be able to give you a piece of spiritual land in 100 years. Leave. The scarred monk rolled his eyes and suddenly said something incoherent. Although Luo Hong was puzzled, it was obviously not the time to ask in detail. He bowed and flew away. Back to where everyone was, the young man in white robes and the fat man in Confucian robes greeted each other politely, but the woman in yellow did not say anything, and fled towards the scarred monk without saying a word. The Confucian monk's eyes dimmed slightly, and he followed. Then, the two of them fought at the command of the scarred monk. After watching for a while, Luo Hong's brows frowned slightly. Although the fight between the yellow-clothed woman and the Confucian monk looked very powerful, and each of them sacrificed a powerful spiritual treasure, the process of the fight was too rigid. The whole process was that the yellow-clothed woman used a magical power, or sacrificed a treasure, and the Confucian monk defended, and made a similar counterattack, and then the yellow-clothed woman defended and retaliated again, and so on. If Luo Hong used the same method, he would have solved the yellow-clothed woman by making a feint to the east and attacking in the west. Seeing this scene, Luo Hong immediately understood what he had seen before. He was facing a secret operation. The monk surnamed Zhao and the Confucian monk were both on the other side. Even Luo Hong secretly glanced at the scarred monk who was floating more than 10 miles away with his hands folded on his chest, and did not dare to speak out his guess at this time. It's not difficult to confirm this matter. Just wait and see the result of the draw later. After fighting for half an hour, the fat man in Confucian robes was injured and defeated because he failed to block the spiritual treasure offered by the woman in yellow. Afterwards, he did not stay for long either. He left the secret realm immediately after losing the battle. At this point, the battle for the spiritual land officially entered the second round. Since there were only 3 people, one person would be given a bye in this round. After a brief explanation, the scarred monk reached into the animal skin bag that could only isolate the spiritual consciousness and took out a green crystal bead from it. As soon as the scarred monk let go, the green crystal bead floated to the side of the woman in yellow. Obviously, she was the lucky one who was given a bye. However, whether it was true luck or false luck, everyone in the secret realm knew it well, except the young man in white robes. Although the woman in yellow had a 1/3 chance, once this happened, the situation of the other party's secret operation was basically confirmed. For a moment, Luo Hong felt inexplicably angry, but not much surprised. But there is no doubt that he has one more reason to seize the spiritual land this time. Blue Nether Divine Wind, then use my Heavenly Wolf Divine Fire to teach you a lesson. Chapter 861, Killing Intent. On the Broken Land, the aftermath of several previous battles had not yet completely subsided, and the chaotic spiritual energy formed a band of colorful light with constantly changing colors in the sky. However, there were 2 spherical airspaces with a diameter of several miles, and the spiritual energy in them was well organized, revolving around 2 centers. Although there were just 2 black spots in the sky from a distance, they were the center of this world at this moment. With the order of the scarred monk, the only battle in the second round of the battle for the spiritual land officially kicked off. From the battle between the monk, surnamed Zhao, and the young man in white robes, Luo Hong had already noticed that the other party had a high level of attainment in the way of the 5 element, which greatly enhanced the power of the golden wheel magic weapon, making it enough to challenge the spiritual treasure. In theory, he only needed to use the great 5 element magnetic light at this moment to restrain the other party and easily win this battle. However, it was too disadvantageous to expose his trump card in a battle that did not involve life and death. So Luo Hong did not intend to do so, but wanted to win with his spiritual consciousness and spiritual treasure that would not be too conspicuous. Luo Hong was confident enough in the power of the Yellow Spring Ghost Hand and the Kyankan Pearl. He thought that he could win with just these 2 plus the advantage of his spiritual consciousness, but it would take a little more effort. So when the fight started, he used the same trick again, condensing the Yellow Spring Ghost Hand above the head of the cultivator surnamed Zhao, allowing the already powerful spiritual consciousness to be amplified by the magical power of the soul-stealing true demon, turning it into a soul-stealing magic needle. Those who were hit by this spiritual consciousness secret technique would feel the pain of extracting souls and refining spirits in an instant. As long as the Yuan Shen realm is not strong enough, they will be unable to react for at least a breath. Don't even think about it. The cultivator surnamed Zhao had long been prepared for this move of Luo Hong. He slapped his forehead and a mask like a facial makeup suddenly appeared. The next moment, the invisible soul-stealing magic needle shot over, but hit an invisible shield around the cultivator surnamed Zhao, making a series of crackling crisp sounds, and creating circles of ripples like rain hitting the surface of a lake. Humph, you are prepared. Luo Hong was not naive enough to think that the method that had been exposed could work again. He had anticipated the current situation, so he did not use all his strength to activate the soul-stealing magic needle, but only tried it out. Seeing that the other party had offered a special spiritual treasure to protect the Yuanshan, Luo Hong realized that the other party was prepared. His eyes turned cold, and he activated the yellow spring ghost hand again. Suddenly, the yellow spring ghost hand, which was 100 feet long, changed into a claw without any pause under Luo Hong's control. The demon face on the palm also suddenly changed into a soul-devouring demon with an extremely large mouth. The demon face of the great power demon on the fist peak also came to life, and immediately dyed the dark yellow spring ghost hand with a layer of red. With Luo Hong's current cultivation, he can already use the magical powers of the two demon faces at the same time. In an instant, a strong suction force burst out from the palm of the ghost claw and grabbed the cultivator surnamed Zyro. Seeing this, the smile that just appeared on the face of the monk surnamed Zyro froze, and he couldn't help but be shocked by Luo Hong's reaction speed. After coming back to his senses in an instant, he subconsciously wanted to perform the escape technique to evade it, but when he activated his magic power, he found that the speed of the magic power flowing in the meridians was several times slower than usual. Obviously, the magic power of the devouring soul demon is not a simple suction force, but also has the mysterious effect of delaying the opponent's magic power flow. In this way, no matter what magic power the monk surnamed Zyro wants to use, it will be slower than usual. Although this gap is less than a breath, it is undoubtedly fatal in a fight, especially in the first encounter. Damn it, it's too late. The monk surnamed Zyro immediately realized that he could no longer avoid the yellow spring ghost hand, and his face suddenly showed a fierce look. He waved his hand and threw out the golden wheel magic weapon. Explode. With a shout, the golden wheel magic weapon immediately turned into a scorching sun and exploded with a loud bang. The violent impact made the yellow spring ghost hand stagnate. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the cultivator surnamed Zyro opened his mouth and spit out the green flag, then waved it vigorously twice, and the green wind swept out, forming a terrifying green tornado that enveloped the area of dozens of miles. The fierce wind easily rolled up the soil, rocks, and plants, causing the sky to suddenly darken, and also made the onlookers lose their vision. Seeing this, the woman in yellow and others immediately probed their spiritual senses, but found that the hurricane was like a knife, and could even hurt the invisible spiritual sense, so they had to withdraw it with regret. Self-destruction magic weapon. Humph, it seems that Senior Gyro has given you a lot of benefits, and you are willing to give it up like this. Luo Hong couldn't help but be surprised by the action of the cultivator surnamed Zyro to self-destruct the golden wheel. After all, the top ancient treasure is not cheap. If he explodes it, the benefits of this trip will be greatly reduced. However, this person did not hesitate at all when he took action, which was obviously unreasonable. Luo's experience in fighting is indeed far superior to Zyro's. If I wasn't careful, you would have taken the lead. Your spiritual treasure is also very powerful. It is not only powerful, but also has many changes. It seems that this treasure is Luo's biggest reliance besides his spiritual consciousness, but even so, you still can't escape defeat today. The cultivator surnamed Zyro raised the green flag to his head and said harshly with a sneer on his face. However, he was extremely solemn at the moment and did not despise Luo Hong at all. I'm so angry with you, I don't believe you can still bear it. Quickly use the method that makes me feel palpitating. It turned out that the cultivator surnamed Zyro was deliberately angering Luo Hong. The purpose was to test the unknown body that made him go to see that adult. So as soon as the voice fell, the cultivator surnamed Zyro used all his strength to drive the flag above his head, causing green wind threads to appear in all directions in the eye of the wind, and the number was several times more than that against the white-robed young man. Obviously, he had reserved a lot of strength at that time, just to catch Luo Hong off guard at this moment, so as to achieve his purpose of testing. Blue Nether Divine Wind? Humph, I want to learn a thing or two. Seeing the other party display this magical power that is also very famous in the spiritual world, Luo Hong did not dare to be careless. He flipped his left palm and a blue-white fire wolf jumped out from his palm. In an instant, the wolf changed from a few inches in size to a giant of 6 or 7 feet long. A pair of eyes composed of dazzling white light stared fiercely at the monk surnamed Zyro. This is his hidden means. The monk surnamed Zyro was also unsure of the source of his spiritual perception, but from the breath, this wolf is indeed the other party's innate magical power, which is not small. Since it is not certain, then try the magical power of this wolf. The monk surnamed Zyro's idea is very simple. Something that can make him have such a spiritual perception must have a great magical power. So as long as the size of the magical power is confirmed, it can be confirmed whether it is the source. As soon as his mind moved, he cast several spells at the spiritual treasure above his head. Suddenly, the Kingming divine wind from all directions condensed into 4 buzzing blow-long swords, and then turned around and slashed at Luo Hong at the same time. This is the most powerful magical power of the spiritual treasure in the hands of the cultivator surnamed Zyro, the wind domain instant killing formation. With his cultivation, even a being in the late stage of the transformation of the spirit is likely to be severely injured by a single blow. Before the slash hit his body, Luo Hong felt a faint pain. He knew very well that this was a spiritual alarm. His physical body could not stop these 4 Kingming knives. If he was slashed, he would be torn into pieces on the spot. However, can it really hit? Just as the 4 Kingming knives were slashed out, the blue and white fire wolf in front of Luo Hong suddenly glared at its hind legs and pounced out. Surprisingly, the blue and white fire wolf disappeared suddenly when it was halfway out, and then instantly appeared next to a Kingming knife, and then opened its mouth without thinking, and bit the blade. With a breath of fire, the Kingming sword suddenly ignited with blue-white flames. When the wolf's fangs touched the blade, several holes were melted out. It broke into 2 pieces before it could last for a breath, and was then quickly engulfed by the blue-white flames. The next moment, the wolf twisted its waist, and the blue-white fire wolf instantly pounced on another Kingming sword. Space shift. Forbid it. The monk surnamed Zyro reacted immediately, and in shock and anger, he sacrificed a magic weapon that looked like a formation plate. With a single hand, a beam of light shot out from the treasure, rushed to the sky, and immediately exploded around, forming a layer of light film with a turtle carving. The monk surnamed Zyro cast the spell very quickly, and successfully arrived before the blue-white fire wolf destroyed the second Kingming sword. But in the next moment, the formation plate magic weapon in his hand suddenly let out a whine, and then it broke into several pieces, and the spiritual energy instantly dissipated. It's destroyed just like that. The monk surnamed Zyro couldn't believe his eyes, and said slightly absent-mindedly. He knew his own magic weapon well. Even if it couldn't completely stop the opponent's teleportation technique, it shouldn't collapse even for a moment. While he was distracted, the blue-white fire wolf quickly dealt with the other 2 Kingming knives and completely broke this magical power. Luo Hong was not surprised by this result. The fire wolf transformed by the heavenly wolf divine fire could mobilize the power of heaven and earth. Using space restrictions to block it was like hitting a rock with an egg. At this moment, Luo Hong's mind moved, and he ordered the heavenly wolf divine fire to attack the body of the monk surnamed Zyro. The blue-white fire wolf immediately waved a claw at the monk surnamed Zyro from a distance, and 3 crescent-shaped flame blades broke through the air and instantly came in front of the monk surnamed Zyro. Being forced to the front by the heavenly wolf divine fire, the monk surnamed Zyro suddenly felt the heat and couldn't bear it. It didn't take much to imagine what would happen if he was entangled in this fire. He immediately stretched out his hand and grabbed it, and the blue flag fell into his hand. The next moment, the monk surnamed Zyro turned into a green wind and moved hundreds of feet away in an instant. The 3 flame blades suddenly hit nothing and fell to the ground and plowed out 3 rivers of magma fire. On the other side, just as the monk surnamed Zyro appeared, an even hotter fire appeared behind him. It was actually the body of a heavenly wolf divine fire. Seeing that this set of offensives that left no time for breathing was about to decide the winner, an astonishing scene suddenly appeared. A circle of bottle-shaped grey light shield suddenly appeared around the monk surnamed Zyro, emitting a terrifying spiritual fluctuation that Luo Hong had never seen before. What is this? Is it a spiritual treasure? Luo Hong said to himself with a solemn look. With the face mask, this person has taken out 3 spiritual treasures, which is really abnormal. The heavenly wolf divine fire is now biting wildly on the grey light shield. Although every bite and every claw can leave deep marks, the grey light shield will return to its original state in an instant. Then, a grey glow rolled out from the mouth of the bottle, immediately wrapped the heavenly wolf divine fire in it, and then pulled it towards the mouth of the bottle. Luo Hong would not let the heavenly wolf divine fire be stored in the bottle. With a thought, he made it break through the space and return to his side. The cultivator surnamed Zio did not choose to pursue him at this time. He first looked at Luo Hong fiercely, and then suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood essence from his mouth, and pinched the magic formula with great difficulty. This guy wants to kill me. Luo Hong immediately understood when he saw this. The cultivator surnamed Zio was obviously forcibly driving a powerful spiritual treasure that he could not drive. For this, he had to consume a lot of blood essence. Even if he could win this battle, he would definitely be seriously injured afterwards. His desperate efforts have far exceeded the scope of fighting for spiritual land. After all, the opportunity to seize spiritual land only comes once every 100 years. For the cultivators of the divine transformation, especially the cultivators of the divine transformation in the spirit world, they can wait for it. From this point alone, the benefits that the purple-robed man gave to the cultivator surnamed Zio are definitely not as good as his current losses. In addition, the murderous intent of this guy just now was undoubtedly aimed at taking his life. After figuring it out, Luo Hong couldn't help but wonder when he had caused the disaster of killing. This spiritual treasure is so difficult to use even for a cultivator in the middle stage of the spiritualization. I'm afraid that, even if it is not on the Chaos 10,000 spirits list, it is not much different. This kind of spiritual treasure cannot be owned by this person. There is someone behind him. While his thoughts were turning rapidly, Luo Hong's hands were not slow. He was seen to condense the yellow spring ghost hand again, and he used the law of force to punch out with all his strength. The dark fist hit the grey treasure bottle, and suddenly a circle of violent airwaves exploded, causing the earth to have a deep pit with a diameter of more than 10 miles with it as a center. However, after this punch, the grey treasure bottle only trembled violently, and did not collapse. However, the slight shock force transmitted into it still made the cultivator surnamed Zio groan, and his face turned pale. Obviously he was seriously injured. You can actually shake the great 5-element purifying world bottle, and you can't be spared. The cultivator surnamed Zio shouted in shock. He knew very well how powerful the magic treasure in his hand was, so he was so surprised by the power of Luo Hong's magical power. Fellow Daoist Zio, I have never offended you. Why do you suddenly want to kill me? Seeing the other party speak, Luo Hong hurriedly paused his attack to answer, trying to get the person behind the scenes. You don't need to know. Die for me. The cultivator surnamed Zio shouted angrily with hatred in his eyes. Then, a 6-sided treasure bottle with a long neck about a foot high appeared on his hands. The mouth of the bottle turned grey, and was about to perform some magical power. To die, Luo Hong's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he took a step forward with murderous intent. His figure disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was behind the cultivator surnamed Zio, wearing a 5-color glow, and passed through the grey light cover without any hindrance. It's you. Before he finished speaking, Luo Hong's right palm stretched out like lightning, and easily sank into the dantian of the cultivator surnamed Zio. Then, a green light flashed into it along his arm, and it was the King Feng that had been hiding in his sleeve. P.S. The new year is over, and I will resume updating twice a day from tomorrow, and the live broadcast will also continue. Chapter 862. First encounter with a foreign race. The dantian was pierced, and the mana in the meridians of the monk surnamed Zio suddenly collapsed, and the grey glow from the treasure bottle also fell back. After King Feng invaded, the soul battle between the nascent soul of the transformed soul and the green domain demon immediately began. The monk surnamed Zio had to withdraw all his consciousness to deal with the extremely dangerous soul battle, so both the 6-sided treasure bottle and the green-faced flag lost control at this time and fell rapidly to the ground. Facing the nascent soul of a monk of the same level, King Feng could not easily devour it, even if he was an extraterritorial demon, and Luo Hong could not wait now. After losing the mana supply, the giant tornado covering the battlefield was rapidly weakening. Once the scarred monk noticed the situation in the eye of the wind, he would definitely stop Luo Hong from killing the monk surnamed Zio. But if he did not devour the nascent soul of the monk surnamed Zio, he would not be able to know the person behind this guy, and he would definitely have trouble sleeping and eating in the future. Thinking of this, Luo Hong's eyes condensed, and he immediately used his left hand to make a spell, and the 5-color peacock pattern on his chest lit up. Suddenly, the 5-color rays of light on his body surged and condensed into an illusory 5-color peacock image. Luo Hong's spell changed, and the 5-color peacock image opened its mouth and spit out a colorful light column, which went straight into the dantian of the Xiao monk. Ah! A scream rang out. The nascent soul of the Xiao monk who was fighting with King Feng was covered by the colorful light column, and the 5 element of magic power in the nascent soul rushed out, so fast that it almost tore the nascent soul itself apart. True spirit blood. This is the means you have been hiding. As the 5 element of magic power dissipated, the nascent soul of the Xiao monk naturally lost a lot of strength. He knew that he could not escape the bad luck, so he simply roared unwillingly. However, King Feng was not so kind as to give the fat meat in his mouth a chance to say its last words. He immediately pounced on it, bit it madly for a while, and then completely devoured it. Search this person's memory in the past few days to see who he has been in contact with. In order to weaken the nascent soul of the cultivator surnamed Xiao as quickly as possible, Luo Hong risked using the true spirit Dharma image. He hurriedly put away his magical powers and ordered King Feng. King Feng also knew that time was running out at this moment. He tried his best to refine the nascent soul fragments in his body. After a few breaths, he heard him exclaim, "Strange, this person has no recent memory at all. The last memory was 300 years ago, and the memory after that is blank." More than 300 years of memory disappeared. Luo Hong was shocked when he heard this, and subconsciously guessed that someone had left a restriction in the nascent soul of the cultivator surnamed Xiao. King Feng's soul search triggered the restriction, which wiped out his 300 years of memory. No. It's impossible for the ban to be activated without any movement. There is something wrong with this person's nascent soul. With a change of mind, Luo Hong couldn't help but think of the abnormality of the other party before, especially the extremely extraordinary attainments of the 5 element. After his eyes flickered twice, he suddenly turned his head and looked at the green flag that was quietly inserted into the ground at this moment. Then, without saying a word, he stretched out his hand and took it, turning the flag into a stream of light and flying in front of him. During this period, this flag-like spiritual treasure was not the slightest bit unusual until Luo Hong stretched out his dark right hand towards it, and a 3-inch tall green man suddenly escaped from the flagpole and went straight to Luo Hong's dantian. There is no doubt that this guy wants to try to seize the body. However, at this time, a thin layer of 5-colored rays of light suddenly appeared on Luo Hong's body. The green man hit it, just like hitting a steel plate, causing his body constructed by spiritual light to tremble. Then the 5-colored rays of light rolled back and immediately wrapped it in a spirit ball of just the right size. After seeing this little man, Luo Hong's doubts were immediately solved. He immediately sent out spells from his hands, causing the 5-colored spirit ball wrapped around the little man to quickly transform into a close-fitting armor. The green little man, realizing that something had been done to him, suddenly became flustered, but he opened and closed his mouth, completely unable to control his body, and escaped back into the green flag. Then, the flag flashed and returned to the body of the cultivator surnamed Xiao, who was still alive. "Wake up." After a command with magic power came out of Luo Hong's mouth, the tightly closed eyelids of the cultivator surnamed Xiao actually twitched, and soon he raised his head and opened his eyes. Looking at his spirit, he was exactly the same as before the Yuanying was devoured, but his face was a little paler due to the loss of blood. After looking at the blood hole on his stomach again, Luo Hong raised his hand and shot a green beam of light at him. As soon as the green beam of light entered the body of the monk surnamed Xiao, the skin and flesh at the wound rolled up, and in a short while, it was restored to its original state. Then, the monk surnamed Xiao pinched the magic formula with one hand, activating the restrictions of the robes on his body, and even the damaged clothes were restored to their original state. At this moment, the giant tornado covering the battlefield had weakened by half. Luo Hong did not dare to delay for a moment. After taking the 6-sided treasure bottle on the ground and putting it away, he pushed out a palm from a distance and printed it on the chest of the monk surnamed Xiao. Immediately, the monk surnamed Xiao flew out like a meteor with blood gushing out of his mouth and nose, and directly crashed through the tornado wall. After collapsing a mountain, he smashed into the soil and rocks. "Brother Xiao." the woman in yellow exclaimed when she saw this, and she wanted to go forward to check immediately. Then, everyone outside saw a black ghost hand blasting a huge hole of 100 feet in the wind wall, and Luo Hong flew out with a very weak breath. Thanks to Daoist fellow Zio for letting me win this match. No. This is impossible. How could brother Zio lose to you? The yellow-clothed woman could not accept it. You can beat King Ming Divine Wind. Daoist fellow Luo is really powerful. I admire you. Although the young man in white robe was also surprised, he did not lose his composure like the yellow-clothed woman. He immediately bowed and praised. Haha, I didn't expect it. Old Gyro lost money this time. Take it. This is the pass token to the spiritual land. After carefully looking at Luo Hong, the scarred monk laughed gloatingly and threw out a green jade token. The word Luo was written on the front of the token, and there was a number on the back, which obviously corresponded to the spiritual land that Luo Hong chose. Senior, the battle for the spiritual land is not over yet. If Luo takes the token now, will it break the rules? Logically, Luo Hong still needs to fight with the yellow-clothed woman and defeat her before he can get the pass token. Brother Luo is quite resentful, but you have also taken it out on that Zio. I advise you to let that girl go, otherwise you will make an enemy for nothing. When you go out on patrol, I'm afraid you will not be able to rest easy. The scarred monk shook his head and advised. He knew the strength of the yellow-clothed woman very well. Even though Luo Hong's aura was much weaker now, if they really fought, I'm afraid that she would not even have the chance to admit defeat and would be ravaged on the spot. The scarred monk had some friendship with the purple-robed man, so naturally he would not let this happen. Of course, I dare not stroke Senior Liangsu's tiger whiskers, but this time I ruined his plan. I'm afraid that, even if I want to give in, that Senior will still make things difficult. Luo Hong said with a wry smile, holding the King Gaiu order in his hand. Don't worry about this matter, fellow Daoist Luo. The rules of Shinyuan City may be flexible, but the rules in secret cannot be violated. If Ban's old friend wants to help his nephew win a piece of spiritual land 100 years later, he can't do anything too extreme. After all, if the matter gets out of hand, Ban will also be implicated. The secret operation is already despicable. If it fails, and there is a malicious attack, it will arouse public anger. The purple-robed man may be willing to take risks because of anger, but the scarred monk has no reason to stop it. While he was talking, the monk surnamed Zio flew away unsteadily. His embarrassed appearance and extremely weak breath made people worry that he would fall from the realm in the next second. Brother Zio, how is your injury? This is Ko Huandan. Take it quickly. The woman in yellow immediately came forward and asked with concern. What happened between her and the monk surnamed Zio was not just a transaction. Thank you for the medicine. I will go back to the mansion to heal my wounds immediately. I will explain the matter here to Senior Gyro later. I will leave first. After taking the medicine bottle, the monk surnamed Zio hurriedly explained and flew towards the exit of the secret realm, not giving the yellow-clothed woman any chance to entangle. Brother Zio, wait for me. The yellow-clothed woman completely forgot about the battle at this moment and flew away immediately. Haha, it seems that old Gyro will have something to worry about in the future. The scarred monk shook his head, took out a token with his palm, and teleported everyone back to the original room with a push of his magic power. The young man in white robe saw that the battle for the spiritual land was completely over, and the scarred monk disappeared, so he stepped forward to get acquainted with Luo Hong. Brother Badaoia is really generous. If it were normal, Luo would definitely drink a few cups with you, but Luo is injured now and needs to go back to his residence to recuperate quickly, so I won't stay with you for long. Luo Hong had other important things to do at this time, so he didn't want to waste his time on the young man in white robe. It is indeed Bei's fault for not considering it carefully. In this case, we will meet again another day. The young man in white robe did not force him and bowed to see him off. After nodding slightly to him, Luo Hong turned into a blue light and left Guangwu Pavilion, returning to the temporary residence on the first floor of Feeling Hall. After opening the restrictions in the house, Luo Hong immediately took out a few pills and swallowed them, sitting cross-legged on the bed to refine them. Using the power of the true spirit Dharma image requires the vitality of heaven and earth to stimulate it. His weak breath at this moment is not pretended, but it is really exhausted. After about a day, Luo Hong restored his magic power to its peak. At this time, the restrictions outside the house detected the breath of a cultivator. Obviously, someone is visiting. Luo Hong was not surprised at all. He immediately stopped the practice and waved his hand to open the restrictions on the door. With a creak, a figure wrapped up tightly entered the house. Luo Hong got up from the bed, walked towards the person, and waved his hand to close the door again. Sit down, fellow Daoist Zio, we need to have a good talk. Following Luo Hong's calm words, the visitor obediently sat down at the tea table. A flash of light flashed above his head, revealing his true appearance. It was the cultivator surnamed Zio whose nascent soul was destroyed by Luo Hong a day ago. Kill me, I won't say anything. The cultivator surnamed Zio said with a determined look. The moment he was captured, he had no hope of surviving. Don't be so absolute. Even if you want to die, I won't kill an unknown person. And your origin is not difficult to guess. You are the spirit general of the spirit clan, right? Luo Hong said jokingly, holding up the teacup. The features of the green little man were too obvious. Only the spirit clan, a branch of the spirit clan and the alien race, would look like him near the human and demon races. The cultivator surnamed Zio in front of him was just a puppet. His body was the green flag. Hearing the three words spirit clan, the expression of the cultivator surnamed Zio suddenly changed a little, but he still kept silent. Luo Hong was not in a hurry to see this. Anyway, he had already used the great 5-element magnetic light to control the opponent tightly. If it really didn't work, he could just let King Feng work hard again. However, soul searching was only a last resort. He had other plans at the moment. After taking a sip of tea, Luo Hong's mind moved, and he took out the 6-sided treasure bottle from the treasure bag, and said coldly, "You are so unfamiliar with this treasure, it must not be your own spiritual treasure. You borrowed it to deal with me, right? You said, if I control you to stay in your residence to heal your injuries, and don't return this treasure, will the person who borrowed the treasure come to ask for it? You are courting death." The cultivator named Zio had a trace of panic in his eyes, and warned angrily, "Seeking death? That may not be the case. Luo doesn't have to do this alone. As long as I send you to the alien spirit hall, there will be a void refining cultivator to take over the plan. By then, your companion or superior will also be caught. Wait, the alien spirit hall does not seem to be safe. You have been lurking in Shinyuan City for 300 years. I'm afraid there are spies from your spirit race in the alien spirit hall. Otherwise, with your cultivation, you can't escape some means of investigation. It's better to hand you over to the seniors among the ascended cultivators like us. Such a great achievement will surely be exchanged for a lot of dust extinguishing pills." Luo Hong observed the expression of the cultivator surnamed Zio, and planned in front of him. "What do you want to do?" The cultivator surnamed Zio was not afraid of death, but he was afraid that he would implicate that adult. After all, their spirit race paid a huge price to let that adult lurk in Shinyuan City. If he was killed in his hands, he would be a sinner of the spirit race. Even though this possibility was not great, he still did not dare to gamble, and had to gradually fall into Luo Hong's trap. Luo is a first-generation ascended cultivator, and I don't have much affection for Shinyuan City. Although the credit for finding out you spirit race spies is not small, it must involve the existence of the refining void realm, which is too dangerous. Therefore, it is not impossible for Luo to pretend that I know nothing. First of all, it depends on whether your next answer can satisfy Luo. Luo Hong did not push too hard, and gave you, the cultivator named Zio, a little hope at the right time. After a pause, he asked the first question. "Tell me, what is your real name?" "Zufeng, a mid-level spirit general of the spirit race," Zufeng said in a low voice. "Very good, it seems that we have at least made a good start," Luo Hong said with a slight curl of his lips. He knew very well that, as long as the other party started, he would talk more and more. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 863, The Spiritual Tribe Sunrise Wind. Luo has only ascended a few days ago, and I have only met you once in Uke Pavilion. How could you have the intention to kill Luo and even borrow a high-level spiritual treasure? This is one of the questions that Luo Hong is most concerned about. It is not easy to sneak into Shinyuan City. Zhu Feng's intention to kill him must not be out of personal likes and dislikes, but because he found that he can threaten the spirit race. The act of borrowing treasures proves that the other party has noticed his strength. Whether it is through magic weapons or magical powers, he has to find out. Otherwise the same situation will happen next time. We, the spirit race, are particularly sensitive to the 5 element. When I first met fellow Daoist Luo in Uke Pavilion that day, I felt a vague threat from you, which made me want to kill you. Perhaps you will think this is a bit of a joke, but spiritual perception is mysterious, and most of the time it is quite effective. And having said that, Zhu Feng looked at Luo Han with fear and said, I wonder if fellow Daoist Luo knows the Yaksha tribe. The Yaksha tribe is a relatively powerful alien tribe around our tribe. Luo has certainly heard of some of it. It is said that this tribe absorbs the spirit of heaven and earth, and is the mortal enemy of your spirit race. Could it be that the feeling I gave to you at that time was the same as that of the Yaksha tribe? Luo Hong immediately understood the meaning of the other party's words and guessed immediately. Not the same, but even worse. So I guessed that fellow Daoist must have the magical power to extremely restrain our spirit race, which is why I deliberately borrowed treasures from that adult, wanting to strangle fellow Daoist in advance. Otherwise, with your qualifications as a first-generation ascended monk, if you advance to the spiritual commander in the future, you will become a great threat to our race. Judging from the 5-color peacock Dharma image revealed by fellow Daoist Luo yesterday, my inference is not wrong at all, and it is even a little too conservative. The true spirit family in the human race does not have the blood of the 5-color peacock. Obviously, this is brought by Luo Han from the lower world to the spirit world. Not to mention how Luo Han got the true blood, but as long as he spreads his branches in the spirit world, the human race in the spirit world will have one more true spirit family that is extremely restrained against the spirit race, which is a strategic disadvantage for the spirit race. For this reason, Zhu Feng believes that it is not too much for that adult to personally attack Luo Han. If he can survive this time, he must pass this news back. It's because of the 5-color blood. It's only been a few days, and it has brought me disaster. Luo Han frowned and complained. He had completely refined the 5-color blood, and there was no possibility of further improvement. But the spiritual race's racial talent was to be able to sense something, and he couldn't think of a way to solve it for a while. Although he predicted that he would get into trouble because of the blood of the true spirit before coming to the spirit world, he didn't expect it to be so fast and so unreasonable. The third question, what is your lurking mission? Zhu Feng's encounter with him was an accident. Luo Hong wanted to know his original mission to lurk in the human and demon races in order to make the next decision. I can't tell you this. If you don't tell me, you will die. The mission will definitely fail, and the elder of your spiritual race will most likely die. If you tell me, you may live, and the mission may not fail. This is not a difficult choice. Luo Hong threatened without any concealment. Hearing this, Zhu Feng could not help but fall silent. After a long while, he spoke in a deep voice. I have been ordered to enter the hinterland of the human and demon tribes, create trouble, and provoke a conflict between the human and demon tribes and the Yaksha tribe. Specific target? Luo Hong asked. This is not my task alone. I will never tell you the specific target. Fellow Daoist Luo can try to search the soul. Zhu Feng refused without hesitation this time. Really? It seems that you are very confident in the restrictions in your soul. Luo Hong snorted coldly, seemingly very dissatisfied. In fact, he was not interested in who the spirit tribe would attack, because if the fact that he had 5-color true blood was exposed, he would definitely become the #1 assassination target of the spirit tribe, and he would not care about others. As for the truth of Zhu Feng's words, Luo Hong believed that it was at least 80% to 90% credible. There are many alien races around the human and demon tribes. The Spirit Tribe and the Yaksha Tribe are just two of them. In addition, there are the Wood Tribe, the Shadow Tribe and the Cave Tribe. Among the 5 alien races, the Spirit race can be said to be the weakest, and the Yaksha race is the strongest, but not much stronger. Any two races can suppress it together. The strength of the human and demon races ranks in the middle, but because of the ancient immortal formation and the immortal world's talisman, formation and weapon teachings passed down by the Jink Jade book, they have a great advantage in defense, which is why they have persisted to this day under the siege of alien races. If I remember correctly, when Han Leoemo ascended to the spirit world, the spirit race once again went to war with the Yaksha race. In other words, there will be a war between the two races in at most 400 years, and this time the Wood race, the Shadow race and the Cave race did not participate in it. Only the spirit race resisted the invasion of the Yaksha race alone. It is common for the pre-war preparations for the war between the races in the spirit world to last for thousands of years, and Zhu Feng's mission is just an insignificant part of it. And since his mission will not affect me, it is possible for him to survive. Luo Hong nodded secretly and thought. Under the current circumstances, neither destroying Zhu Feng nor using him as bait to catch more Spirit Clan spies is a good choice. The former will make him be directly targeted by the owner of the 6-sided treasure bottle. The other party is also a Spirit Clan, and will naturally have a similar induction to the 5-color True Blood as Zhu Feng. Perhaps because of the high level of cultivation, this induction will be even stronger. Even if the latter is very successful, it will make him a thorn in the eyes of the Spirit Clan. After the investigation of Shinyuan City, the possibility of the 5-color True Blood being exposed is not small. The best solution is actually to stabilize Zhu Feng first, let him pass false information to his superiors, help Luo Hong reduce his presence, and wait for him to leave Shinyuan City, and then find an opportunity to eliminate the trouble forever. Although Luo Hong can control Zhu Feng's words and deeds through the ban, if he resists with all his strength, he will definitely be noticed by others. Therefore, this matter requires Zhu Feng to actively cooperate, which is very troublesome. You know, the Yaksha clan has become the life and death enemy of the Spirit Clan, because they like to eat the spirits of heaven and earth, and the human and demon clans are not much behind. As we all know, the two most commonly used methods to make up the 5 element of spiritual roots are Dan spiritual roots and key spiritual roots. The high-level existence of the spirit race is an excellent material. Throughout the ages, the human and demon races have long been mortal enemies with the spirit race. His potential threat to the spirit race is huge. It is undoubtedly difficult to ask Zhu Feng to take the initiative to cover for him. Unless the longer Luo Hong pondered, the more uneasy Zhu Feng's heart became. Although he was determined to die, if he could survive, he still wanted to survive as much as possible. This is the common feeling of living beings. Luo can let you go, but you have to do Luo a favor. Finally, Luo Hong spoke, and ignited Zhu Feng's hope right away. P.S. I'm a little stuck, so that's it for today. I'll sort it out. Chapter 864 Cooperation and Cave. What favor? If you want to harm the interests of our clan, then Daoist Luo, don't say anything. Zhu Feng was definitely not a coward, and he was extremely vigilant. The Spirit Clan and the Yaksha Clan are about to go to war. Luo Hong suddenly said something shocking, and before Zhu Feng could refute, he forced him to say, Daoist Zhu's cultivation is not low enough to get in touch with some of the clan's secrets. I believe he has already known this in his heart. Although Luo is an ascended cultivator, he has a deep connection with the demon clan in the spirit world. You should recognize this token, right? Black Phoenix token. Zhu Feng said with his eyes wide open. He never expected that a divine transformation cultivator who had just ascended to the spirit world a few days ago would become a secret envoy under the command of the Black Phoenix Demon King. True spirit blood, Black Phoenix token. This person's origin is definitely not simple, and he is not comparable to an ordinary first-generation ascended cultivator. Very good. It will be easy if you recognize him. Luo Hong carefully observed Zhu Feng's expression, and seeing that he was first shocked and then worried, he knew that his purpose of actively exposing the identity of the Black Phoenix envoy had been achieved. In order to make Zhu Feng cooperate, he must first dispel his idea of killing Luo Hong. In the case of real threats, he has only one choice, which is to make him afraid to act rashly. In Zhu Feng's original cognition, Luo Hong was a lower world cultivator who had just ascended to the spirit world. He was alone in the spirit world without any backing. He was a marginal figure who would not be investigated in detail, even if he died unexpectedly. In this way, he would naturally find ways to deal with Luo Hong. After all, the risk is small and the return is high. After Luo Hong revealed his identity as the Black Phoenix envoy, he had the Black Phoenix clan of the 7 Great Demon Clan behind him. He was no longer alone. The cost of killing him would increase exponentially, and the possibility of success would be greatly reduced. This made Zhu Feng weigh in his mind. Although Luo Hong has 5-color true blood, he is a great threat to the spirit race, but compared with the Yaksha clan who are about to attack in large numbers and regard them as a panacea, he is not an imminent crisis after all. The price of forcibly killing Luo Hong is likely to destroy most of the power of the spirit race in Xianyuan City, making their task of provoking conflicts between the human, demon and Yaksha races completely fail. Isn't this just for the sake of uncertain threats in the future, ignoring the current crisis? Yes, I believe this is enough to let fellow Daoist Zhu understand that what Luo said just now was not a test, but really got the news. For the nobles, this invasion of the Yaksha tribe is the first difficulty to be overcome. Fellow Daoist Zhu might as well cooperate with Luo instead of dealing with Luo. Luo can help you complete the task, and you can also sell some tribesmen's information to Luo. You have been lurking in Xianyuan City for 300 years, and you should have stained your hands with the blood of your tribesmen, right? Luo Hong's dagger was revealed at this time. He wanted to turn Zhu Feng into a double-faced spy. Those are all criminals who were deceived by the higher-ups to make up for their crimes. It's not a pity to die. They died in my hands. They have made contributions to the tribe. Zhu Feng explained excitedly when he heard it. The only cultivators in Xianyuan City who have the opportunity to possess the bodies of the spirit race are the Kingming guards and Ixuan guards who are out on patrol. So after possessing the bodies of the spirit race, they must serve as Kingming guards and Ixuan guards for a period of time. If they suddenly quit, it would undoubtedly attract some attention. Moreover, only those who have made great contributions to the issue of alien races can hold higher level positions in the alien spirit hall, and some sacrifices are inevitable. The spirit race's method is to pit those convicted members of the tribe, but it is not easy to say. Luo doesn't care whether those spirit races are sinners or innocent. You just need to pass their information to Luo occasionally, and Luo will naturally use the intelligence network of the Black Phoenix envoy to help you with your mission. The content of the deal is this. If you agree, you can not only survive, but also make great contributions to the spirit race in the future. But if you don't agree, Luo will have no choice but to take a risky move. Luo Hong said warmly and then coldly. Hearing this, Zhu Feng immediately pondered, and his expression kept changing, sometimes tangled, and sometimes solemn. About an incense stick later, Zhu Feng suddenly looked up and said, I can promise you, but you must remove the restrictions on me. No problem, but I have to send a subordinate to monitor you, in case you suddenly change your mind. Luo Hong naturally couldn't remove his restrictions and let him go, just because of Zhu Feng's words. It just so happened that King Feng had almost completely digested the nascent soul of the cultivator surnamed Xiao. When the time came, he would enter his dungeon and disguise himself as the original nascent soul, and then monitor Zhu Feng for Luo Hong. That extraterritorial demon. It's indeed hidden. Zhu Feng nodded. He didn't think of letting Luo Hong have no backup plan at all, but it couldn't be too obvious, otherwise he would be cleared out immediately when he returned. As a gift for Luo sparing your life, you have to pass on false information about Luo to your superiors, and repeat what Luo said next. Not a single word can be wrong. Otherwise, King Feng will report it to Luo, and you will be equivalent to tearing up the agreement. Don't blame Luo for not warning you then. After that, Luo Hong made up a story for Zhu Feng, re-describing the scene when they fought, erasing the existence of the 5-colored peacock Dharma image, and focusing on the power of heaven and earth and the heavenly wolf divine fire. I believe that after such a set of rhetoric, the spirit race will not have any interest in him. After all, he is just an ascended monk with greater magical powers, which is not surprising. This is not difficult, but the news of my mission failure must have been passed on to the superiors. According to the rules, no one will contact me for at least 1 month, and I cannot take the initiative to contact others, otherwise there will be problems. After Zhu Feng accepted the fact that he could not get rid of Luo Hong, he became much more cooperative and took the initiative to report the secret. Will the person who lent you the spiritual treasure show up after 1 month? Luo Hong thought for a while and said, that lord will never take risks and will certainly not be in a hurry to retrieve the spiritual treasure. Zhu Feng paused and said truthfully, in that case, then leave this treasure bottle here first. I will return it to you after you pass the message. Luo Hong informed directly. As long as fellow Daoist Luo does not do unnecessary things and understands that this treasure is not something you can get your hands on, I will have no problem. Zhu Feng could understand Luo Hong's coercion, but he still warned him at the moment. After all, the temptation of the great 5-element purifying world bottle is there, and it is not surprising that the other party took risks for this. Don't worry, Luo knows the limit. After saying that, Luo Hong suddenly stretched out his sword finger and pointed at Zhu Feng's abdomen, and a green shadow flew out immediately. After the green shadow sank into Zhu Feng's body, a 5-colored glow immediately flew back and drilled into Luo Hong's palm and disappeared. The restriction has been lifted. Fellow Daoist Zhu can go back, and don't let anyone see you on the road. Luo Hong immediately sent him away. Don't worry about that, brother Luo. I have my own way to sneak back to the cave. After moving his hands and feet, Zhu Feng said in a slightly cold tone. After that, he turned into a green light and escaped directly out of the door. The restriction on the door did not stop him at all. Seeing the other party leave, Luo Hong's smiling face suddenly sank. Of course, he would not collude with the alien race to deal with the cultivators of the human and demon races for a little credit. After all, he could capture the alien race with normal means, and there was no need to take the risk of colluding with the alien race. The real purpose of his proposal of the transaction was just to stabilize Zhu Feng and let the other party think that he was useful to him. In fact, once Zhu Feng left Shinyuan City, Luo Hong would kill him. This crisis is over for now. I can't stay here any longer. I have to go to the spiritual land and build my own cave as soon as possible. Otherwise, if other spiritual spies come to my door, everything I have done will be in vain. After talking to himself, Luo Hong packed up his things, escaped from Feeling Palace, and headed for Killing Mountain. 3 days later, Luo Hong came to a lush and green mountain range that spanned 1,000,000 miles. After sensing the spiritual energy, he felt refreshed, and the speed of the internal skills flowing automatically increased a bit. Such a rich heaven and earth vitality, it is worthy of being a top-level cultivation place in the realm of transformation, and it is worth the risk I took for it. The spiritual energy of Killing Mountain is even better than that of Shinyuan City, and it is not comparable to the Huangfeng Valley in the human world. Looking down, I saw that many peaks were shrouded in different forbidden light shields. It was obviously divided into territories. If you rush in rashly, you will definitely get into trouble. After his consciousness locked onto the spiritual land he had seized, Luo Hong appeared above a layer of white light shield in a flash. Then, he took out his Shinyuan order, and with his magic power, he shot out a white pillar of magic light, which opened a hole as high as a person on the light shield. Then, Luo Hong flashed into it, stretched out his hand, and grabbed a formation plate from the void. After he cast a spell on the formation plate, this spiritual land with a radius of 10,000 miles belonged to him. Unless he gave it up voluntarily or died, no one could enter without permission. The previous owner of this spiritual land died because of a heavenly calamity, and his disciples and relatives had already taken away all the spiritual objects that could be taken away. If Luo Hong wanted to restart the spiritual mineral medicine garden in the spiritual land, he would have to start from scratch. Fortunately, Luo Hong had no intention of managing this place well, so he simply let it continue to be abandoned. Without too much selection, Luo Hong directly opened up a cave on a mountain in the center of the spiritual land. He landed on the top of the mountain, his right foot glowed with yellow light, and he stepped on it slightly. Suddenly, the soil and rocks inside the mountain came alive and separated into stone chambers and passages. After 20 or 30 breaths, a cave exactly the same as the one in Huashan Peak was opened up. With a thought Two streams of light, one black and one purple, flew out from Luo Hong's waist. They were his incarnation and RZ. You guys arrange the cave, and I'll build the formation here, Luo Hong said as he threw out a storage bag containing materials. The white light shield was just an ordinary formation left by Xianyuan City. Since Luo Hong wanted to practice here, he had to set up a forbidden formation himself to feel at ease. Otherwise, if he used this outdated formation, he would probably encounter the situation where Zhu Feng directly passed through the restrictions of Feeling Palace. Even though every day in the spirit world is more than 3 times longer than that in the human world, Luo Hong did not return to the mountain he had just named Huling Peak until the 10th day. Standing on the peak again, Luo Hong took out a formation plate with his palm. After a short spell, 16 extremely thick light pillars rose up around Huling Peak. Then, these 16 light pillars exploded together in the sky and quickly condensed into a layer of colorful light shield. With the help of the abundant 5 element of spiritual energy in the spiritual land, the power of this formation is enough to make the late stage cultivators of the spirit transformation retreat. If there is time, we can also arrange 2 formation eyes, 1 yin and 1 yang. When the yin and yang and the 5 element are combined, even the cultivators of the refining void can resist 1 or 2. If I'm in charge, I can use this formation to manifest the true spirit dharma, and the cultivators of the refining void will die on the spot if they are not careful. Luo Hong put away the formation plate with great satisfaction and came to the cave in a flash. Although this cave is in the belly of the mountain, it is also bright and bright under the restrictions left by the incarnation, which makes people feel very comfortable. Looking at the familiar pattern and layout of the cave, Luo Hong couldn't help but miss Uruaxi in the human world. Although it has been less than a month since he ascended, he is already quite tired, and he misses the gentle place of his senior sister. Master, can Arzi go out to play? It's so comfortable here. Arzi flew over, hugged Luo Hong's legs, looked up and blinked her big watery eyes and begged, go, but you can't leave the range of the formation. Luo Hong smiled and touched her head and said, oh. Arzi cheered and suddenly turned into a purple light and flew away in an instant. At this time, the incarnation came over and said lightly, everything is ready. Lead the way. Luo Hong simply responded and then came to a stone chamber with a length and width of 100 feet with the incarnation. First, use your spiritual sense to confirm the restrictions in the stone chamber. After confirming that it is correct, Luo Hong's spiritual mind moved and then connected the large formation outside with the restrictions in the stone chamber. Suddenly, a rich golden spiritual light lit up in the stone chamber and soon filled it up. With these pure gold-based heaven and earth energy, Xiaojin's hatching is finally just around the corner. After sighing, Luo Hong's waist flashed with spiritual light and a golden giant egg suddenly appeared in the center of the stone chamber. It turned out that when Luo Hong was in Xianan, in order to let Xiaojin swallow the North Pole Yuangang as soon as possible and enhance her potential, she refined the Kunpeng true blood she obtained. Unexpectedly, although this move greatly promoted Xiaojin's speed of swallowing the North Pole Yuangang, it also made her spit out spiritual silk on the day of success and turned into a giant egg. Luo Hong guessed that this was probably because Xiaojin's innate magical power reacted with Kunpeng true blood, giving her another opportunity to be reborn. This is indeed a great thing, but Xiaojin's delay in hatching is always a concern for Luo Hong. At this moment, the giant egg just appeared in the stone chamber, and it changed from the previous silence. The eggshell began to flash with golden spiritual light, as if it was swallowing the spiritual energy in the stone chamber. It was at this time that Luo Hong sensed the connection with Xiaojin's mind again after many years. Well done. I won't waste your time. Go back. Luo Hong was delighted to see this, praised the incarnation, and took him back to the Jade Mansion. This guy was almost crazy in studying magic skills. Luo Hong didn't dare to order him to do too many chores, otherwise it would definitely be bad. After leaving the incubation room, Luo Hong flashed to the quiet room where he practiced and frowned as soon as he sat down cross-legged. We must find a way to block the spirit race's perception of the 5-color true blood, otherwise it will be too much of a constraint on me and it will be inconvenient to do anything. Chapter 865, Law Connection and Patrol Team. According to the racial characteristics of the spirit race, the 5-colored peacock is undoubtedly the natural enemy of the race. Since Luo Hong has refined the blood essence of the 5-colored peacock, it is not surprising that the high-level spirit race will have this kind of spiritual perception of encountering natural enemies. The root of the problem is simple, but it is very difficult to solve. After all, this kind of spiritual perception of encountering natural enemies is one of the strongest spiritual perceptions and basically cannot be blocked. Fortunately, Luo Hong has also studied spiritual perception. After pondering for a while, he still thought of two ways. The so-called spiritual perception is a kind of information transmission at the level of spirit particles. There are two important factors in its birth process. One is the information body that sends out spirit particle information, and the other is the sensor body that receives spirit particle information. As for the sensor body, that is, the spirit race, Luo Hong obviously has no way. He can only start with himself, that is, the information body. As for the information body, there are two means available. One is disguise, and the other is blocking. The former changes the information of the information body through certain means, so that the sensor body gets the wrong induction. The latter is to block the information body's spirit particle transmission, so that the sensor body cannot get any induction. Although the theory sounds simple, these 2 points are extremely difficult to implement in practice. The real application of the disguise method is high-level illusion. Although Luo Hong has dabbled in it, he certainly cannot deceive the spirits in the realm of refining emptiness with it. Instead, it will arouse their suspicion and attract attention. Of course, there are also means that do not use illusions, that is, through the mysterious skills, really change one's own aura, rather than just a shallow disguise of a layer of clothes. According to the common sense of the cultivation world, once the true spirit dharma is practiced, it will not change and disappear, but follow the master for life. But Han Leomo's 12 changes of Jings is an exception. The law imprint on his chest can not only change at will, but also completely disappear. Although Luo Hong does not have the method of practicing this magical power, he can still understand something from a glimpse of the leopard. The key to the blood of the true spirit is not the blood, but the law contained in the blood. However, since this law is in the blood, once it is refined by people, the power of the law will also be transferred. Although this method can obtain extremely strong law power in a short period of time, it is definitely not as good as the one you have comprehended. Luo Hong's current situation is that he has obtained part of the 5-element law by refining the 5-color true blood. However, these 5-element laws are rooted in his blood, and he can only use them passively, but not like the law of force, which can be used when he wants, and not used when he doesn't want. This means that, even if he actively restrains his breath, the very small amount of spirit particles he emits still carries the power of the 5-element law. It is precisely because the power of the law is obtained by trickery that ordinary changes in profound skills are useless to it. The magic of the 12 changes of Jings is that it can integrate the power of the laws of multiple true spirits. Luo Hong guessed that the theoretical basis of it is mostly similar to his 5 evils gathering spirit array. The core design of the 5 evils gathering spirit array is to use spirit particles to restrain spirit particles, so that the array setter can control the spiritual energy of heaven and earth far beyond his own limit. The 12 changes of Jings is most likely also based on a similar principle, using one law power to restrain another law power, so that multiple law powers can exist in one person. There is no doubt that the predecessor of the Cheyenne Pen clan who combined the body realized some mysteries between the laws to create this method. However, just like the 5 evils gathering spirit formation, if the control is slightly wrong, it will turn into the super 5-element divine thunder. The 12 changes of Jings are also extremely dangerous. It can be imagined that once the power of the law in the practitioner's body is unbalanced, it will definitely not end well. The Cheyenne Pen clan combined predecessor tried the law himself, and finally lost his life, before finding the balance. It's a pity that later generations only regarded him as a madman, which made the magic skill dusty. There are so many true spirits in the world, and taking 12 alone is the biggest clue. 5-clawed golden dragon, 7-colored sky phoenix, 5-colored peacock, mountain giant ape, wandering kunpeng, blue phoenix, black tortoise, nightmare dragon, and soaring snake. As far as we know, Han Luo Mo finally refined these 9 kinds of true spirit blood, and the corresponding laws must have some kind of connection to balance each other. And this connection is the biggest treasure in the 12 changes of Jings, which is much more valuable than itself. But now I think about this a bit far, and it can't quench my thirst. At present, the only feasible method is the blocking method. Compared with the disguise method, the blocking method is much more down to earth, and the most common key gathering technique is the main application of the blocking method. It's just that the racial talent of the spirit race can't even do the key gathering technique. After all, no matter how strong the key gathering technique is, it only reduces the spirit particles emitted by itself. In order to completely block the transmission of spirit particles, Luo Hong can only cultivate the legendary body that cannot be leaked. The body that does not leak is the rarest type of body. No matter what kind of spiritual medicine the owner takes, he will have 20% more medicinal power than others, and he is also gifted in some miscellaneous studies, but his magical power in fighting is weaker than that of ordinary cultivators. The so-called body that does not leak is nothing more than the complete balance of the 5 element of the body, which naturally forms a 5 element closed loop, making it impossible for the spirit to overflow. Although my spiritual root qualifications are completely incompatible with this body, I should be able to do this by borrowing the great 5 element magnetic light. If we talk about Luo Hong's biggest gain, after refining the 5 color true blood, it is undoubtedly that his great 5 element magnetic light has stepped into the great success realm from the small success realm. Not only has it been completely integrated into the body, but it is also easy to control and has many changes. It's just that, although the realm can be achieved in one fell swoop, the power cannot be increased out of thin air. If the power of the great 5 element magnetic light is to be upgraded from the small success realm to the great success realm, it is necessary to refine a lot of 5 element Yuanjing. This spiritual object extracted from the essence of heaven and earth has many wonderful uses, and only cultivators above the refining void level can spend 20 to 30 years to refine one, so it has always been in short supply. Although Luo Hong can also refine the 5 element essence with his innate 5 element body, he can't wait that long, so he must think of another way. Thinking of this, Luo Hong's mind moved, and he took out the 6-sided treasure bottle from the treasure bag. The grey glow emitted by this bottle contains the 5 element essence. If I can refine it, I can count it as a blessing in disguise this time. Although the 6-sided treasure bottle is a hot potato, Luo Hong can't take it for himself, but it's okay to get some wool, and then let Zhu Feng explain it a few more words. As soon as the voice fell, Luo Hong popped out various spells on the ground of the stone room, and soon built a small formation. He didn't want to risk leaving his consciousness on the 6-sided treasure bottle, so he could only use the formation to drive this treasure. As Luo Hong slapped the ground with his palm, the spiritual energy of the formation outside the cave immediately poured into the magic formation, making it bright. The next moment, the 6-sided treasure bottle floated up, and grey light gradually emerged from the mouth of the bottle. Until these grey lights merged into a fist-sized ball, Luo Hong waved his hand and shot out a 5-colored light, which condensed into a palm about the size of a foot, and grabbed it in his palm. Luo Hong immediately pinched the magic formula with both hands, and silently used the secret technique to extract the 5 element in the grey light. It was not smooth at first. Although the grey light was extracted and distorted, it never collapsed and decomposed. Seeing this, Luo Hong knew that relying on the great 5 element magnetic light power alone was not enough. With the magic power, the 5-colored peacock pattern on his chest began to glow. The 5 element law suddenly increased and merged into Luo Hong's magical power. Suddenly, the grey light in the 5-colored palm was torn to pieces, and light spots like stars scattered from it. Very good. At this rate, I will be able to fully master the great 5 element magnetic light before my first patrol mission. Then, even if I run into the spirit race outside the city, I won't have to worry. After refining the 5 element essence in the grey glow, Luo Hong said happily, waving his hand, and sending a sound transmission note outside the cave, to prevent Xiangzi and the others from disturbing him. More than 10 days later, in front of a giant green tower, a young monk with an ordinary appearance was holding a green armor and looking at it. After a few breaths, he suddenly took out a silver dagger and slashed directly at the green armor. With a sizzle, the silver dagger only left a shallow scratch on the green armor. Then the armor flashed with spiritual light, and even the scratch disappeared. Haha, junior brother Luo, you don't have to try again. This Kingming armor is enough to withstand the full force of a mid-stage spiritualization cultivator. It is a rare protective armor. Although Shire Neo and City asked us to perform dangerous tasks, the protective treasures it provides are not bad. At this time, a hearty laugh came from the side, and Xiangzili, who had already put on the Kingming armor, greeted him with a smile on his face. The young cultivator smiled slightly, pressed the Kingming armor in his hand against his chest, and suddenly a spiritual light flashed. When the spiritual light dissipated, he was already wearing the Kingming armor. Senior brother Xiang, I haven't seen you for more than a month. Are you doing well? The young cultivator was naturally Luo Hong, who had just come out of retreat, and he greeted him immediately. Everything is fine. If I hadn't had to report to the alien spirit hall within a month, I would have really wanted to stay in seclusion in the cave. Haha, junior brother Luo left a letter before. I think he must have realized the beauty of the Killer Mountain spiritual land, right? Xiangzili said in a very good mood. He didn't need to think about it, and he knew that he must have made great progress in his cultivation these days, and even touched the bottleneck of the middle stage of the spiritual transformation. I can only say that the spiritual world is indeed well deserved. When I first arrived at Killer Mountain, Luo was really surprised. By the way, where is brother Beidao? Isn't he with senior brother Xiang? Luo Hong got a lot of 5-element Yuanjing for free these days, and has completely made up for the lack of the power of the great 5-element magnetic light. He also got rid of a worry, and he was also happy from the bottom of his heart. Brother Bei went to take the mission alone. We will go to the base to wait for him first. Brother Bei was assigned to the 64th team of Bingzi. And what about you, junior brother Luo? Xiangzili asked with interest. Luo is now the captain of the 66th team of Bingzi. It seems that our bases should be very close to each other. When receiving the Kingming armor, Luo Hong was assigned a place, and he said truthfully, "Oh, brother Bei is the 65th team of Bingzi. I thought it was a coincidence before, but now it seems that the higher-ups have directly formed 3 new patrol teams. This is good news." Xiangzili nodded slightly. The formation of new patrol teams instead of filling in the gaps proves that the captains of the original patrol teams have not had any accidents. In other words, the possibility of them encountering danger is a little lower. It has been just over 30,000 years since the last war, so it is reasonable that the alien races are not active frequently. We have encountered a good time. Luo Hong responded sincerely. He wanted to finish the first patrol mission quickly and then return to the cave to deduce the skills and seclusion, but he didn't want to encounter any moths. As they talked, the two fled to the base on the Green Giant Tower. Sing 64, this is it. Junior brother Luo, we'll see you later. Looking at the plaque on the door of the hall, Xiangzili bowed to Luo Hong and then fled into the hall. After watching him go, Luo Hong continued to flee forward and soon arrived in front of the door of the hall with the plaque Sing 66. I don't know what kind of team members will be assigned to me. I hope they are not all rough guys. Although Luo Hong had no bad intentions, beautiful fairies can make people happy after all. After using the Kingming order to open the ban on the door, Luo Hong waved his sleeves to push open the door of the hall and fled into the hall in a flash. As soon as he came in, Luo Hong saw 2 men and 2 women talking in a low voice around a jade table. Although they were covered with black armor, they could still see from many places that they were all wearing the same clothes. Are they cultivators from the same sect? Just as Luo Hong couldn't help but guess, the 4 people also noticed the movement of the door opening and turned their heads to look at the door. Seeing that the visitor was a cultivator in green armor, the 4 people were all surprised at the same time, and they stood up and bowed, saying, "So it's Senior Luo who has arrived. Please forgive us for not welcoming you from afar. Do you know Luo?" Luo Hong asked suspiciously. "We are all cultivators of Tai sect. Master Meng had given us some information before we came, including some information about Senior Luo." A young man with a wooden crown in the middle stage of the nascent soul replied with a bow, who was implicitly the leader of the 4. "We are all in the middle stage of the nascent soul. Tai sect is treating me as a nanny. Luo Hong shook his head secretly in his heart, and it was indeed a case of being short-handed and soft-mouthed. Patrol missions cannot be sloppy. Even in the lowest risk areas, the probability of encountering alien spies is low. And those who understand probability know that, even if the probability is 1%, it is 100% if you encounter it. Therefore, the Black Zuan guards in the patrol team generally have to have a cultivation of the late nascent soul, and there are few cultivators in the middle stage of the nascent soul. I see. Where are the other fellow Taoists? A patrol team usually consists of 10 black mysterious guards, and 1 blue dark guard. Luo Hong only hopes that the other 6 can be more reliable, otherwise he really can't take care of them when something happens. And if he loses manpower, his merits will be deducted. Master Wang and Fairy Tang are meditating in the quiet room. Senior Luo, would you like me to help call them out? The young man with the wooden crown asked respectfully. Go ahead. After we meet, the task from above will also come down. Luo Hong said calmly. Yes, senior. After receiving the order, the young man with the wooden crown immediately told the junior brothers and sisters beside him, and the 4 of them fled to their respective quiet rooms. Not long after, another 5 men and 1 woman appeared in front of Luo Hong. As expected, they were all cultivators in the late nascent soul stage. Chapter 866, Floating Light Forest. Although there were only 6 people, they were all from the 3 schools of Buddhism, Confucianism, and Taoism. Except for the female cultivator, who had a young girl's face, the other 3 were all over 40 years old, and there was no old man. Luo Hong thought about it, and saw some clues. If these 5 people did not practice the secret technique to preserve their appearance, then their lifespans were not long compared to their cultivation. They were the elites among the cultivators of the same level. Thinking about their already scheduled patrol mission, Luo Hong realized that he had formed a group with connections. Although these 6 people were not as outrageous as the 4 guys from Tai sect, they were definitely cultivators from the local forces of the spiritual world, and they must have come from a prominent background. Okay, compared to Han Lao Mo who was thrown into the Fury Swamp to suffer as soon as he arrived, I'm just a nanny, which is much better. Luo Hong sighed in his heart and asked them to introduce themselves. In fact, from the reply of the young man with wooden crown, Luo Hong had guessed that the sword-browed man in a dark blue Taoist robe and the beautiful woman with a delicate and broad mind were the leaders of the 6. Now, after listening to their introduction, it was indeed true. I'm Wang Jinghui, a disciple of Zhenlang Temple. I'm honored to meet Senior Luo. I'm Tang Xin, a disciple of Qian Sha Valley. From now on, I will rely on Senior Luo to take care of me. My goodness, each of them is a powerful force with a combined old monster in charge. From now on, we should try our best to protect the 6 of them. The other 4 will depend on their luck. Ignoring Tang Xin's seductive eyes, Luo Hong nodded calmly. Just as he was about to speak, he saw a golden light passing through the temple door and flying towards him. Seeing this, Luo Hong immediately used his mind to attract the golden light, causing it to turn in the air and fall between his fingers. Then the golden light dissipated, revealing a small golden sword with a groove in the middle, filled with a red jade slip. The golden sword sends a message, which is a unique communication method of the alien spirit hall. Luo Hong immediately took out the red jade slip and read the contents with his spiritual sense. Floating Light Forest. Luo has been busy building a cave recently, but has not collected much information about the area around Chanyuan City. Are any of you familiar with this place? Hearing Luo Hong's question, Tang Xin immediately covered her mouth and laughed softly, and said with a moving look, this floating light forest is the most familiar to me. The last time I performed a patrol mission was also here. During this period, I never encountered any aliens. Senior Luo, Floating Light Forest is a 3rd level dangerous area, which belongs to the lowest category. In the past, there were only records of spies from the Spirit Clan and the Wood Clan appearing. However, because the spiritual veins under the forest are particularly active for some reason, chaotic colorful lights and shadows often appear above the forest, which is why it got its name. Wang Jinghui said. The spiritual energy is so chaotic that it produces strange phenomena, which should have an impact on us. Luo Hong frowned and said, it does have an impact. In the floating light forest, it will be difficult to perform the escape techniques and magical powers related to the 5 element, so it is best to use magic weapons and magical powers other than the 5 element. After receiving the letter from the Golden Sword, we will leave in 1 day at most. If Senior Luo is not prepared, then hurry up. Tang Xing kindly reminded, she didn't want any accidents to happen to her supporter in the next 100 years. That's not necessary. Luo happens to have magic weapons other than the 5 element. Luo Hong was not frowning for himself just now. The existence of the innate 5 element body is enough for him to freely perform magical powers in any spiritual environment. He was afraid that these cheap subordinates of his would be affected, and their already small abilities would be reduced by a few percent. However, seeing how happy they were, it seemed that he was worried too much. Senior Luo, although the spiritual environment of the floating light forest is not as good as expected, it is precisely because of this that some unique spiritual objects are born. The white ginseng fruit and the red ginseng fruit can improve the cultivation of us Union cultivators just by taking them raw. If we can find the purple ginseng fruit, a Shenhua cultivator like Senior Luo can save 20 to 30 years of hard work. Wang Jinghuo's words immediately revealed the reason why everyone was so happy. This time, they can not only obtain high merits from the patrol team, but also take the opportunity to obtain cultivation resources. It is simply a win-win. If so, Luo will set aside time for you to find this spiritual object, but don't chase it too far. The existence of ginseng fruit is recorded in the ancient books of the human world. This is a spiritual plant with a very fast escape speed. In the environment of the floating light forest, it is not easy to catch it. Moreover, the purple ginseng fruit must be grown from ordinary ginseng fruit for 6,000 years. It is very rare. Luo Hong didn't think he could encounter it, and he was not interested at the moment. He just warned everyone. For the next day, Luo Hong did not spend his days in meditation, but chatted with everyone, which made him know a lot about the spiritual world. When it was time to set off, Luo Hong led everyone to the gathering place. There were a total of 10 patrol teams heading to the floating light forest, 6 of which were from human cultivators, and the other 4 were all composed of demon cultivators. Because they had discussed many times before, after seeing Xiangzi and Bei Yunzhao at the gathering place, the 3 of them just looked at each other and did not talk about anything. Then, the teleportation array in the center of the gathering hall lit up white light, and the 10 patrol teams immediately entered in batches according to the numbered order. With a flash of white light in front of him, Luo Hong found himself in a dim stone chamber. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, he sensed that the walls around him were all covered with secret restrictions. There was only their team in the stone chamber, and with a little thought, he knew that there must be many such stone chambers. After using the Kingming order to open the restrictions on the stone door, Luo Hong led everyone to fly out. The stone chamber was built underground. When Luo Hong and the others escaped from the earth, they found that they were already at the edge of the floating light forest. In front of them was an endless green forest, and behind them were huge city walls, shrouded in a hazy spiritual light, densely packed with silver runes. At this time, above the green forest, a colorful spiritual light like a giant python was slowly twisting and entangled with each other, looking very magnificent. But this also made the surrounding spiritual environment extremely chaotic. For the monks who were familiar with the normal spiritual environment, it was like being in a storm. This effect was stronger for the weak of the monks, so as soon as the 4 young men in the wood crown came out, they each offered a brass handbell. With the crisp sound of the bell produced by the slight shaking, the spiritual energy around them became much more stable. Then, Taoist Wang and others also used their own methods, either offering magic weapons or summoning spiritual beasts. Tang Xing sat sideways on the back of a green-eyed spiritual beast that looked like a tiger or a cat, while secretly observing Luo Hong. Seeing that he did not move, he could not help but be secretly surprised. The captain of the Kingming Guard before her had the cultivation of the middle stage of the spiritual transformation, but he still couldn't stand the spiritual environment of the floating light forest and needed the protection of magic weapons. Luo Hong was only at the early stage of the spiritual transformation, but he could look normal at this moment, which was really amazing. as expected of a first generation ascending cultivator. Haha, this time I can find some red ginseng fruits. The stronger Luo Hong's strength, the more beneficial it is for him and others, Tang Xin secretly said with joy. Let's go to the first patrol point marked on the map first. Try to restrain your breath, and don't disturb the beasts in the forest. After giving the instructions, Luo Hong took the lead to set up the escape light and went deep into the floating light forest. Everyone did not dare to neglect it and immediately turned into escape lights to follow. Suddenly, 11 long rainbows appeared in the sky. Chapter 867 Patrol in the Wood Tribe. In the Fuguan forest, ancient trees are towering. Each of them is extremely thick and full of wood spirit. In order to prevent the Wood Clan spies from hiding in it, Luo Hong and others cannot fly over the treetops from the first patrol point. Fortunately, each of these ancient trees covers an area of dozens of feet, so they are not affected too much when flying in the forest. Luo Hong is now in the center of the team, holding the alien spirit disc issued by the alien spirit hall, carefully sensing whether there is any alien breath around. At the same time, he also releases all his spiritual sense, paying attention to the slightest movement within a radius of 10,000 miles. After more than 10 days, he is already a little tired, but he dare not relax for a moment. Tang Xin and others who are flying around him, the farthest of which is no more than 100 feet away, are also holding alien spirit discs, but from their appearance, it can be seen that they are not as meticulous as Luo Hong in sensing the breath. Instead, they are looking around, constantly searching for something. Suddenly, a blue-eyed man in the crowd has a spiritual light in his eyes, and he rushes out of the team at a sudden speed, heading straight for a pool of water on the left. The rest of the people were all startled when they noticed the movement, but soon they showed envy. It turned out that there was a fist-sized white ginseng fruit sleeping soundly beside the pond. It was also the first time that Luo Hong saw a real ginseng fruit. He couldn't help but take a closer look. He saw that this little thing was white and fat, not like ginseng, but like a snow pear with hands and feet. His spiritual sense swept over it, but it was empty. Obviously, this little guy has completely adapted to the spiritual environment of the floating light forest and perfectly integrated into it, so it can only be detected by the naked eye. This is no wonder. If they didn't have some skills with their medicinal power, I'm afraid that, no matter how many there are, they can't resist the capture of the monks of Shinyuan City. However, just when Luo Hong was about to retract his spiritual sense, he found that there seemed to be some movement in the pond. Immediately, he frowned and focused his spiritual sense to carefully explore it. The next moment, his face changed and he said, "Don't get close to the pond." Hearing this, the blue-eyed man subconsciously looked towards the pond and saw that many bubbles had appeared on the surface of the pond at some point, as if some strange beast was about to escape from it. Seeing this scene, the blue-eyed man was immediately scared to death and quickly reversed his escape light, and without saying a word, he threw a bronze rust bell behind him. At the same time as the bronze rust bell grew in the wind, the sound of breaking water came from the pond, and more than 1,000 beetles with shiny black shells and half the length of a finger suddenly escaped from the pond. I saw these black beetles gather slightly in the air, and spiritual patterns on their backs lit up one after another, and then all of them shot out, like more than 1,000 black arrows shooting at the blue-eyed man. Oh no, it's a flying louse. After seeing the sneak attack of the spiritual insects, Taoist Wang exclaimed immediately, with fear on his face. The pursued blue-eyed man also recognized this kind of spiritual insect. His face suddenly turned pale, and he hurriedly threw various magic weapons and talismans behind him. The flying louse's escape speed was extremely fast. In an instant, it hit the bronze rusty bell. There was a crisp sound of clang clang clang. The treasure was beaten to pieces in a breath, and scrapped on the spot. Then, the flying louse hit the spiritual talisman thrown by the blue-eyed man. Wind, fire, thunder and lightning, and various 5-element spells were mixed together to build a wall. The momentum was very terrifying. However, these black beetles did not dodge at the moment. They gathered in the middle and rushed in. When they rushed out from the other end in an instant, there were only a few dozen less on the periphery, which had no effect on the insect swarm. At this moment, the insect swarm had approached the blue-eyed man dozens of feet away. Although there were two shields blocking him, the blue-eyed man knew that this would not allow him to live for a few more breaths. Strong despair immediately surged into his heart. After a moment of despair, the blue-eyed man suddenly showed a fierce look on his face. He turned around and faced the insect swarm and cast a spell, obviously wanting to bite off a piece of flesh from the insect swarm before he died. However, at this moment, a strange scene suddenly appeared in front of him. It was as if the flying lice were suddenly cast into a fixed body spell, and they all stopped in the air. Then a wave of heat swept from behind. A row of blue and white fire waves surged over the fixed flying lice, and then there was a burst of crackling explosions, and more than 1,000 flying lice were burned to ashes in an instant. It turned out that Luo Hong had already fled, while shouting a warning, so that he could first use the power of heaven and earth to fix the flying lice in a flash, and then use the heavenly wolf divine fire to catch them all in one net. The speed of this spiritual insect's escape surprised even him. If he didn't use thunder and lightning methods, once the insect swarm dispersed, it would be very troublesome. Seeing the flying louse that had chased him to nowhere was easily killed, the blue-eyed man was stunned for a moment. After reacting, he immediately turned around and saluted Luo Hong respectfully, saying, "Thank you, Senior Luo, for saving my life. I will never forget it." Well, you seem to recognize this kind of spiritual insect, but you were not prepared at all just now. Hasn't this insect appeared in the floating light forest before? Luo Hong nodded slightly, but he was not dissatisfied with the blue-eyed man for causing trouble. After all, the pool was not far from their patrol route. Even if the blue-eyed man didn't go over, they would probably be attacked. In addition, he had promised everyone to catch the ginseng fruit along the way, and the blue-eyed man didn't do anything out of line. Replying to the senior, this flying louse is a common vicious insect in the wilderness. It likes to beat its prey to pieces and then lay eggs in the prey's corpse. It has also roamed in areas such as Fili Swamp before, but it is not here in Fuguan Forest. But even if it appears, it is not surprising. The blue-eyed man replied, while secretly thinking that he was unlucky. For a white ginseng fruit, he lost a magic weapon and several high-level spiritual talismans. He was at a loss. So that's how it is. Since it has roamed from the wilderness, it is probably not just this group. You should be careful on the next journey. When you reach the next patrol point, you can go to look for ginseng fruit together. Luo Hong secretly scanned the surroundings several times with his spiritual sense. He didn't find anything unusual, so he made arrangements. Everyone had no objection to hearing this. After all, with their cultivation, if they were attacked by flying louse alone, they would probably not be able to cope with it. In this way, they could only form teams of 3 or 2 to look for fruit during the rest time, after arriving at the patrol point. After a small episode, everyone gathered their mood and set out on patrol again, and the nameless pond immediately returned to peace. However, this peace did not last too long. After only half an hour, an ancient tree beside the pond flashed a strange spiritual light. Not long after, 5 figures who looked somewhat like humans, but with green skin and slightly purple eyes, walked out of the tree trunk. If there were cultivators from Shinyuan City here, they would recognize at a glance that these were all people from the Wood Clan. And from the purple belts around their waists, it can be seen that these 5 Wood Clan members are all purple level beings, which is equivalent to the human race's incarnation realm. After walking out of the ancient tree, the only slender woman among the 5 people walked a few steps to the edge of the pond, stretched out her green palm and waved, and a milky white bead flew out from the ground. Then, the woman of the Wood Clan spit out a green beam of light at the orb in her hand, chanted a few spells, and threw it in front of the other 4 people. The milky white bead suddenly stopped when it reached the highest point, and then a white light was cast, condensing into several vague human figures. Then, these human figures began to move, and their actions were exactly the same as those of the blue-eyed man and Luo Hong by the pool. It is indeed the power of heaven and earth. The guys from the spirit tribe did not lie. After looking at the image in the bead, a 10-foot tall man from the Wood tribe said in a deep voice, "Although the superiors ordered us to find the treasure of heaven and earth, this person obviously has a grudge against the spirit tribe, so we must be careful not to be used by the spirit tribe." A man from the Wood tribe wearing thorns on the side frowned and said, The reason why they targeted Luo Hong was because the spirit tribe had taken the initiative to give them information before. Although this move was very suspicious, since it was related to the treasure of heaven and earth, they still set up a trap here to test it. However, whether to take further action, the Thorny Wood spirit believed that it was still necessary to consider it in the long run. Mukang, you are too careful. Those guys of the spirit tribe don't know that we are hiding in the floating light forest. Now is a good opportunity to obtain the treasure of the universe. Otherwise, when they return to Shinyuan City, our strength will not be comparable to that of the spirit tribe. A wooden spirit with yellow lines on his face and holding a spear shook his head slowly. Due to their own racial characteristics, the spirit tribe and the shadow tribe can disguise themselves as the magic weapons of the human and demon tribes, and the other can disguise themselves as a Yuanying. It is much easier for them to sneak into Shinyuan City than the other tribes. I think we should ask Lord Huaru whether we should take action. After all, the motives of the spirit tribe are really strange, as if they suffered a loss from that human race. The woman of the wood tribe took back the orb and made suggestions. Lord Huaru had a great battle with the ancient wild beasts before, and his injuries have not healed yet, so it is not appropriate to disturb him. And Muzeng is right, this opportunity is rare. This man's treasure is exactly what our tribe urgently needs, and it must not be missed. As for whether the spirit tribe is hiding in the dark and wants to reap the benefits, we just need to test it again. At this time, a man from the Wood Clan in a purple robe suddenly took the lead, and then he turned his eyes and looked at the woman from the Wood Clan and said, Huazun, how are the batch of black light beasts being tamed? They are useful. The woman from the Wood Clan named Huazun nodded in response. Then go and prepare. If we can successfully achieve this great feat, we can leave this damn place. The purple-robed Wood Clan narrowed her eyes and made the final decision. In fact, the four people were also refreshed when they heard the words, and they flashed into the nearby ancient trees. On the other side, Luo Hong had no idea that he had been targeted by a group of purple-level Wood Clan. On the 24th day, after arriving at the first patrol point, he finally led the team to the outside of the second patrol point. This is a wooden house built on an ancient tree, surrounded by an illusion array, which can be used by the patrol team to rest. In the center of the illusion array, there stands a black crystal stone engraved with runes. This stone is connected to the surrounding ground veins, and it is basically impossible to move without making a huge noise. The first thing Luo Hong did when he arrived here was to come to the black crystal stone and cast a spell on it with the Kingming order. As a beam of light shot out from the black crystal stone and hit the Kingming order, he nodded with satisfaction and told everyone, rest for 5 days, and we will set off again in the morning of the 6th day. There are 6 more patrol points like this on their route, which means that it will take at least half a year to complete a patrol. In the floating light forest, due to the existence of various ginseng fruits, most of the time the patrol teams will take the initiative to slow down, so it usually takes more than half a year to complete a patrol mission. The 5 days of rest time given by Luo Hong is actually too little. After all, everyone's mana and mind have been depleted along the way, and they really need to rest for 1 or 2 days. In this way, they only have 3 days to search for ginseng fruits. However, Luo Hong had just shown his magical powers a few days ago, so no one dared to object. Anyway, this place was not deep into the floating light forest, and the chance of finding ginseng fruit was not high. After watching the 10 men into the wooden house, Luo Hong stepped forward alone, pressed his right palm on the black crystal, and exhaled his magic power, and a suction force came. Luo Hong did not resist at the moment, allowing the suction force to take him away. In a flash, he came to a dark place. Brother Luo, you are half a day late, but did you encounter trouble on the way? The voice of Xiangzili suddenly came from the front, and on a formation not far away, there were a phantom of Xiangzili and Baiyan Tao. This is another function of the black crystal, which allows each patrol team to communicate with each other. If something happens, you can also rely on the formation here to teleport people from different patrol points. However, although this function is good, it is rarely used. First, the patrol team is usually attacked during the patrol, and second, few people are willing to wade into other people's muddy water. The superiors did not force the patrol team to support each other before. After all, if the aliens had a premeditated attack, they would definitely be fully prepared. In most cases, supporting them would only increase casualties. We encountered a group of flying lice and almost lost a team member. Fortunately, I rescued him in time. Brother Ziyang, Brother Bei, what happened to you on the way? Luo Hong stood at the edge of the formation with his hands behind his back. He knew that he was just a shadow in the eyes of the other party. Brother Bei and I have had a smooth journey. We didn't even see any trace of aliens. Brother Bei found a red ginseng fruit, but it ran away. Ziyang Zili heard that it was not a big deal, so he didn't take it to heart and talked about his own situation. I didn't expect the red ginseng fruit to be so fast here. Of course, if I hadn't gotten used to the spiritual environment here, I wouldn't have let it run away and lost face in vain. But from this point of view, the purple ginseng fruit must be even more difficult, and it is extremely difficult for us to capture it alone. Bei Yunzhao smiled slightly ashamedly. Brother Bei, do you mean to cooperate and do that blockade? Ziyang Zili said with bright eyes. Yes, Bei has seen the map. The patrol routes of our 3 patrol teams are right next to each other. If one of us finds the purple ginseng fruit and is not sure to capture it, it is better to drive it towards the direction of the other 2 and gradually lock it in an area. In this way, our chances of success will be greatly increased. It's okay to miss the red ginseng fruit, it's useless to him anyway, but if the purple ginseng fruit escapes in vain, Bei Yunzhao believes that he will be depressed for a while. So, he thought a lot along the way and made such a plan. It's a good idea, but how to distribute it then? Ziyang Zili frowned and asked. Since we have all contributed, we should divide it equally and take turns. What do you think, Brother Luo? Seeing that Luo Hong did not speak for a long time, Bei Yunzhao could not help but ask for his opinion. Luo has no problem. Although the purple ginseng fruit is extremely rare, Luo Hong did not need to pour cold water on it at this time, and agreed immediately. Anyway, he was confident in his luck, and this way of distribution would definitely be his advantage. Chapter 868 Purple Ginseng Fruit and Black Light Beast. Between the ancient trees, the sun cast a patch of mottled light and shadow, and the breeze occasionally blew, causing them to sway slowly, quietly and leisurely, which was indeed a lazy scene. However, 3 rays of light suddenly crossed the tree trunks, and the spiritual waves aroused immediately broke the tranquility. The red light in the front was as thin as a thread, not only with extremely fast speed, but also extremely flexible. Whenever the owners of the 2 rays of light behind used various means to force them into a desperate situation, they could dodge it skillfully. Fairy Tang, we can't let it go forward anymore. Force it to the patrol point first. Looking at the red ginseng fruit that escaped again, the blue-eyed man was very annoyed, but he could only temporarily suppress the idea of catching the fruit, and began to deliberately drive the other party away. Otherwise, they would be too far away from the patrol point, and the danger would increase greatly. Damn it. This fruit is so difficult to deal with, it must be of great age, we must not let it escape. Tang Xin gritted his teeth and threw out 3 soul-killing darts, instantly blocking the way for the red ginseng fruit, forcing it to turn. Then, the blue-eyed man also cooperated with the magic power, shooting 2 green rays from his pupils, and immediately made the red escape light go in the direction of the patrol point. But because of this, the distance between the 2 and the red escape light suddenly increased a lot, and it was very troublesome to catch up. After chasing for a while, the patrol point was already in sight, and the 2 only closed the distance by half. But at this moment, the breath of the red ginseng fruit suddenly stopped. I don't know if there was a problem with itself, or it fell into the hands of others. Tang Xin and the blue-eyed man were immediately anxious, and hurriedly flew over, only to see their captain holding a red ball with hands and feet, and examining it carefully. Senior Luo. Seeing that it was Luo Hong who caught the red ginseng fruit, the 2 of them couldn't help but secretly rejoice, and greeted with expectation. It's almost time, follow me back. The red ginseng fruit is useless to the divine transformation cultivator, so Luo Hong naturally won't take it for himself, and threw it to Tang Xin casually. Tang Xin was shocked to see this, and hurriedly cast a spell to catch it, fearing that the red ginseng fruit would take advantage of this gap to escape. Fortunately, the accident did not happen, and the red silk rolled up, and brought the red ginseng fruit to her palm. Only then did she realize that the fruit had already fainted. No wonder Luo Hong was so relieved. Having obtained a few decades of cultivation, Tang Xin immediately smiled and saluted and complimented. "Thank you, Senior Luo. Senior Luo has extraordinary magical powers, and he can even catch the red ginseng fruit with ease. Don't say too much, don't delay the departure time." Luo Hong still had a stern face, and then flew to the illusion array. If it weren't for the fact that only Tang Xin and the other two hadn't returned, he wouldn't have come here. But it is worth mentioning that Luo Hong did not grab the red ginseng fruit at all. The little guy bumped into him and knocked him unconscious. Obviously, for some spiritual creatures, the leak-proof body maintained by Luo Hong with the great 5-element magnetic light is the best means of stealth. After returning to the patrol point, Luo Hong immediately ordered everyone to set off. In response, Master Wang and others secretly revealed some resentment in their eyes. After all, this was already the 4th patrol point, and they still had no harvest. It was inevitable that they wanted to stay for a few more days. However, Luo Hong was too lazy to care about them. He didn't want to stay in the floating light forest for too long. Returning to Shinyuan City as soon as possible to deduce the exercises was the most important thing for him. Besides, they didn't get any harvest just because they were unlucky. He gave them a chance. They flew in the forest for 5 days like this. Except for being attacked by an ancient beast, there were no other accidents. Just when Luo Hong thought that he and others could successfully reach the next patrol point, a sense suddenly flashed in his heart. Contacting at this time, could it be that they have found it? Luo Hong's heart moved, and he took out a Wanli talisman with 7 big words written on it. "Brother Xiang, I'm heading to your place." The messenger was Bei Yunzhao. Really? Brother Bei Dao is worthy of being a being who has cultivated to the state of transformation through his own practice. He is blessed with great fortune. It has not been a few months since the last discussion, and he has really encountered the purple ginseng fruit. Luo Hong couldn't help but sigh with envy. This kind of good thing would never happen to him, but fortunately he knew himself and knew how to hug his thighs. Turn to the northeast. Go at full speed. Putting away the Wanli talisman, Luo Hong immediately gave the order. From the map, the routes of their 3 patrol teams were almost parallel. Luo Hong was at the westernmost, Xiang Zili was in the middle, and Bei Yunzhao was in the east. Although the Wanli talisman only said that they were heading to Xiang Zili, Luo Hong had to take action, otherwise it would be too late. Changing the patrol route at will is not a wise move. Taoist Wang and others wanted to persuade them, but Luo Hong's speed was too fast. If they didn't catch up, they would be left behind in an instant, so they didn't have the chance to speak. After flying for most of the day, Wanli Fu moved again. This time it was Xiang Zili who sent the message. "Brother Luo, it's going to your place. Be careful to guard against its wood escape technique." There is no doubt that Xiang Zili also failed. It seems that the wood escape technique of the purple ginseng fruit is very tricky. With a thought, Luo Hong suddenly grabbed the black wind flag from the void, and with a push of his magic power, he attracted a black evil wind. Then, this evil wind wrapped everyone, causing everyone to disappear at the same time, and move several miles away in an instant. Space spirit treasure. Tang Xin and others were shocked. While they were shocked that Luo Hong had a space spirit treasure, they were also surprised that he was in such a hurry to get on the road. With such constant movement, Luo Hong led everyone to approach the target location at a rapid speed. Finally, after another half a day, they found 5 or 6 white ginseng fruits gathered together. Wherever the purple ginseng fruit went, the white ginseng fruit would naturally gather. Obviously, the other party was nearby. "You are free to do as you please here, but you must not leave 1,000 miles. Luo Hong will be back soon." At the last moment, Luo Hong naturally would not bring a group of burdens with him. After giving instructions, he suddenly increased his speed and left everyone behind. What is going on? Did the higher-ups issue an emergency mission? The young man with the wooden crown was on patrol for the first time. He was completely confused at the moment and said in surprise, "It's the purple ginseng fruit." Senior Luo found the trace of the purple ginseng fruit. Tang Xin had been to the floating light forest more than once. When he saw the white ginseng fruit gathered together, he understood the whole story and said with surprise, "Since there are purple ginseng fruits here, there must be all kinds of ginseng fruits nearby. Let's not waste any more time." Taoist Wang's eyes lit up, and he led his people to escape towards the white ginseng fruits. The rest of the people also dispersed in twas and threes. They had no idea about the purple ginseng fruit, but if they could take the opportunity to get 1 or 2 red ginseng fruits, they would make a fortune. After leaving his men behind, Luo Hong immediately performed the 5-element Great Escape, flashing and moving among the ancient trees, with golden light shining in his eyes, searching for the trace of the purple ginseng fruit. Finally, after an incense stick, Luo Hong's spiritual eyes caught a glimpse of a light purple figure. The purple ginseng fruit was lying leisurely on a branch, closing its eyes and basking in the sun. Seeing this scene, Luo Hong couldn't help but curl his lips and immediately restrained his breath and slowly floated towards the spiritual fruit. As for Luo Hong's approach, the purple ginseng fruit actually lost its usual vigilance, still with its 2 short legs raised, enjoying the sunshine while absorbing and exhaling spiritual energy. It was not until Luo Hong stretched out his palm and grabbed it, covering the sunlight, that the fruit opened its eyes in a daze and looked at Luo Hong blankly. "Come here." With the power of heaven and earth, the purple ginseng fruit was immediately captured by him. Only then did the purple little guy know to run away. However, just as the spiritual light on its body lit up, a group of 5 colored rays of light emanated from Luo Hong's palm, directly breaking its escape technique. Then, Luo Hong pinched his left hand with his sword finger and immediately took out a spiritual talisman and slapped it on the fruit. The next moment, the fruit turned into a round shape, and it turned out to be a ginseng that looked like a fat radish. After putting it into the jade box, Luo Hong took out the Wanli talisman and informed Zhangzi and Beiyuntao of the good news that the task was completed. But before he could put away the Wanli talisman, many breaths broke into his spiritual awareness range, and a large group of ancient beasts were attacking. Something is wrong. The frequency of my accidents is more than twice that of Zhangzi and the others. No matter how bad my luck is, it doesn't make sense. After frowning and pondering for a moment, Luo Hong added another sentence to the Wanli talisman, and then fled towards Tangxin and others. The spiritual awareness of a cultivator in the late nascent soul stage can only cover 1,000 miles. Tangxin and the others naturally did not know that danger was approaching at this moment, and they were still scattered to capture ginseng fruits. The 4 young men with wooden crowns worked together to force a white ginseng fruit into a desperate situation. After the fruit was horrified to find that it was surrounded, it immediately jumped up lightly and was about to dive into the soil like diving. But a yellow spiritual light flashed, and the fruit's earth escape technique was bounced back halfway through, and it sat on the grass. The young man with wooden crown immediately offered a bronze mirror and used the spiritual light it emitted to cover the fruit, temporarily suppressing it. Seeing this, the female cultivator of Tai sect immediately threw out a net, pulled it in and out, and captured the fruit alive. Finally caught it. Now we can each have a white ginseng fruit. Another round-faced female cultivator said happily. She came here to get some merit, but she didn't expect to encounter such a good thing. Haha, the medicinal power of the white ginseng fruit is just right for us. We should take this opportunity to catch more. Junior brother Jiang, take away the formation flags, and let's go to the next place. The young man with the wooden crown was also very happy, but he was relatively calm and just smiled and ordered. However, at this moment, several roars suddenly came from a distance, and the young man with the wooden crown's face changed immediately. Wait a minute, junior brother Jiang. As soon as the voice fell, 6 balls of light as black as ink, and about 10 feet in diameter, flew down from the sky, targeting the 4 young men with the wooden crown. The cultivator surnamed Jiang was shocked when he saw this, but fortunately he was still reliable. The spells in his hands suddenly changed, urging the formation that had been laid out to support a yellow light curtain. The next moment, the 6 black balls hit the yellow light curtain, but they neither bounced nor exploded, but seemed to be stuck to the light curtain and kept spinning. As they rotated, the spiritual energy of the formation light curtain quickly gathered towards them, but it was dim after a few breaths. It's the black light beast of the Yaksha tribe. You can't fight it. Go and join up with fellow Daoist Wang and the others. The young man with the wooden crown said with horror after sensing the aura. Although the cultivation of these black light beasts is only equal to Th's, the 4 of them are fully capable of fighting, but the appearance of black light beasts usually requires the help of a green-faced yaksha, which is equivalent to a spiritual cultivator. Hearing this, the other 3 also realized that the situation was urgent. Without any nonsense, they abandoned the formation and retreated in one direction together. Not long after they escaped, the yellow light curtain shattered, and the 6 black balls fell to the ground with a bang. After turning around, they turned into 6 beasts that looked like hedgehogs and vicious dogs. The 6 black light beasts did not immediately chase the 4 young men with wooden crowns, but dispersed and dug out the formation flags, hidden underground by the cultivator surnamed Jiang, chewing them up and swallowing them like eating fruits. Then, they followed the smell and chased them. On the other side, Tangzin and others were also attacked one after another. In order to guard against the green-faced yaksha that might be hiding in the dark, everyone made a similar choice. They did not fight these black light beasts head-on, but retreated to the place where they first separated. Not long after, 10 escape lights gathered in one place. There was no need to say much. Just by looking at each other's expressions, everyone knew that the black light beasts that attacked this time were not just the ones they encountered. I don't know when Senior Luo will be back. We must hold on as long as possible. Black light beasts, like the Yaksha tribe, like to eat the spirits of heaven and earth. The 5-element magic not only has little effect on them, but will increase their strength. Everyone, use your magic weapons. Taoist Wang has the highest cultivation level. At this moment, he took the lead and ordered solemnly. Everyone knew that there was no way to escape at this time, but no one was cowardly. They all used their proud magic weapons. However, the next scene greatly reduced their fighting spirit. More than 30 black lights came from all directions. Although everyone had expected it, they couldn't help but look desperate when they saw themselves surrounded by so many black beasts. After surrounding everyone, the black beasts slowed down their speed and slowly approached to 200 or 300 feet away. Not good. They want to use the soul-shocking roar. We can't let them form a formation. The black beasts have the habit of cooperative hunting and are naturally able to use combined attack magic. After seeing this, Master Wan reminded everyone immediately. At the same time, his movements were also the fastest. He pointed his sword and sacrificed the red flame longsword in front of him, slashing at a black beast in front of him. As a war beast domesticated by the Yaksha tribe, the black beast is widely known by the human cultivators. Tangzin and others are very aware of the power of the soul-shocking roar. They immediately showed their magic and took the initiative to attack the black beast group. The 6 late-stage Yuanying cultivators burst out with all their strength and forced the black beasts in front of them to retreat, but the 4 young men in the wood crown had insufficient cultivation, which became a breakthrough point at this moment. The round-faced female cultivator's orb hit a black light beast, but it only made it roar in pain, and the beast bit its magic weapon in the counter-attack. The sharp teeth closed and immediately cracked the orb. Puff! The round-faced female cultivator's life magic weapon was damaged, and she spat out a mouthful of blood, as if she had been hit hard, and her breath suddenly weakened. Chapter 869, 1 vs 4. The other black beast seized the opportunity, rolled into a ball, and rolled towards the woman with the spikes on its back erected. Sister Lu, be careful. A young monk nearby saw this and was furious. He roared and tried to force the black beast in front of him to retreat. His figure flashed and appeared in front of the round-faced female cultivator. Then, without saying a word, he threw out a milky white ice jade round shield. The next moment, the bald black beast collided with the ice jade round shield and immediately stuck to it, making a sharp friction sound as it spun rapidly. At the same time, the spiritual energy in the ice jade round shield was quickly absorbed, and the spiritual light gradually dimmed, as if it could not hold on for long. Just as the young monk was about to protect the round-faced female cultivator and retreat, the 2 groups of black beasts that originally attacked them had already merged. A total of 5 black light beasts were lined up and roared at them. The 5 waves of sound gathered and hit the 2 of them like a raging wave. Suddenly, the 2 felt the mana in their bodies tremble slightly. All the magic spells they had cast or were casting were instantly broken. The spiritual light on their bodies dissipated, and they fell to the ground like a stone. The 5 black light beasts had been waiting for this moment, and pounced on the 2 from all directions with great skill. Seeing that the 2 Yuanying cultivators of Taisek were about to die in the mouths of the beasts, the 5 black light beasts suddenly froze, and then they wailed, and fell to the ground. Taking advantage of this gap, the 2 finally suppressed the mana in their bodies, and the spiritual light on their bodies shone, and they flew away again. After taking a look at the black beast, that fell to the ground with a thump, the round-faced female cultivator reacted a little faster, and immediately bowed and said, "Thank you, Senior Luo, for saving me." Before she finished speaking, a blue spiritual light flashed, and Luo Hong suddenly appeared in front of the 2 of them. After nodding slightly to the 2 of them, Luo Hong immediately stretched out his right palm, and grabbed the black beast, that was gnawing at the ice jade shield. "Senior Luo, be careful, this beast's claws can cut golden jade, and can destroy magic weapons." The young cultivator couldn't help but remind Luo Hong, because he was so arrogant. However, Luo Hong seemed not to hear it. His right palm suddenly turned black, and the next moment it pressed on the forehead of the black beast. As soon as the soul-searching technique was urged, the beast screamed miserably, and its 4 claws waved wildly, but they all hit an invisible barrier, and could not touch Luo Hong at all. After a few breaths, Luo Hong finished the soul-searching, and with a burst of power from his right palm, the beast's brain was immediately shaken into a ball of paste. HMPH, there is indeed a conspiracy. I want to see who is the prey. In the memory of the black light beast, Luo Hong saw a green figure, and immediately had a plan in his mind. Looking at the people who were struggling to hold on, Luo Hong pointed his right sword and shot out a dark beam of light. The next moment, at the end of the light column, that is, above the center of the battlefield, a black portal appeared. Then, the black portal opened with a bang, and a majestic evil spirit surged out of it, among which there were more than 100 evil spirits. Each of these evil spirits had the cultivation of the early stage of the nascent soul, and some even reached the middle stage of the nascent soul. At this time, they rushed forward together and instantly wiped out the numerical advantage of the black light beast. And this black light beast only had some restraint on the 5 element of magic. For these evil ghosts, they were not only unable to restrain them, but their own tyrannical claws could not play a role. In addition to the disadvantage in numbers, they soon suffered heavy casualties. Seeing that the situation was so one-sided, Taoist Wang and others stopped and retreated, gathering near Luo Hong. Senior Luo, when the black light beasts appear in groups, there are usually Yaksha tribes behind them. Don't be careless. Taoist Wang was afraid that Luo Hong didn't know this, so he quickly reminded him. Yaksha tribe? This time it's really a bit abnormal. Luo is right, isn't it, fellow Taoist of the Wood tribe? Luo Hong looked at an ancient tree 1,000 feet away with a stern face, and used his magic power to transmit his voice. As the intelligence said, your spiritual sense is very strong, and you can actually find where we are. The purple-robed Wood tribe member walked out of the ancient tree with a playful look on his face, and then said coldly, however, even if you find us, it doesn't matter. We have set up a net here, and you will definitely die here today. As the purple-robed Wood tribe member spoke, a Wood tribe member also walked out of an ancient tree in the other 4 directions. 5 purple-class Wood tribes. Senior Luo, they are at least in the early stage of the spiritualization. After seeing the belts of these Wood tribes, Tang Xin's heart suddenly chilled. Although he didn't say it out loud, the fear on his face said it all. The spiritual fluctuations of the 5 ancient trees are a bit strange. Most likely, they are set up with formations. We are trapped. If we run away separately now, we will die faster. To be honest, Luo Hong didn't expect that there would be 5 purple class Wood tribes ambushing him, but he had made some arrangements beforehand, so he was not panicking. However, his men were afraid that they would suffer a heavy loss. After all, he couldn't expose his trump card to save them, but if he didn't show his real ability, he could only barely resist these 5 purple class Wood tribes. Therefore, the best choice for these nascent soul cultivators at the moment was to work together to protect themselves. Anyway, these Wood tribes were coming for him at a glance. If they did so, perhaps 2 fewer people would die. What should we do? Are we just waiting to die here? The blue-eyed man asked in a somewhat inappropriate manner. Brother Zuanian, calm down. No one wants to see this situation. Tang Xin hurriedly grabbed the blue-eyed man. If she angered Luo Hong at this time, she would be dead. Although I don't know why, these wood tribes are obviously coming for Luo. When the battle comes later, Luo will find a way to attract their attention and lead them all away. You can take the opportunity to return to the last patrol point and contact the superiors to send people for support. Luo Hong stared at the purple-robed wood tribe and said in a deep voice, the blue-eyed man, what if? No if. We will follow the instructions of Senior Luo. Tang Xin knew that if Luo Hong's plan failed, their end would definitely be death, but this was indeed the best way at the moment. She immediately fixed her eyes and made the decision for everyone. Well, you just do your best to survive. Don't worry about Luo. Tang Xin could perform so well under heavy pressure. Luo Hong couldn't help but feel quite satisfied, secretly thinking that she would definitely have a place in the patrol team in the future. While the group was communicating, the 5 purple rank wood tribesmen had already surrounded them and slowly flew away 300 or 400 feet away. Huazun, the only female wood tribe member among them, waved her hand and sent out a light pink fragrant wind, which rolled towards the evil ghosts chasing the black light beast group. As soon as the two touched, the evil ghosts in the nascent soul stage let out a shrill ghost cry and saw that the solid ghost bodies they were proud of quickly melted in the fragrant wind, and in just a few breaths, they turned into a massive pulp. Then, the pulp immediately flew towards Huazun and was collected in a small wooden bottle. Seeing this, Luo Hong frowned and immediately ordered the ghosts to return to the ghost gate and retract their magical powers. There was no martial ethics in the battle between different races. As soon as the ghost gate was closed, the other 3 purple rank wood tribesmen started to attack at the same time. The tall wood clan member made hand gestures, and a shadow of a towering ancient tree suddenly appeared behind him. Then, a huge hand that seemed to be made of green leaves condensed in front of him and grabbed Luo Hong directly. Musing, whose face was covered with yellow lines, bulged his right arm and threw the wooden spear in his hand. Finally, Mu Kang, who was wearing thorn armor, did not know what kind of magical power he had and summoned dozens of thigh-thick thorn vines under Luo Hong. Most of them went towards Luo Hong, and the rest entangled Tang Xin and others. The greenleaf giant palm attacked upwards, the wooden spear attacked the chest and abdomen, and the thorns entangled him on the bottom road. The 3 people attacked in tacit understanding, and they did not underestimate the enemy at all. They took out their best magical powers as soon as they came up. Under the control of these 3 purple level wood clans, 3 attacks came at the same time. Luo Hong knew that if he did not dodge at this time, they would definitely attack Tang Xin and others. So, he immediately pushed his right palm and used the yellow spring ghost hand to directly fight against the giant greenleaf palm. At the same time, a wave of blue and white fire surged from his danshan, turning into a whirlwind of flames and rolling towards the thorny vines that attacked from below. Facing the wooden spear that was heading straight for his heart, Luo Hong focused his eyes and used the power of heaven and earth to block it. With a loud bang, the yellow spring ghost hand collided with the giant greenleaf palm first and immediately won an absolute victory in strength, almost defeating the opponent and retreating dozens of feet. However, strangely, the scattered green leaves were not shaken away for long, and they were swept back one after another and merged into the giant greenleaf palm again, which gradually stopped their retreat. However, at this time, the ground under the tall wood clan was undulating like dragons and snakes. Obviously, he used some kind of magical power to remove part of the power of the yellow spring ghost hand. On the other side, the heavenly wolf divine fire had also met those thorny vines. For a moment, the scene could only be described as crushing. These thorny vines had no power to resist and turned into ashes in an instant. At this time, the wooden spear that attacked, like lightning, also stagnated in front of Luo Hong under the influence of the power of heaven and earth. In a flash, Luo Hong had resolved the offensive of the 3 purple level wood clans and had the upper hand. But his expression was still solemn because the purple robed wood clan with the strongest aura had not yet made a move. What a powerful treasure of heaven and earth, it has already merged yin and yang. You human race are really brave enough. The fusion of yin and yang is a major hurdle for the treasure of heaven and earth. 99% of the existences who practice the power of heaven and earth will fail here, and the treasure will be destroyed, and the person will die. The purple-robed Wood clan was surprised and ecstatic in their hearts. After all, in this way, they will be safe after taking the treasure and leaving the floating forest. As he spoke, 2 green thunder pythons appeared on his body. With a boom sound, the 2 thunder pythons went forward and devoured Luo Hong. Sensing the breath of the thunder python, Luo Hong's scalp suddenly numbed, and his spiritual sense sent an inexplicable warning. This is definitely not an ordinary thunder magic. With a change of mind, Luo Hong immediately moved more than 100 feet away and avoided the 2 green thunder pythons. Fortunately, Tangzin and others had already escaped from him at this time, otherwise they would have suffered heavy casualties if the 2 thunder pythons had shown their power. However, because Luo Hong teleported away, the power of heaven and earth that restrained the wooden spear also dissipated. The spear turned into a lightning again, slightly bent in the air, and stabbed towards the back of the blue-eyed man. The spear came very fast, and Tangzin and others did not have time to react. They could only watch the blue-eyed man being pierced through his protective magic weapon, and died under the wooden spear. And what was weird was that after the wooden spear pierced the blue-eyed man, it actually absorbed his blood and essence crazily, and turned bloody. Even the blue-eyed man's Yuan was unable to escape, as if it was also swallowed by the wooden spear. Seeing this, Tangzin and the others were horrified, and quickly formed a battle formation, watching the blood spear vigilantly. Fortunately, the spear did not attack Tangzin and the others afterwards, and after a flash of blood, it went towards Luo Hong again. However, they were not without someone to deal with them. At this moment, Huazan had driven the remaining 10 or so black light beasts to stare at them. Luo Hong, out of fear of the blue thunder python, immediately fell into a disadvantage in the siege of the 4 people. Fortunately, he had a high level of escape skills, and he had the power of the universe to protect himself, so although he seemed to be surrounded by danger, he was actually quite relaxed. Seeing Luo Hong so slippery, the purple-robed Wood tribe could not help but get angry, and flipped his palm to take out a battle formation plate. With a push of magic power, the ancient tree, where the 5 people were hiding suddenly shone brightly, and the emerald green light rushed into the sky, and the shadow of a huge tree slowly emerged. Luo Hong was using the power of heaven and earth to deflect the 2 thunder pythons at this moment, when he suddenly felt a disturbance, causing most of his power of heaven and earth to dissipate. Shocked, he hurriedly tried to perform the escape technique to evade, but the surrounding space was like cast iron and steel, and he couldn't move at all. Haha, this Jianmutanxian formation is a special formation that the adults gave us to collect the treasures of heaven and earth. Now let's see where you can run. Seeing Luo Hong's panic, the purple-robed Wood clan couldn't help but laugh happily. Then, he urged his magic power, making the 2 thunder pythons attack more urgently. Mu Kang was accidentally injured by the heavenly wolf divine fire before, and he couldn't help but be a little cautious when he took action. Now seeing Luo Hong being defeated, his eyes flashed with hatred, and his face suddenly bulged with veins similar to leaves. For a moment, countless thorns broke out from the ground and swarmed to block Luo Hong's retreat. No matter how the heavenly wolf divine fire burned these thorns, it could not stop Mu Kang's crazy attack. Even though the fire was accumulating and blood was oozing from the corners of his mouth, he did not retreat at all. However, the 4 people did not know that Luo Hong was only panicking on the surface at this time, but he was actually very calm in his heart. It's almost done. It's time to do something fierce. After being entangled for so long, he had analyzed the background of the blue thunder python. This time, the spiritual sense warning was both exaggerated and not exaggerated. This thunder method is indeed extraordinary, but although its power can threaten ordinary spirit cultivators, it can't do anything to Luo Hong. The source of the spiritual sense warning is not the power of the thunder method, but the calamity energy brought by this thunder method. Yes, this thunder method is the same as Luo Hong's purple heavenly thunder, which is the heavenly calamity thunder of the spiritual world. If it hits you directly, you will inevitably be entangled with calamity energy to a greater or lesser extent, and the future big or small heavenly calamity will be brought forward. Even a cultivator of the void refining realm would not want to be struck by this thunderbolt, but Luo Hong had his own way of restraining himself. As his thoughts turned, he suddenly seemed to make a mistake and failed to use the heavenly wolf divine fire to burn a thorn that was pulled out. His flying figure could not help but pause. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 870 Kill and Run. The purple-robed Wood Clan was waiting for this moment. He immediately urged his mind to increase the speed of the two thunder pythons by 3 points and successfully hit Luo Hong's chest. The violent blue thunder wrapped Luo Hong completely, and the dazzling lightning seemed to cover him with a thunder robe. At the same time, a bloodlight flew from the side, and Muzeng's figure suddenly appeared near the blood spear. Without saying a word, he held the spear with both hands and stabbed it fiercely into the lightning. The blood spear had just stretched out a little, and countless blood rays burst out from the tip of the spear. This Muzeng actually wanted to stab Luo Hong with 1,000 holes. At this moment, an arm covered with 5-color spiritual light and unharmed suddenly stretched out from the lightning. Before Muzeng could react, he grabbed the blood spearhead from the many blood rays. Then, a huge force suddenly attacked, and Muzeng was immediately dragged over with the spear and disappeared in the lightning. The scene happened in a flash, and the purple-robed Wood tribe and others didn't even see clearly what happened, and Muzeng disappeared. But soon, a scream from the lightning made them come back to their senses. The next moment, the green thunder robe exploded, and the blue escape light transformed by Luo Hong rushed out, and at the same time, Muzeng's figure appeared again. However, he was no longer breathless at this moment, and there was a big hole in his chest, and his life crystal core had disappeared without a trace. For the Wood tribe, the life crystal core in the chest is as important as the cultivator's nascent soul. The disappearance of this thing means that Muzeng is completely dead, and he doesn't even have the chance to return to the tribe, to bathe in the holy spring and be reborn. Damn it, don't even think about running away. The purple-robed Wood tribe and the other 4 people must have a deep friendship to be able to work together to fight the enemy so tacitly. Now that one person has been lost due to carelessness, he immediately became anxious. With a roar, he activated the formation plate in his hand, trying to use the restrictions of the formation to restrict Luo Hong. However, Luo Hong now had a small black flag in his hand. When he waved it, evil wind whistled out and suddenly condensed into a wind dragon. With a twist of his body, he suddenly crashed into a void. Although there was nothing in the air, when the black wind dragon crashed into it, the world within 1,000 miles was shaken, and the power of space surged out and turned into a circle of silver waves. Not good. He has a space magic treasure. Stop him. The purple-robed Wood Clan member stared with his eyes wide open and shouted in shock. However, even he, who had the highest cultivation, could not do it. What else could Mu Kang and the other 4 do at this time? They could only watch Luo Hong escape into the space crack created by the wind dragon and escape from the formation in an instant. Seeing this scene, the 4 were all furious. Fortunately, after their spiritual senses swept over, they captured Luo Hong's breath again, and it was much weaker than before, as if he was injured by forcibly moving in the wind of space. Chase him. We must not let him get away. The purple-robed Wood Clan gnashed his teeth and collected the array plate and immediately turned into a green lightning and rushed out. Mu Kang and the other 2 also looked sad and angry. They collected Muzeng's corpse and followed closely. He survived. Looking at the 4 rays of light that were escaping away, the young man with a pale face and panting said, although the 9 of them only had to face the attack of Huazun, there was a huge difference between the nascent soul and the transformation of the spirit, especially in an environment with abundant vitality. The difference in combat power was even greater. If it weren't for the fact that these people had extraordinary backgrounds and had 1 or 2 registration items given by their master, they really wouldn't have been able to hold on until now. Thinking about it this way, Senior Luo, who was able to kill 1 person under the siege of 4 obviously stronger purple rank Wood Clan members, was really incredibly powerful. Fellow Daoists, it's not time to rest yet. Do you remember Senior Luo's instructions? We must return to the patrol point immediately to ask for help. Tang Xin was in a very bad state at the moment. She had lost a lot of vitality by using secret techniques many times, but compared to the two Taoist priests, Wan Dao, who died and turned into a pool of pus, she was lucky enough. Fairy Tang is right. We must act according to Senior Luo's instructions as soon as possible. Otherwise, when those purple level wood clans are free, we will still die. The young man with the wooden crown said with deep agreement. Although the 4 people from Tai sect had weaker cultivation, they were united enough, and the life-saving items given by the elders of the sect were more powerful, so they all survived this time. The reason was so simple that there was no need to explain more. The 7 survivors took some pills to replenish their ki and heal their injuries, and went to the previous patrol point without much delay. In the depths of the floating light forest, there were a few places with extremely chaotic spiritual energy. Because the environment was too harsh, it almost formed a catastrophe of the 5 element, so no living creatures lived there. Because of the changeable spiritual light produced by the chaotic 5 element of spiritual energy, these places are often called Aurora GD. Aurora GD only appears at the node of the spiritual vein in the floating light forest, so it will not move even for 10,000 years. It is either on the top of the mountain, or melted into the lake, or hidden under the canyon. Just as Luo Hong and the 4 people from the Purple Robed Wood tribe were caught in the chase, some noises that should not have been heard came from an Aurora GD located under the canyon. Although there was still no grass under the Aurora, there was a huge peach tree that was as thick as 10 people hugging it rooted in the rock. And on the rock wall near the peach tree, there was a stone door, which obviously someone had opened a cave here. There was a sound of stone friction, and the stone door slowly opened, and a woman from the wood tribe who looked a bit like Huazun walked out. The woman held a wooden bottle exactly like Huazun in her hand, slowly walked under the peach tree, and then shook her wrist to sacrifice the wooden bottle. As several green beams of light hit the wooden bottle, the bottle gradually tilted over, and a drop of crystal clear green liquid slowly accumulated at the mouth of the bottle. After a long while, the drop of green liquid finally dripped down and landed on the rhizome of the peach tree. After seeing the green liquid completely submerged, the woman of the Wood clan nodded with satisfaction and wiped the sweat off her forehead with her magic power. Just as she was about to turn around and leave, the branches of the peach tree suddenly shook, as if a person was stretching, and suddenly became more energetic. Master Huaru, did my subordinates cast spells to loudly and disturb you? The woman of the Wood clan was shocked when she saw this, and quickly knelt down to apologize. Museng's seed spirit is dead. Did he leave the floating light forest without permission? Accompanied by a weak female voice, many peach blossom petals suddenly moved without wind, forming a human figure with only a rough outline. Although the figure was shorter than the Mu clan woman, the Mu clan woman did not dare to neglect him at this moment. Instead, she lowered her head to show respect. At the same time, she reported truthfully, Museng and my sister went out together. They said they got the information about the treasure of heaven and earth, and wanted to bring it back, to present it to you. If Museng gets into trouble, my sister might be in danger too. When she reported back, the Mu clan woman realized that someone had died and something big had happened. I'm afraid they have fallen into a trap. Where did the information come from? Tell me the whole story. The peach blossom figure shook her head and said in a slightly anxious tone, yes, yes. The woman from the Wood clan couldn't help but panic, and after taking a deep breath, she said, about 3 months ago, Big Brother Musi suddenly received a transaction request from the Spirit Clan. The other party wanted Big Brother Musi to help test a person's magical powers, and after that, they could help their clan plant a spire into Shianyuan City. And among that person's magical powers, in addition to an unknown blue and white spiritual fire, there is the power of heaven and earth. Therefore, Big Brother Musi immediately speculated that the person was carrying the treasure of heaven and earth. After all, unless one is born with a yin and yang divine body, the power of heaven and earth can only be obtained with the help of the treasure of heaven and earth. After that, they planned this matter, and I continued to be responsible for taking care of adults. By the way, my sister came back once not long ago and took away the group of black light beasts that adults had caught before, saying that she wanted to test whether there were any spirits hiding in the dark. Huh. Since you thought that this might be a trap of the spirits, why didn't you think that it might also be a trap of the human race? Now that Muzeng is dead, there must be a mistake. The peach blossom figure snorted coldly, somewhat annoyed at his lack of fighting spirit. Chapter 871. Catch them all. Since the habits of the black light beast are quite similar to those of the Yaksha clan, and it is even more perceptive, the Yaksha clan has domesticated it on a large scale as a war beast, to hunt the spirits of heaven and earth. Since Huazan and his men have used the black light beast, the spirits at the level of spirit generals will be exposed, and if the Zuenling, that is, the spirits at the level of the refining void realm, can take action, they will not waste their time to let them get involved. Therefore, although this matter was caused by the spirits, the changes at this time should have nothing to do with the spirits. Although the power of heaven and earth is not well known in the spirit world, it is just that few people practice this magical power, and even fewer people can practice it to a profound level. Otherwise, with the miraculous effect of interfering with all things with this magical power, as long as you continue to improve your elm and increase your strength, you can even break all laws with one force in the end. It is even more advantageous to fight against enemies of the same level. Did Muzi and the others bring the Jianmu Tangshan formation? This formation stirs up yin and yang. It is a formation I specially prepared to dissolve the power of heaven and earth. After eliminating the suspicion of the spirit race, the peach blossom figure couldn't help but doubt Luo Hong himself, wondering if Muzi and the others had committed the crime of underestimating the enemy. The flag of the Jianmu Tangshan formation has always been carried by Brother Muzi. If they take action, they will definitely set up the formation in advance. Otherwise, the opponent is a cultivator of the same level, and I'm afraid it will be easier to defeat than to kill. The woman of the wood race replied confidently. So, either the human race has set a trap, or that person has other tricky supernatural powers. But no matter which case, Muzeng died because of this person, and it is related to the treasure of the universe, so I have no choice but to go. The peach blossom figure frowned and said in a deep voice, "My lord, your injuries have not healed yet. If you move your body now, I'm afraid that all your efforts will be wasted." The woman of the wood tribe immediately dissuaded her, but she knew how much effort the other party had spent on healing. "It's okay, my true essence has recovered 80%, and it won't be affected too much, even if the secret technique is interrupted. But after I leave, this place will become a GD again, and you should go to the quiet room in the cave, to retreat for a while." As he said, the peach blossom figure stretched out a finger, and pointed at the forehead of the woman of the wood tribe, leaving a pink talisman. Then, the peach blossom figure suddenly disintegrated, and turned into petals all over the sky. But the woman of the wood tribe had no time to appreciate this beautiful scenery, and immediately got up and fled towards the stone gate. The whole peach tree gradually lit up with spiritual light, and soon it was so dazzling that people could not look directly at it. The next moment, the spiritual light suddenly withdrew, and the peach tree, which was originally 100 feet high, disappeared, leaving only a light ball with a diameter of 5 feet. The light ball turned slightly in the air, and then turned into a long rainbow, escaping towards the horizon. At the same time, in a corner of the floating light forest, 4 escape lights were flying at full speed in the forest. Every time they passed an ancient tree, a green light would fly out from the trunk, and merge into the 4 escape lights. Obviously, this was some kind of method to restore mana, and Muzi and the other 4 were ready for a long chase. But suddenly, the 4 escape lights stopped in an instant, revealing the figures of Muzi and the other 4. Why did the breath of that human race disappear all of a sudden? We are not going to lose it, are we? Huazan frowned and said worriedly. If that person had a way to escape thousands of miles at once, he would not have used it until now. He must have used some means to hide his breath. The purple-robed wood tribe said angrily. This is a bit troublesome. With this man's magical power, if we search separately, we will probably be defeated one by one. But if we gather together, the efficiency is too low, and it will give him time to heal his wounds and adjust his breathing. Mu Kang said with a look of embarrassment. Since neither of the two is possible, the only way for us now is to work together, to perform the wood spirit sensing technique and find this person. When the tall wood clan said this, a trace of hesitation flashed in the eyes of the 4 people. You know, the wood spirit sensing technique is the magical power of the orange level wood clan. with their cultivation. If they forcefully perform it, they will definitely damage their true essence afterwards. However, the 4 people knew that they had been forced into a corner. If they could not bring back the treasure of the universe this time, they would definitely be punished. So, after hesitating for a moment, the 4 people formed a circle under the leadership of the purple-robed Wood Clan and cast spells with their palms facing each other. Suddenly, a strong wood spirit aura emanated from them, gradually connecting with the aura of the entire forest. For a moment, the grass and trees within 1,000 miles became extensions of their limbs. Any movement could not escape their perception, and as the spell continued, the sensing range continued to expand. Soon, they found something strange in the trunk of an ancient tree more than 2,000 miles away. "Found you." Musi suddenly opened his eyes and said excitedly. The next moment, the figures of the 4 people suddenly disappeared in a burst of green light. They actually used the magic to move directly to the side of the ancient tree. After appearing, the 4 people immediately dispersed, looking at the ancient tree with a serious face, secretly preparing their magical powers. "Fellow Daoist Luo, you use the wood escape technique to hide your body in front of us. Don't you think it's a show of skill? Hurry up and show up." The purple-robed Wood Clan shouted sternly, but he didn't dare to approach the ancient tree rashly. After all, Museng's death was strange, and he didn't want to repeat the same mistake. "You came much faster than I expected. It's worth it that I use the wood release technique to hide." With a strong male voice, Luo Hong slowly escaped from the tree trunk and looked at Musi and the other 3 without fear. "You are not injured." Huazun's eyes widened, and he said with a bad feeling, "How can the wind of space hurt Luo's body?" Facing 4 dead people, Luo Hong was too lazy to act, and said with a joking look on his face, "Humph. Even if you are not injured, you can't defeat the 4 of us. Your magical power to kill Museng must be able to be used at close range. Do you think we will give you a chance to get close?" Mu Kang tried in a slightly clumsy way. "Don't waste time talking to this person. Set up the formation first." The Jian Mutangshan formation can directly break Luo Hong's Kyankan power, making it much less difficult. Naturally, the Purple Robe Wood Clan will not abandon it. "Set up a formation? Haha, I have one too. See if you can recognize it." Luo Hong chuckled, and a formation disc appeared in each of his hands. Then, Luo Hong shook his wrist, and the 2 formation discs flew to both sides. During the flight, both formation discs emitted a formation pattern constructed by spiritual light, and when the formation pattern was completely complete, the 2 formation discs actually stopped in the air by themselves. Is this a teleportation formation? The formation pattern was not difficult to identify, and the purple-robed Wood Clan recognized it at a glance, but the meaning behind it shocked him. The next moment, the 2 formation patterns shone brightly with white light, and more than 20 auras appeared near the ancient tree. "Brother Luo, your luck is really beyond my comprehension. Although it is unlucky to encounter the Purple Rank Wood Clan on the first patrol, it is extremely lucky to have achieved such a great feat." Xiangzilla's voice came out in the white light. "Haha, Brother Luo has worked hard to lure the enemy. Why not let Bei do more work, and let one person deal with 2 purple level wood tribes?" In the previous battle for the spiritual land, Bei Yunzhao had fully realized that his combat power was far higher than that of the average person of the same level, and he said confidently at the moment, "Brother Bei, this is wrong. You have come from a long way, so your magic power is inevitably not enough. Why not let Xiang do more work, and you can take a rest?" Xiangzili immediately disagreed when he heard this. "You must know that in Shinyuan City, spiritual stones are only the second hard currency, and merit is the first. This merit can not only be exchanged for items that cannot be bought with spiritual stones, such as the dust extinguishing pill, but also gain the opportunity to listen to the sermons of the combined master. Therefore, even though they have been friends for hundreds of years, Xiangzili still wants to compete with Bei Yunzhao for 1 or 2. Brother Xiang, Brother Bei, who can do more work? Let the strength speak for itself. Don't let these wood tribes run away. That's the most important thing." Seeing this, Luo Hong couldn't help but smile bitterly and advised immediately, "Damn human race, do you think you can defeat us? These reinforcements are just for show." Seeing that the newcomers didn't take them seriously at all, the purple-robed wood tribe couldn't help but raw to boost their own momentum. What he said was not wrong. Although the two patrol teams had a large number of people, except for Zhang and Bai Yunzhao, the rest were nascent soul cultivators. In the life and death battle at the level of the spiritualization, the number of nascent soul cultivators was basically irrelevant. But the Purple Robed Wood tribe didn't know that Zhang and Bai Yunzhao didn't intend to let their nascent soul cultivators participate in the battle. The one wearing purple robes will be handed over to me, Luo. Recently, Luo has been particularly dissatisfied with this kind of clothing. Luo Hong's face flashed with a fierce look, and he immediately used the yellow spring ghost hand to slap Muzi. Seeing this, Zhang and the other two didn't care about who would fight 1 against 2, and each chose a Wood tribe member to launch an offensive. For a while, 7 beings of the level of transformation of spirits fought fiercely, and the aftermath of the agitation made it impossible for the 20 black guards to get close, so they could only work together to resist. Their only chance to attack was when both sides were exhausted, and they would be the last straw that broke the camel's back. However, even if it was 3 against 4, the battle at this time was by no means evenly matched. The Purple Robed Wood clan had a very high level of cultivation and was several steps ahead of the previous Zufeng. It should be about the same as the late stage cultivators of the transformation of spirits. But now Zhang and Bai Yunzhao were by his side, and they could be trusted. In addition to the 5-colored Dharma, Luo Hong could use many more means. In the critical moment, the Purple Robed Wood clan also ignored the prohibitions of the clan, stretched out his hand to grab at his waist, and threw out 3 balls of light. The 3 balls of light had just flown out more than 10 feet, and they had expanded to several feet in size, turning into 3 long-haired beasts holding weapons, killing Luo Hong, who was activating the yellow spring ghost hand. Wooden Ape Beast. It seems that he is really anxious. The Wooden Ape Beast is a newly cultivated war beast of the Wood clan in the past 1000 years. It is still unknown to the outsiders, and is a hidden fighting force of the Wood clan. However, the Purple Robe Wood clan can't care too much at the moment. If they don't fight with all their strength, they will probably be wiped out here today. Facing the 3 wooden ape beasts coming from below, Luo Hong did not ask Huanquan Ghost Hand to come back for help, but directly used 2 minds and punched the big knife that the wooden ape beast chopped. With a crisp sound of clang, the beheading big knife in the hand of the wooden ape beast was actually broken into 2 pieces, while Luo Hong's fist was completely unscathed. The next moment, Luo Hong turned from defense to offense and stabbed his arms like a spear into the chest of the wooden ape beast. Before the beast could react, he spit out his strength and tore the huge wooden ape beast directly into 2 halves. Such a brutal scene scared the other 2 wooden ape beasts so much that they immediately changed color and shrank back for a while. But at this time, Luo Hong had already started to kill. He flashed and took the initiative to escape in front of a wooden ape beast, smashing half of its chest with 1 punch. Then, Luo Hong grabbed the beast and smashed it towards the last wooden ape beast, instantly turning the 2 into a green meteor, which fell to the ground with a thud and died. You are actually a high-level body refiner. Sensing that the auras of the 3 wooden ape beasts disappeared almost at the same time, the Purple Robed Wood clan, who was casting a spell to deal with the yellow spring ghost hand, couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise. The dead don't need to know too much. Luo Hong urged his magic power and secretly used the law of power at the same time, causing the aura of the yellow spring ghost hand to suddenly increase. Seeing this scene, the Purple Robed Wood clan didn't know that Luo Hong had been hiding his strength before, and the opponent's magical power was so strong that he could never match it. In fear, he immediately stretched out his sword finger and stabbed it into his chest. After a muffled groan, the Purple Robed Wood clan pulled out his sword finger and saw a drop of light purple crystal liquid on the tip of the finger. As soon as this liquid appeared, the spiritual energy of the heaven and earth within a radius of thousands of miles rushed towards it. Then, the Purple Robed Wood clan bent and straight, shooting the crystal liquid at the Huanquan Ghost Hand. It was seen that around this drop of crystal liquid, a large amount of spiritual energy from the heaven and earth condensed into a purple pirilla leaf, which was dozens of feet in size and lightly collided with the Huanquan Ghost Hand. At this moment, the world was quiet, and the surging spiritual waves continued to surge out from the collision point, pushing the 2 battle groups on the side back several miles. Use your original power to fight to the death. Break it for me. Luo Hong shouted loudly, and then he also blessed half of the power of the universe on the Huanquan ghost hand. Suddenly, many cracks appeared on the purple Pirilla leaf, but it collapsed into countless light spots in a breath. The Huanquan ghost hand fell immediately, pressing the purple-robed Wood Clan to smash to the ground, and with a loud noise, the ground and mountains within a radius of thousands of miles were shaking. After sweeping away the dust, Luo Hong put away his magical power and carefully sensed the surrounding aura. Suddenly, he frowned and looked at a place in the deep pit. Before he could react, a ball of purple spiritual light broke out of the ground and fled towards the horizon. In this ball of spiritual light, there was a figure like a child, whose face was 7 points similar to that of the purple-robed Wood Clan, but the aura was much weaker. Escape. Humph, let's see where you can escape to. Luo Hong said coldly, and then he sacrificed the black wind flag to chase after it. Although the purple light ball was fast, under the spatial magical power of the black wind flag, Luo Hong was still closing the distance with it at a very fast speed. After chasing for an intense stick of time, the distance between the two sides had been reduced to 300 or 400 feet. As long as a few more moments passed, Luo Hong would be fully confident that he could capture the other party alive. But at this moment, an extremely powerful aura suddenly appeared in the sky. Sir, help me. This man not only possesses a treasure of heaven and earth, but also, the moment he sensed the breath, Luo Hong's heart trembled, and he felt something was wrong. But when he heard the purple-robed Wood tribe shout, he immediately showed a fierce look in his eyes and spit out a ball of heavenly wolf fire. Chapter 872. What if it comes true? The blue and white spirit fire broke through the void and moved to the front of the purple-robed Wood tribe, colliding with them head-on. Even the purple-level Wood tribe could not withstand the terrifying power of the heavenly wolf fire. They only had time to scream before they were destroyed. Then, the blue and white spirit fire turned into a fire wolf, holding a purple crystal core in its mouth, and flashed back to Luo Hong's side. Bold. The next moment, a delicate shout came from the sky, and the sound waves were wrapped with monstrous magic power. With just a shout, Luo Hong's breath was suppressed. Late stage of refining emptiness. Perhaps because of anger, the other party's breath was extremely impetuous. Luo Hong confirmed the other party's cultivation level with a slight sense. Having provoked such a big enemy, Luo Hong immediately activated the magical power of the black wind flag without thinking, summoned a gust of evil wind to wrap himself, and fled to Xiangzi and the others. He didn't go there to divert the trouble. After all, with the cultivation level of this late stage of refining emptiness, Xiangzi and the others couldn't buy him any time to escape. He fled back at this time, just to use the 2 teleportation arrays, to distance himself from the enemy as much as possible. Earlier, when he had just detected the attack of the black light beast, Luo Hong used the Wanli talisman to send a message to Xiangzi and Bai Yunzhao, saying that there might be a problem on his side, and asked them to come closer. The two of them were originally rushing to Luo Hong's side, because they were chasing the purple ginseng fruit. After receiving the message, they continued to fly over without saying a word. For this situation, the three of them had made a plan earlier. Among them, Luo Hong took out several sets of portable teleportation arrays, and they were improved. The farthest they could be teleported was 10,000 miles, so that the three of them could provide support conveniently. So there was a scene of the formation plate coming out, and the divine soldiers descending from the sky. At the moment, with the help of the 2 teleportation arrays, although they could not get rid of the suddenly appearing powerful Wood tribe, they could buy some time. After all, the floating light forest is the territory of the human and demon tribes, and the Shianyuan city, where high-level cultivators gather, is nearby. Tangzhen and others have been sent by him to contact Shianyuan city. It is believed that there will be seniors from the human and demon tribes who will come here soon. If the Wood Clan still pursues him, he will be courting death. Damn you. Thousands of miles away, a woman's gnashing voice came from a pink escape light. She had just released her breath to warn Luo Hong, but the other party dared to kill her in front of her, letting her watch musician's body and body being destroyed. She was really furious. At the moment, she didn't care about her injuries. Even if she rested for another 100 years, she would kill this bold young human. she suddenly increased her escape speed, and the pink light ball suddenly turned into a light thread, chasing Luo Hong for 100 miles in an instant. But after a while, she found that the other party actually had a space magic treasure in his hand, and he escaped so fast. He was only in the early stage of the spirit transformation, but he didn't shorten the distance significantly under her full pursuit. In anger, the owner of the pink light ball wanted to use her best escape technique to catch up quickly. But she thought again, and felt that it was not worth wasting her energy for this, and it might delay her plan, so she suppressed the impulse in her heart. HMPH. I'll let you live a little longer. As for Luo Hong, he had already used all his means to increase his escape speed to the extreme, but the breath of the pursuers was still getting closer and closer, and his expression became more and more solemn. Fortunately, although it was only a matter of time before he was caught up, he still had plenty of time to escape back to the place where the teleportation array was located. After more than half an incense stick, Luo Hong finally returned to the original battlefield. At this time, Zhang and his men had also dealt with the remaining 3 wood tribes, but they had no chance to capture them alive, so they could only kill them on the spot. As for the ownership of the spoils, they had just discussed the result. Zhang took the corpse of the Tallwood tribe to gain merit, and Bei Yunzhao took the crystal core in the chest of the Tallwood tribe. They still stayed here to wait for Luo Hong to return. After all, they still had a lot of questions about these purple level wood tribes. Therefore, when Zhang saw Luo Hong flying back, he immediately said, "Brother Luo, where did these orange level wood tribesmen come from?" Halfway through his words, Zhang sensed the powerful aura following closely behind Luo Hong, and his face suddenly changed. The wood tribe usually uses different belts to indicate their own cultivation realm. The light yellow belt is a nascent soul realm, the purple belt is the spiritualization realm, the orange belt corresponds to the refining void realm, and the silver belt corresponds to the fusion realm. Such a powerful enemy suddenly appeared, and everyone was quite shocked for a while, and they all cast their eyes on Luo Hong. Brother Zhang, this orange level wood tribe is most likely related to the 4 purple level wood tribesmen. There is no time to explain too much now. Luo, I will go first. After quickly throwing down a sentence, Luo Hong fled to a teleportation array, pinched his hands with a spell, and the whole person disappeared in the white light. Hearing this, Zhang and Bei Yunzhao could not help but feel that the wood tribe crystal core in their hands was particularly hot. After looking at each other with a bitter smile, the 2 of them tacitly led their subordinates, the Black Zuan guards, and fled to another teleportation array together. The same white light flashed, and the figures of the people suddenly appeared thousands of miles away. After appearing, Bei Yunzhao immediately retracted the array plate under his feet and cut off the connection between the 2 places. Although he did not know the reason why these wood tribes attacked Luo Hong, there was no doubt that Luo Hong was the first target of the orange level wood tribe at this time. Although the 2 of them had reached an offensive and defensive alliance with Luo Hong, they also had to score points. In the current situation, Luo Hong could only pray for good luck. Not long after, the pink light thread fled to the top of the messy battlefield. She saw her escape light stagnate and stop in front of the teleportation array used by Luo Hong. After a few breaths, a delicate snort came from the light ball. HMPH. You are too naive to plot against me. After that, many petals flew out of the light ball and built a circle of restrictions around the teleportation array. Then, the pink light ball bypassed the teleportation array and started chasing again. The teleportation array on the other side sensed that the orange level wood tribe did not enter the teleportation array, and Luo Hong could not help but show disappointment. If the other party relied on his magical powers and chased directly through the teleportation array, he could self-destruct the array plates on both sides, causing the teleportation channel to collapse in the middle of the way, causing the other party to be involved in the space turbulence. Once involved in the space turbulence, it would not be a matter of moving thousands of miles. Luo Hong could get rid of the danger in an instant. Unfortunately, the other party was very alert and did not fall for it. Moreover, the other party had not destroyed the array plate on the other side, and it was obvious that he had set a trap for him in the opposite direction. He was really not an easy character to deal with. With a change of mind, Luo Hong wanted to embark on the road of escape again. But before he set off, he took out two things from his waist, threw them into the forest below, and then activated the black wind flag and left. In this way, you chased me, and I escaped for 5 days, and the distance of 10,000 miles was shortened to within 1,000 miles. Although Luo Hong had a large number of magic pills given by Han Laoamo to restore his mana, he was now overwhelmed. However, the expected reinforcement from Shinyuan City have not arrived yet. Logically, Tang Xin and his men should have returned to the last patrol point 2 days ago. After all, the speed of the usual patrols is incomparable to the speed of the current escape. Moreover, Luo Hong believed that Shinyuan City must have arranged a lot of secret transmission points in the floating light forest. As long as the news was passed back, the reinforcement would arrive soon. The appearance of the purple levelwood clan in groups in the floating light forest is not a trivial matter. The yelling hall should not be so slow, unless... Damn it, is it that the higher level spy of the spirit clan wants to take this opportunity to get rid of me? After noticing something was wrong, Luo Hong immediately thought of this possibility, and his heart sank to the bottom of the valley. From the words and arrangements of the 5 purple levelwood tribes, Luo Hong had long realized that they were coming for his Kyankan Pearl, and the words he told Zhu Feng to pass on contained some information about the Kyankan Pearl. After all, Zhu Feng sacrificed the great 5-element purifying world bottle, and he could not cover up the 5-color true blood without using a great magical power as an excuse. Therefore, Luo Hong had some doubts about the spirit tribe before, but he did not expect that the other party would dare to use a knife to kill so rampantly. Aren't they afraid of exposing their identities? Exclamation mark. In fact, Luo Hong miscalculated at this time, not because they did not expect that this matter started from the spirit tribe, but because the information he obtained was incomplete. The spirit tribe spies did not know that Muzi had a strong demand for the Kyankan treasure. They just wanted to confirm Luo Hong's magical power to verify whether what Zhu Feng said was true. After all, in Zhu Feng's original report, Luo Hong's existence was a great threat to the spirit tribe, but later he changed his words. Although it made sense, the superiors were still a little suspicious. Moreover, the spirit clan spies did not know that Muzi had many companions, and even had an orange rankwood clan member hiding behind him. But in order to avoid leaving any traces, the spirit clan spies made arrangements in advance, so that the message for help could not be transmitted back to Shinyuan City in time, which led to the current result. In short, in Luo Hong's view, if there was such a big commotion, the spirit clan spies would not dare to interfere in secret, otherwise the risk of being exposed would be great and the gain would not outweigh the loss. But in the eyes of the spirit clan spies, a mere test would not cause any commotion, so they made arrangements in advance with confidence. Although the misplacement of this information will inevitably cause the spirit clan's latent forces in Shinyuan City to pay some price, for Luo Hong, the price he faced was more important. Seeing that the Orange Rankwood clan was getting closer and closer, and was about to break through the 100-mile mark, Luo Hong stretched out his sword, and took out a 4-elephant moving talisman from the treasure bag. With his current cultivation, he had already comprehended this talisman to perfection when he was in the human world, and even improved it on the original basis, making it trigger faster and transmit farther. When he was escaping, he left marks along the way just in case. He urged the talisman, and the 4-color light ball suddenly wrapped him up, and then instantly moved him 3,000 miles away. After appearing, Luo Hong did not delay for a moment, and took out another 4-image moving talisman, and his figure disappeared again. Ah, you are so slippery, you young human. Sensing Luo Hong's rapidly fading breath, the pink light thread suddenly stopped, and turned into a light ball again, and a woman's roar came from it. Luo Hong's behavior was tantamount to playing with her, which made her extremely annoyed. While she was annoyed, she was also a little anxious, because she could see from the path of Luo Hong's breath that he had made arrangements along the way, and it was very likely that he could escape all the way back to the starting point of the pursuit. Although she had a cultivation level equivalent to the late stage of the refining void, and her spiritual consciousness could cover hundreds of thousands of miles, the distance they had flown in the past 5 days had already exceeded this distance. In other words, if she couldn't stop Luo Hong from fleeing like this, she would lose this mere early stage of the spiritualization cultivator. Don't even think about escaping from my palm. Thinking of this, the owner of the pink light ball suddenly shouted coldly. But in fact, she had already silently valued Luo Hong in her heart, and no longer regarded him as a spiritualization cultivator. Therefore, some of her original thoughts also changed accordingly. Even if it consumed some vitality for this, it was worth it. As soon as the voice fell, the 5-foot pink light ball suddenly expanded several times, and kept making a buzzing sound. The woman of the Wood clan in it seemed to be performing some powerful magical power. The next moment, a gust of wind suddenly blew over an open space thousands of miles away. Countless green leaves fell off the branches and gathered together to form a 5-foot tall figure. As soon as the figure appeared, he looked up and looked around, as if searching for something. The next moment, the green leaf figure collapsed, but the same scene appeared again thousands of miles away. Between the ancient trees, under a floating teleportation array with a black stone array disk as its center, a 4-color light ball suddenly appeared. In an instant, the 4-color light ball dimmed and disappeared, revealing Luo Hong's figure. At that time, one of the things he left behind before escaping from this place was the marking talisman of the 4-elephant movement talisman. Luo Hong did not expect that the arrangement he made just in case would actually be used now. Looking at the horizon, he could not help but mutter to himself with a solemn face, the other party really did not use his real ability before, and she still caught up with me. Humph, since I can't escape, let's fight here. Facing the powerful enemy of the Wood clan in the late stage of refining void, Luo Hong, as a human cultivator in the early stage of transformation, did not have the idea of closing his eyes and waiting for death at this time. First of all, over the past 5 days, he sensed that the other party's aura had been very impetuous. Logically, even if he was angry at that time, the momentum should have passed by now. Obviously, the other party's abnormal aura was not simply due to anger, but should be due to his own state, most likely injured. Secondly, Luo Hong believed that his hidden trump card, as long as it was used properly, would be enough to kill the opponent. Although he had been running away before, it did not mean that he was really afraid. After making up his mind, Luo Hong first pointed a finger at the ground so that another thing he had left behind could be activated at any time. Then, he pinched his hands together, and a rich 5-colored glow suddenly appeared on his body. In a few breaths, he condensed a 5-colored flowing, precious light armor that wrapped him up. He had previously taken on Muzi's blue thunderbolt, relying on this change of the great 5-element magnetic light. At that time, he only slightly used the 5 spirits armor, so that the blue thunderbolt did not hurt him at all, and even isolated the robbery energy. With this armor to protect him, even if he was accidentally hit by the opponent's magical power later, he would not be seriously injured. Chapter 873 The Pink-Faced Girl. Soon after the spiritual armor covered his body, under an ancient tree thousands of feet away, the strong wind rolled up countless green leaves and gathered into a circle of portals. The pink spiritual light quickly lit up in the circular portal and condensed into a smooth mirror. The next moment, the center of the mirror suddenly rippled, and the undulations became larger and larger. As a light pink arm stretched out from it, a woman's figure gradually appeared in front of Luo Hong. It was seen that, although this woman was only about 5 feet tall, her figure was quite graceful and her skin was pink, making her look like a young girl. However, in her bright eyes, murderous intent was boiling, and anger was hidden. Therefore, even if this woman's foreign customs were strong, Luo Hong had no leisure to appreciate her at the moment. After chasing each other for several days, the two of them had no intention of talking nonsense with each other as soon as they met, and they started fighting at the same time. The pink-faced girl pointed directly at Luo Hong, and immediately countless peach blossom petals rolled out of her arm, like flying knives. After fighting with the Wood clan for several times, Luo Hong gradually became familiar with the Wood clan's magical powers. Any magical power related to their natal tree spirits must be quite powerful and should not be taken lightly. At this moment, Luo Hong did not dare to underestimate these seemingly delicate petals. With a thought, 72 divine swords shot out from his dantian. When the invisible flying swords touched the peach blossoms, they immediately made a hissing sound of metal rubbing against each other, and did not leave any traces on the petals. Although the divine swords were not spiritual treasures, their sharpness was unmatched by ordinary spiritual treasures. At this time, they could not do anything to some peach blossoms. Seeing this, Luo Hong's heart immediately shuddered, and he did not hesitate to activate the power of heaven and earth, wanting to make many peach blossoms slide away from him. However, when the first peach blossom hit the invisible shield condensed by the power of heaven and earth, Luo Hong felt like a small mountain hit him. If it were not for his strong body, he would have suffered a small loss due to the recoil force. Obviously, these peach blossoms are not as light as they look, and they can dance with the wind. Instead, each piece weighs 1,000 pounds. Seeing her magical power slipping away from Luo Hong, the pink-faced girl was also shocked. Although she was just testing it with a casual attack, she did not hold back at all, and she could not break the opponent's power of heaven and earth. It can be seen that the treasure of heaven and earth in this person is extraordinary. No wonder Musi and the others lost so thoroughly. After the attack, both sides no longer had any doubts about the strength of the other party. The aura emitted by the pink-faced girl increased greatly. Obviously, the next attack must be her specialty. Luo Hong's mana was suddenly suppressed, but at this moment, he flashed and rushed towards the pink-faced girl with his physical body. The disadvantage in cultivation made Luo Hong unable to delay at all. If he wanted to win this time, a quick battle was a prerequisite. High-level body refiner? The pink-faced girl would not look down on Luo Hong at the moment. The human race's body refinement lineage has a card-carrying figure like the Shire Neo and Saint Emperor. Luo Hong dared to rush over with his flesh body, so he must have something to rely on. So, she raised her pink arm, and a set of crystal armor like a wooden man immediately appeared around her body. Afterwards, she ignored Luo Hong, put her hands in front of her chest, and made a gesture, and soon a ball of pink spiritual light floated out. Seeing this, Luo Hong knew what powerful magical power this woman was preparing. His eyes suddenly became fierce, and he stepped on the void. With a boom sound, he rushed out like lightning. The next moment, his right fist suddenly turned black, exhaled and exerted strength, and punched directly at the chest of the wooden man armor. If this punch could penetrate the pink-faced girl's protective magical power, it would be directly imprinted on her forehead. However, the pink-faced girl didn't even look at it, and concentrated on using her magical power. She was obviously very confident in the protective ability of the wooden man's armor. With a loud bang, Luo Hong swung his fist with all his strength and hit the wooden man's armor hard. The majestic airwave swept out, and instantly caused the surrounding ancient trees to fall down. However, I don't know what kind of magical power this wooden man's armor has, but it is extremely hard. It can only withstand such a heavy blow with a fist mark and a few half-foot-long, barely detectable cracks. Not only that, countless pink flying needles flew out of the wooden man's armor in an instant. Luo Hong couldn't dodge in time, and was hit hard. The power of these flying needles was extremely strong. They attacked together, and made Luo Hong think that he had hit himself half a punch. Fortunately, he had the 5-element battle armor to protect him. When many pink flying needles touched it, they were transformed into the 5-element spiritual energy, and disappeared into thin air. When Luo Hong was hit by the flying needles that suddenly shot out, the pink-faced girl frowned and showed a look of pain. It turned out that the wooden man armor was not an ordinary magical power, but a part of her life spirit tree. In terms of protection ability, it ranked second among all her means. But once it was damaged, she would also be partially implicated. Luo Hong's attack just now was like a punch in the abdomen, and it was very painful. Even if the huge power gained from body training plus the power of heaven and earth and the power of spiritual treasures can't shake my life wood armor. This person is weird, and we can't delay. The pink-faced girl's cultivation level was much higher than Luo Hong's. She immediately saw some shadows of the law from this punch. For the first time, she felt the threat in her heart, and her casting action couldn't help but speed up by 3 points. Such a hard tortoise shell, I must break it for her, otherwise the arrangement will not work. After this punch, Luo Hong suddenly realized that without using the 5-color true blood in the sky-breaking spearhead, He could only fight against a cultivator in the middle stage of the void refining realm at most, and if the battle lasted for a long time, he would definitely be defeated. And now if he wanted to break the situation, he had to fight desperately without sparing his vitality. Compared with the true spirit Dharma image that easily left traces and the sky-breaking spearhead that required owing favors, Luo Hong chose to use force to defeat the cleverness. As soon as the thought came to mind, fine white lightning appeared on the five spirits' armor, gradually revealing a mysterious aura. At the same time, the magical power that the pink-faced girl had prepared for several breaths finally took shape. A long sword like a peach branch appeared in front of her chest, emitting a rich vitality of heaven and earth. As soon as the sword took shape, it flew around the pink-faced girl flexibly, looking quite intimate with her. You are proud enough to die under my magical power of turning tree spirit into sword. As soon as the magical power was completed, the haze of the pink-faced girl disappeared, and she looked at Luo Hong coldly, as if she was looking at a dead person. Then, she pointed her sword and shouted, "Cut!" The peach branch spirit sword flew out immediately, turned into a sword thread, and chopped towards Luo Hong's neck. At this critical moment, some unexpected changes occurred on Luo Hong's side. Halfway through the Thunder Immortal Body technique, he suddenly found that something was wrong. He could sense the heaven and earth energy that was integrated between heaven and earth. The heaven and earth energy that originally needed to be painstakingly refined seemed to be drawn and gathered as long as he had a thought. This change immediately made Luo Hong doubtful, but when he saw the pink-faced girl's spirit sword take shape, he suddenly felt a cold and tingling pain in his neck. Obviously, this was a warning from the spirit. If he did not respond in time, the pink-faced girl's sword would definitely behead him. Luo Hong could not hesitate at this moment. He immediately followed the guidance of the mysterious being and used all his strength to mobilize the vitality of the heaven and earth within thousands of miles. In an instant, countless light balls as small as rice grains condensed out of thin air and then turned into light threads, which sank into Luo Hong's body in the blink of an eye. Chapter 874, Human Tree Integration and Mutation. At this moment, Luo Hong felt as if his body had turned into a magical treasure. Under the impetus of the law of force, the heaven and earth energy that he had swallowed was completely integrated into Luo Hong's flesh and bones, and the mysterious changes immediately affected the five spirit armor. It was seen that the armor that originally covered Luo Hong's body was quickly sinking into his body and disappeared in the blink of an eye, revealing his true appearance. But Luo Hong could feel that the magical power of the five spirit armor was not only still there, but even became stronger. Suddenly, Luo Hong had some enlightenment and seemed to have found the next direction of deduction of the great five-element Tang Shengju. But a sharp breath suddenly awakened him, and the peach branch spirit sword had already slashed in front of him. The feeling of emptiness of inspiration escaping immediately made Luo Hong furious, and he punched out without thinking. The collision of the fist against the sword did not cause any earth-shattering scene, but the energy released from the point of contact made the floating light forest have a straight canyon that stretched for thousands of miles. After a moment of stalemate, the tip of the peach branch spirit sword began to break, and then the entire spirit sword disintegrated faster and faster. The pink-faced girl's proud magical power was actually broken by Luo Hong with one punch. Puff! The spirit sword was destroyed, and the pink-faced girl immediately suffered a backlash. She spit out a mouthful of blood and her breath was much weaker. You have already comprehended the law. The pink-faced girl looked at Luo Hong in disbelief and shouted in shock. You know, even if she has reached the late stage of the refining void, she has only touched the surface of the law of wood. Only when she uses her own tree spirit can she pry a little power. And the human in front of him is obviously able to use the power of the law skillfully, and he also has the secret art of the law, which can increase himself dozens of times, so that he can suppress himself, who is in the late stage of the refining void, with the cultivation of the early stage of the spiritualization. Although she is injured, and not in her prime, this boy is really terrifying. Since you have made an enemy of him, you must not let him stay. Thinking of this, the girl with the fair face suddenly showed a look of determination. The spell in her hand changed, and a 10-foot tall phantom of a peach tree appeared behind her. As soon as the tree appeared, it took root in the void and grew wildly, instantly engulfing the girl with the fair face. Then, the girl's spiritual light shone brightly, and her figure merged into the phantom of the peach tree. As a result, the phantom of the peach tree suddenly became solid, and its shape began to change. The trunk turned into a torso, the peach branches entangled with each other turned into hands and feet, and the peach flowers gathered into a dress. In an instant, a 10-foot tall giant of the peach wood spirit appeared. The unity of man and tree is the strongest magical power of the high-level wood clan, and it can also be regarded as the true face of the high-level wood clan. After all, starting from the refining of the void, the goal of the wood clan's cultivation is to completely solidify themselves in this state. Only when you reach the Mahayana realm will the unity of man and tree become normal. If you use this magical power before, you will have to sleep for at least 100 years afterwards. Obviously, the pink-faced girl was desperate at this moment. In order to get rid of Luo Hong, the great enemy, she didn't care about the big plan she had planned before. The integration of man and tree, finally used. However, the pink-faced girl didn't know that her current choice was in Luo Hong's calculation. Walking in the air, Luo Hong rushed to the peachwood giant and kicked him in the abdomen without mercy. Even in the form of the integration of man and tree, the pink-faced girl was no match for Luo Hong in terms of strength. Immediately, the huge body of 10 feet high fell to the ground like a meteor. There was a loud boom and a huge pit was smashed into the ground. But a gust of wind blew, and after the dust dispersed, the peachwood giant had stood up and looked unharmed. It's useless. Even your combined cultivators can hardly hurt me now. Even if your magical powers are amazing, they can't do anything to me who is a combination of man and tree. The peachwood giant stared at Luo Hong fiercely. After that, she stepped deep into the earth. Suddenly, the wood spirit energy within a radius of 10,000 miles was drawn to her to restore her magic power. She was ready to fight a protracted battle with Luo Hong. She believed that Luo Hong's current exaggerated combat power could not be maintained for a long time. As long as she could hold on for a moment, she would be able to win the final victory. The pink-faced girl's idea was not wrong. No matter how powerful Luo Hong was, his magic power would never exceed the initial stage of the spirit transformation by much. He had no chance of winning a protracted battle. In fact, after throwing this punch and kicking this kick, Luo Hong felt a little tired, and his body felt a faint pain. After all, his current strength came from the Thunder Immortal Body technique. His own physical realm was not at this level, and the burden was extremely heavy. However, Luo Hong had anticipated this before the battle, and he knew that the high-level wood tribe had the ultimate means of merging people and trees, so he not only took precautions, but also made some calculations for it. As the pink-faced girl said, after she performed the human tree fusion, even the combined old monster could hardly hurt her, which could be called indestructible. But this magical power also has disadvantages. That is, the body movement will become very clumsy, and many escape techniques cannot be performed. This makes the thing that Luo Hong left behind in advance useful. Luo Hong only refined 3 of the first generation of gadgets, and later castrated them, because the equivalent was too large. I thought that, after arriving in the spirit world, if I needed to use this thing, it must be the castrated version of the 2nd generation, but I didn't expect that fate would only give the 1st generation of old predecessors a stage. If you want to use the fusion bead to threaten the existence above the refining void, you must first limit the opponent's escape speed. Otherwise the opponent can escape from the most powerful center area at the moment when the bead is detonated. For this reason, Luo Hong formulated a battle plan to force the pink-faced girl to perform the human tree fusion. She was indeed extremely powerful at the moment, but she also had a fatal weakness to the fusion bead. The current situation was even better than the best case scenario that Luo Hong expected. The opponent took the initiative to extract the wood spirit energy and was almost fixed in place. And Luo Hong's kick just now kicked her to the ambush place of the fusion bead. The characteristic of the fusion bead is that the aura before detonation is only equivalent to that of ordinary spirit objects, which is not noticeable at all, so the peachwood giant did not feel the slightest threat now. However, in fact, she was already standing at the center of the nuclear explosion. It was also to complete this tactic that Luo Hong did not destroy the teleportation array, and even in the previous fight, he deliberately did not let the aftermath affect the array plate. So, when the Peachwood giant mocked Luo Hong for not being able to break the defense, he flashed and appeared on the teleportation array. Seeing this situation, the Peachwood giant could not help but be stunned. Is the opponent going to run away after a slight setback? Isn't this too decisive? However, although Luo Hong escaped to the teleportation array, he did not activate the array immediately, but pinched his hands, as if casting a spell. Is this guy trying to occupy the retreat first, and then try to break my magical power? Humph, he is unusually cautious, but it's useless. I will kill you, before you can't hold on to sleep. Thinking of his arrangement at the other end, the Peachwood giant couldn't help but think with confidence. But obviously, the Peachwood giant was wrong again. Luo Hong simply pinched a magic formula, and then he curled his lips and immediately activated the teleportation array, and left the battlefield. Suddenly, a sense of uneasiness struck the Peachwood giant's heart. Before she could react, a spiritual energy wave full of extinction came from nearby. The next moment, the world turned black and red. On the other side, after Luo Hong was teleported thousands of miles away, the peach blossom restriction that encircled the teleportation array suddenly turned into chains and entangled Luo Hong's body. Although this restriction is powerful, Luo Hong has not yet released the Thunder Immortal Body technique, so he will not be controlled by it. However, he did not care about himself at the moment, but turned around and looked in the direction of the Peachwood giant. A huge black and red mushroom cloud rose into the sky, and the extreme light almost illuminated the entire floating forest. At this moment, both the patrol team of Shineyu and City and the ancient beasts in the forest could not help but cast their eyes over. At the moment of detonation, the black and red spiritual wave surged out from the center, and almost instantly crossed a distance of thousands of miles. Wherever it passed, the lush forest instantly turned into a magma hell, and countless plants and trees were instantly vaporized. Even those powerful ancient beasts could only leave hot bones at most. After thousands of miles, the power of the black and red spiritual wave gradually decreased, and the high temperature it carried still turned the forest into a sea of fire, madly destroying life. Because the space of the spiritual world is far more stable than that of the human world, the power of the spiritual nuclear explosion was not swept away by the space cracks at all, and all was vented within the interface. With such a powerful force, the Wood tribe member in the center will be seriously injured if not dead. This crisis is resolved. Although it was not the first time that Luo Hong witnessed this spectacular scene, he still couldn't help but indulge in the power of the fusion bead to destroy the world. And as if to confirm what Luo Hong said, before he could break free from the restrictions on his body, the peach blossoms surrounding the teleportation array fell on their own. This restriction actually collapsed on its own, which shows that its owner must have a bad end. Even though he was thousands of miles away, Luo Hong was surrounded by a sea of fire. He took the opportunity to release the Thunder Immortal Body technique, and suddenly felt a sense of weakness coming from all parts of his body. I'm afraid that the vitality lost this time will take 3 years of rest to recover. So, this battle with the pink-faced girl is really not worth the loss. It's fun to cross the level for a while, but it's not worth lying in bed afterwards. Fortunately, it's not all bad. At least at that moment, I experienced the subsequent realm of the Great Five Element Tang Shengju. Now the way forward for the deduction of the technique is much clearer. Just as Luo Hong was talking to himself, the spirit particle nuclear explosion had entered the second half, that is, the birth of various byproducts. The familiar scene of the world turning upside down appeared again, and the powerful power of heaven and earth covered tens of thousands of miles. However, compared with the Kyankan Pearl, which has already merged yin and yang, this power of heaven and earth is insignificant. There was nothing unusual where Luo Hong was. Luo Hong still had to recycle some of these byproducts. After all, whether it was the spirit fire or the spirit pearl, they were quite useful to the Kyankan Pearl. However, a huge space crack appeared late at this time, and it was not in the center of the nuclear explosion. Luo Hong was immediately surprised when he saw this. Even if this space crack was pressed out by the black hydrogen spirit pearl, the position was too far away. As a result, the next moment, a grey glow suddenly emerged from the space crack. I don't know what the principle was, but it cut off Luo Hong's connection with the black hydrogen spirit pearl. This is it. After being stunned for a moment, Luo Hong suddenly reacted and thought of a possibility. He immediately felt something was wrong. But before he could react, the power of heaven and earth that had originally turned upside down suddenly gathered, and a grey hand appeared above Luo Hong's head, covering him without saying a word. Seeing this, Luo Hong subconsciously wanted to move away, but the surrounding space was tightly locked, and there was no possibility of teleportation at all, and there was no time to sacrifice the black wind flag. Then, just as he was about to fly away, the grey hand burst out with a terrible suction force. Even if he used the power of heaven and earth to resist, he couldn't break free for a while. After a short delay, the grey hand held his body in vain, and Luo Hong had just sacrificed the black wind flag. Before Luo Hong waved the black wind flag, the grey hand took a step inwards, and just when Luo Hong was trying to resist the coming huge force, a space force suddenly attacked. The next moment, the grey hand actually disappeared with Luo Hong. At the same time, in the range of the previous reversal of heaven and earth, the same scene appeared more than once, as if as long as the spirit level reached a certain height, it would be stared at by the grey hand, and then grabbed to a certain place. Half a day later, more than 10 escape lights streaked across the sky, and came to the sky above the battlefield that had completely changed. At this time, the mushroom cloud produced by the spirit particle nuclear explosion had long dissipated, but many traces of the destruction of the world at that time were left. At least this magma pool with a diameter of thousands of miles will not solidify for a while. As the escape lights stopped, more than 10 figures appeared. Each of these people had a very strong aura, and at least had the cultivation of refining emptiness, but when facing a Taoist and an old monk among them, they still looked respectful. After staring at the magma pool below for a while, the old monk with a pale golden complexion and a half-foot-long white beard could not help but sigh and said, "But, such a pure aura of destruction, I have never seen it before. Can fellow Daoist Luo see any trace of it? The remaining aura here makes even me feel a little nervous. If I had seen it before, I would have had an impression of it now, but I have no idea at all now." Hearing this, the middle-aged Daoist with a purple face and thick eyebrows and big eyes could not help but shake his head solemnly. Later, he turned his head and asked a man in a brocade robe beside him, "Nephew G, you reported before that the changes here are related to the Wood Clan. I wonder what the basis is." The changes in the floating light forest happened very abruptly, but this destructive phenomenon close to the fusion level directly alarmed the Elders Council in the city without the need for the people below to report. The white-bearded old monk and the middle-aged Daoist are both fusion cultivators stationed in Shinyuan City. Today is their turn, so they immediately set off to check. Because we arrived in such a hurry, we don't understand some of the situations in detail. Chapter 875 Yin Yang Sacred Tree. Hearing this, the burly man in brocade robes immediately stepped out of the crowd and respectfully bowed to the two of them, saying, "My two elders, a few days ago, the Yelling Hall received a message from a patrol team in the floating light forest, saying that they had discovered 5 members of the Purple Rank Wood Clan and requested the Hall to send support. Normally, as long as the information was correct, the two fellow refining void Taoists on duty would have rushed to deal with the matter, but this message was delayed." Delayed? Aren't there always people responsible for this kind of messages? How could this happen? The middle-aged Taoist frowned and immediately realized that there was something wrong. What Elder Luo said is true, but the fellow Daoist of Huashan who was in charge of this matter neglected his duty and secretly went to refine the elixir, so that after alarming G, he was able to discover this message. Before coming here, G had interrogated the man and asked him the reason why he suddenly refined the elixir. It turned out that half a month ago, he accidentally got a key spiritual medicine for refining the elixir from the Tangshang market. But the spiritual medicine was damaged, and the medicinal power has been slowly weakening, so he was confused for a while, and made such a big mistake. Now, G has arranged for someone to investigate the person who sold the medicine. I believe that, when we return to Shinyuan City, there will be some results. The man in brocade robes knew that he could not escape the blame for this matter, so he simply said it without any lies, in the hope that the two elders would give him a lighter sentence because of his proper handling. "What do you think, Brother Jinyu?" The middle-aged Taoist immediately guessed when he heard it, and now looked at the white-bearded old monk and asked, "This matter has too many traces of calculation. If the person who planned it was not a rookie, even he did not expect that things would turn out like this today. First, capture the monk who sells medicine, and send him to the spiritual questioning hall. He is most likely a spy from the Shadow Clan or the Spirit Clan." The white-bearded old monk lowered his eyelids, as if he had not woken up yet, and ordered the man in brocade robe, "Since this matter is related to multiple alien races, it cannot be taken lightly. We need to investigate all 10 patrol teams here. I believe that the motive of the alien races to start a war is mostly on these people." The middle-aged Taoist nodded slowly, and then turned to the old monk to discuss, "In order to find out the truth quickly, why don't you let Brother Jinyu be responsible for tracking down the alien spies in the city, and I will investigate the little guys in the patrol team?" "That's great." The white-bearded old monk replied indifferently, as if he didn't care about the other party's assignment. However, when the middle-aged Taoist turned to ask the man in brocade robe about the situation of the patrol teams, the old monk's loose eyelids opened slightly, and a barely detectable brilliance shone in his eyes. At this moment, Luo Hong naturally didn't know that he had alarmed the 2 combined elders of Shinyuan City. After being captured by the Grey Hand, he was trapped under a restriction, surrounded by dreamy light and shadow, and all kinds of knee-high exotic flowers and plants grew under his feet. However, although this restriction looked mysterious and extraordinary, it did not target Luo Hong, who suddenly appeared in it, allowing him to explore it carefully. However, as soon as his consciousness left his body, he felt as if it weighed 1,000 pounds, and it was extremely difficult to drive it, and he could not detect the boundaries of this restriction at all. "We must not stay here for long, and we need to find a way to get out quickly." Before coming in, Luo Hong guessed part of the reason for the change, and knew that the threat at the moment was not just this restriction itself. Therefore, even though the situation did not seem urgent, he made a slightly rash move. Luo Hong casually threw out a magic talisman, and drove a 10-foot-long fire dragon out of it to fly away in one direction. For the sake of testing, he deliberately let the fire dragon fly close to the ground, but the exotic flowers and plants on the ground did not look burnt at all. Then, after the fire dragon flew 1,000 feet unimpeded, it suddenly disintegrated and disappeared, without any sense of hitting a solid object. Could it be an illusion? Luo Hong frowned and muttered to himself. If the myriad god eyes could be used at this time, he only needed to summon the mirage spirit eyes to open up the way forward. But at the moment, it was obviously not a critical moment. Afterwards, Luo Hong tried with a magic weapon, but even the dragon seal that grew to several feet in size disappeared after it was sacrificed 1,000 feet, and the spiritual connection was cut off at once. The magic weapon and ordinary spells were useless. They could not even hit the solid object, so they could not forcibly break the restriction with these 2 means. At present, Luo Hong did not have time to slowly comprehend this illusion array. He decided to take some risks as soon as he focused his eyes. With a lift of his right palm, a gem covered with blue and white flames emerged from his palm. It was the Kyankan Pearl that Luo Hong had been nurturing in his dinshin. Since this treasure was closely related to Luo Hong's enlightenment, he would not easily use it to fight the enemy unless it was absolutely necessary, so as not to damage it in the battle. However, even if he did not use his body, Luo Hong could use part of the Kyankan power and the Heavenly Wolf Divine Fire. Under normal circumstances, this would be enough. Luo Hong used the Kyankan Pearl at this moment, preparing to fully activate the Kyankan power of this treasure. The Grey Hand, before, was obviously closely related to the Kyankan power, so the restrictions here would most likely change due to the Kyankan power. I just don't know whether this change is a good thing or a bad thing for Luo Hong. With a thought, the huge Kyankan power contained in the Kyankan Pearl swept out, and the scene around Luo Hong also changed drastically. The exotic flowers and plants on the ground disappeared bit by bit like bubbles, turning into ordinary grasslands with green grass. The dreamy light and shadow in the sky also twisted and turned into a thin green mist, from which several pink spiritual lights shone. Wait. Pink spiritual lights. Luo Hong reacted instantly and controlled the power of heaven and earth to condense an invisible shield in front of him. The next moment, several peach blossom petals flew out of the green mist, bang bang hit the shield of heaven and earth, and immediately shattered into dots of spiritual light. Sure enough, the orange level wood tribe not only did not die, but was also captured here by the grey big hand. Since Luo Hong had expected this, he reacted very quickly and used the power of heaven and earth to sweep away the illusion restriction in the direction of the peach blossoms, and successfully found the hazy figure of the pink-faced girl in the green mist hundreds of feet away. With a flash of golden light in his eyes, Luo Hong's eyes penetrated the green mist and clearly saw the pink-faced girl's appearance at this time. The woman looked extremely embarrassed now. Her long flowing hair was only an inch long now. Her dress was even more disheveled, revealing not only her two smooth legs, but also the two pink rabbits on her chest, which were about to come out, but were covered by an arm covered with burn marks. What was a bit strange was that almost all parts of the woman's body were burned with black smoke, but only her face was not damaged at all, except for a lot of blood at the corners of her mouth. Although the divine sense could not be detected far in the restriction, just looking at the other party's unstable appearance, it was known that her breath must have been greatly reduced, and her body was seriously injured. However, Luo Hong did not relax his vigilance because of this. After all, the sneak attack just now had proved that the woman still had some strength left. In addition, she looked as if she was not affected by the restriction at all, which further confirmed Luo Hong's previous guess. This woman wanted to take my Kyankan pearl before. It seems that she wanted to enter this place. I should be able to get out of this from her. With a change of mind, Luo Hong realized that it was not suitable to fight with this woman at this time. When the space crack appeared where it shouldn't have appeared, and the power of the universe of the black hydrogen spirit be changed, he realized that he had accidentally helped the pink-faced girl achieve her goal. Therefore, he was in a hurry to break the magic array restriction. After all, even a passive bee like him had entered this place, and the other party had been planning for a long time, and could probably enter this place. Senior, this place must be the reason why you attacked Luo Mao. Now that you have successfully entered, why don't we shake hands and explore together? Luo Hong smiled and said sincerely. Hearing this, who are you? I almost vomited blood in anger. This human caused her to be seriously injured and fell into a realm. After that, she would have to sleep for 100 or 200 years. Now she wants to laugh and forget the grudges with her. This is simply a foolish dream. However, who are you? I was about to scold Luo Hong a few words, but suddenly she felt terrified and couldn't curse when the word came to her lips. What kind of aura is this? Does this person have some hidden means? Or does he have more than one of those consumable treasures? After being severely bombarded by the fusion bead, who are you? I was already traumatized. She believed that if she was not in the state of human tree integration, she would have died by now. Even if she survived, she didn't want to experience the feeling of being surrounded by the power of destruction for the second time. Using the fusion bead here would undoubtedly mean dying together with the other party, so Luo Hong would naturally not do such a stupid thing. What he was releasing now was a little breath of 5-colored true blood. If this woman knew what was good for her, Luo Hong would not take the next step, even if she just made peace with him on the surface. After all, the information here was all in her soul, and Luo Hong could not search her soul, so he could only use this coercion. But if this woman was stubborn and insisted on fighting him to the death, then in such a place, Luo Hong would not have any scruples at all, and would definitely summon the true spirit immediately to blast her into pieces. HMPH. Daoist friend, is the treasure of heaven and earth in your hand? After hesitating for a moment, who are you? I did not call for killing Luo Hong after all. She took the initiative to change the topic and asked while looking at the heaven and earth bead. Yes, this is Luo Hong's life spirit treasure. This place seems to be closely related to the power of heaven and earth. I wonder if the senior can help me solve some of my doubts. Seeing the attitude of the pink-faced girl, Luo Hong couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. His current condition was not good, and fighting would only make him more injured. Moreover, if he relied on himself alone, he might be trapped here for hundreds of years. He didn't have the dust extinguishing pill, so he was afraid that he would have to survive the two-color thunder tribulation here. Who are you? I did not respond immediately after hearing this, but after pinching the seal with one hand, she condensed 3 spirit balls in front of her, one pink and a green. Then, she pointed her sword and made the 3 spirit balls fly into the air. With 3 boom 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 explosions, the green mist around slowly dissipated, and the restriction was lifted at once. Suddenly, Luo Hong felt his consciousness relax extremely, and he could see the scene of this space at a glance. It turned out that he had come to a small cave, which was only 5,000 miles in radius, but there were mountains and water, and many weak creatures were playing in it, which was completely a scene of a paradise. The most eye-catching thing in this cave was a grey giant tree in the center that went straight to the sky and the earth. Many palm prints could be clearly seen on it, as if someone was constantly practicing some kind of magical power on it. Fellow Daoist Luo should have seen that this cave is the cave residence of an elder of our clan. It was only thanks to the yin-yang sacred tree in the center that it has been maintained until now. If you want to get out, you have to go under that sacred tree. Who are you? I had completely calmed down at this time. Since she couldn't kill Luo Hong, she might as well cooperate with him to achieve her original purpose and make this trip not in vain. Yin-yang sacred tree. But it is said that it can control the universe and create a cave out of thin air. Luo Hong was shocked when he heard this. This yin-yang sacred tree is a legendary spiritual tree. It contains the power of the universe. The secret cave created by it is so natural that even Mahayana cultivators cannot find its trace. If it is built into a cave, the owner can really rest assured. Yes, if I hadn't accidentally received a note from the clan recording that this cave was chasing the spiritual tide in the floating light forest, I would not have brought people across the wilderness to come here. Although the original owner of this cave has long died, the difficulty of opening this place is beyond my expectation. After saying this, who are you? I flipped her palm and took out a seal. Although it was not sacrificed, Luo Hong had already sensed the faint power of the universe. The yin-yang sacred tree has spirits. Without anyone controlling it, it will absorb the treasures of heaven and earth it encounters to make itself grow. Before coming here, I had made some preparations, but this yin-yang sacred tree has been sleeping for too many years. The treasures of heaven and earth I prepared were of a lower grade and could not wake it up. So I had to find another treasure of heaven and earth, refine the two together, and try again. After the pink-faced girl said this, Luo Hong immediately understood the whole story. The other party looked injured at first, and it must have encountered trouble in the wilderness. This is normal. The reason why the spirit particle nuclear explosion happened to open this cave heaven is that this cave heaven was originally tracking the movement of the spirit tide. When the nuclear explosion occurred, the spirit particles in the range increased sharply, so it attracted it. Second, the black hydrogen spirit bead appeared in the late stage of the nuclear explosion. Its power of heaven and earth reached a certain threshold, which made the yin-yang sacred tree feel it, and then those grey hands appeared and took him and the pink-faced girl here. The whole thing can be said to be accidental or inevitable. Senior, you have gone to such great lengths to enter this place. I believe you have some ulterior motive. Can you reveal something? Luo Hong withdrew his true blood aura and asked with interest. He had suffered a great loss in the battle with the pink-faced girl, and now that there was a chance to make a profit, he would not let it go easily. I came here to find the Poria Coco's demon flower, which is useless to you humans, but for us, the Wood Clan, it is a great helper to enter the silver level. Who are you? I did not hesitate at all, and directly stated the purpose of his visit. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.